Speaker, children are entitled to 30 hours of free childcare from the term after they turn 9 months old, meaning that in practice some children are actually 13 months before they get the funding. Thank you to Mr P and my constituent Jolie Brearley for raising this. Will the Minister meet with me to see if we can fix this injustice?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd be delighted to meet with my friend and his constituent should he wish. As he knows, our record expansion of childcare means that more than 400,000 children benefited from additional childcare this September, and working families are saving up to £7,500 per year. I appreciate the concern he describes, but termly deadlines enable local authorities and childcare providers to better plan and ensure efficient early years places are available.
Dame Caroline Dinage.
Speaker, there's growing evidence that smartphones in schools are harming behaviour, concentration and outcomes. But leaving it up to head teachers is just driving inconsistencies. Only 11% of senior schools have an effective mobile phone ban. Will the Secretary of State publish an assessment of the impact of a statutory ban of smartphones in schools?
Minister.
Thank her for a question. This government is completely clear and government guidance is completely clear that mobile phones have absolutely no place in schools at any point throughout the day, and obviously we continue to look closely to ensure that is being enforced properly across the country.
Tulip Sadiq.
The Secretary of State will know about the horrific sexual abuse case in one of my local nurseries. So could I ask the Secretary of State, would she introduce mandatory CCTV in nurseries so that we can use it as a safeguarding tool?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her advocacy for her constituents in what has been an absolutely appalling case, and my thoughts remain with all of the children and families who have been affected. The safety of our children comes first, Mr Speaker, so we are considering the mandatory use of CCTV in early years settings through our review, which we are getting underway rapidly.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
There are victims of convicted paedophile Neil Foden, the former headmaster of Yscol Friars, are furious that he is still in receipt of his pension even though he is in prison. The forfeiture panel has met. They have come to a conclusion. When will that conclusion be published as to whether he continues to receive that pension?
Mr Speaker, I expect that to happen very, very rapidly.
Laura Kirk-Smith, last question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Alex Foster, a 17-year-old from Aylesbury, has shared his experiences of social media with me. He says, thankfully, I was one of the very few who had my phone checked by my parents, but my friends told stories of watching beheadings, terrorist material, explicit photos of them being shared. So does the Minister agree we must go further to protect and educate young people in online harms?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question and for her advocacy on behalf of her constituent. I agree with her that nothing is more important than the safety of our children. We're already taking world-leading action with the Online Safety Act, and we have been very clear that nothing is off the table when it comes to the safety of our children.
Right, we'll let the front bench change over. We now come to the urgent question. Shadow Chancellor Sir Mel Stride.
To ask the Chancellor of the Exchequer if she will make a statement on the planned changes to business rates for the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Colleagues will have heard what the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have said on this matter in recent days. I'm not going to add further comments on the specifics at this question, and when there are further comments to be made, I'm sure they'll be made, Mr Speaker, in the usual way. At the budget, the Government announced a comprehensive set of reforms to business rates. We have created a new sustainable system with permanently lower multipliers for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses. Business rates are, in line with the usual timelines, revalued every 3 years, and new valuations, which were set in train by the previous government, come into effect in April of this year. It was right, Mr Speaker, to support businesses during COVID. However, the previous government went into the election with plans to scrap the temporary support entirely in 2025, and if they had won re-election, they would have removed it overnight in April of last year. If the opposition had intended to extend the relief, then why did they not say so, and why was it not included in their forecasts or projections? We, on this side of the House, Mr Speaker, have chosen a different path. We extended the support at a lower rate in 2025-26 and are slowly unwinding it over the coming 3 years with the help of £4.3 billion of transitional support. I think all members can agree that it isn't sustainable to have a £1.7 billion annual temporary COVID tax relief to still remain fully in place at the end of the decade. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, our reforms to rebalance the underlying Glad that someone is enjoying them. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, our reforms to rebalance the underlying design of the business rate system towards high street businesses will be implemented in April. These new lower tax rates for RHL businesses will be introduced for 750,000 businesses, funded by a higher rate on the most valuable properties, including online giants. This is worth almost £1 billion and means that smaller high street businesses will have a tax rate 25% lower than for businesses with the largest properties. This has been supported by a significant support package, as I said, worth £4.3 billion over the next 3 years. As a result, Mr. Speaker, over half of ratepayers will see their bills either flat or falling next year, and around a third of properties pay no business rates at all, as they receive 100% small business rates relief. I look forward to supplementary questions from the Shadow Chancellor and other members, and I look forward to seeing whether the Shadow Chancellor can keep a straight face, given he knows that his government never did enough for our high streets. 7,000 pubs were closed over the 14 years that they were in power. Shops were shuttered on high streets up and down the country. Council services that keep our high streets clean and vibrant were cut to the bone. Investment was down, and the public suffered from the longest squeeze on living standards on record. That is the legacy for our communities, and is one that we are turning around.
Sir Melstride.
Mr. Speaker, that was a complete non-response. The Minister says that he will make a statement in the future in the usual way. We can only assume that will be via the media and not this House. Mr. Speaker, of all the excuses for a U-turn that we've had from this government, this one simply beggars belief. The Minister expects us to accept that the government simply did not know what the impact of these changes would have been when they announced them. That is astonishing. So could I ask the Minister, why did they announce crippling rises in business rates without bothering to check who would be hit the hardest? But worse still, Mr. Speaker, we now know from the Chief Executive of the Valuation Office Agency, who appeared before the Select Committee last week, that ministers were provided with the data on revaluations before the budget. So we are left with questions not only about whether the government's excuse is reasonable, but also about whether it is indeed correct. So can the Minister clarify what specific information was given to ministers on the level of increases that businesses would be facing and when? Mr. Speaker, businesses are now in a terrible limbo over what their bills will look like over the coming years. The government has indicated that a change is to be announced for pubs at least, but there has been no official statement on this. And that is why this afternoon we have had to drag this minister before the House. So could the minister answer the following additional questions? Can he at least make clear which sectors will be in line for further support? Will it be just pubs? And if so, why is the government refusing to help the wider retail, hospitality and leisure sectors, some of whom are seeing even higher increases in their rates? Will the new support be temporary or a permanent cut in bills, as we have called for? How much will it cost? And will this be funded by yet more government borrowing? And will he apologise now to the thousands of local businesses up and down our country who have been so sorely let down by this shambolic Labour government?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He said that I was dragged to the House. Very much not the case. I'm very happy to take questions from the Shadow Chancellor and from members opposite and on government benches.
Can I just help the Minister a little bit? I did grant a UQ for this to happen. It wouldn't have happened if I hadn't granted it, so I'm not quite sure the two are compatible, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I fully respect your decision to grant an urgent question. It
don't need any help from over here.
It was the specific use of the word dragged, Mr. Speaker, that I did take some objection to, which doesn't have any comment on your decision to bring a question. Mr. Speaker, in answer to some of the questions raised by the Shadow Chancellor, the key thing on the valuations is that we are implementing the revaluations that his government set in train. Treasury ministers holding a similar role to me a good few years ago put in place the process for the revaluations that are coming in place from April 2026. Those are set on property values from 2024. And yes, there is an unwind from the pandemic in terms of increases in businesses' property values as a result of businesses recovering from the pandemic. And we were aware, yes, of the impact of that valuation, and we were aware of the fact that there were the previous government, Mr. Speaker, didn't have any plans whatsoever to extend the temporary pandemic support. We extended it for 1 year, and then we, over the course of the next 3 years, are phasing it out with the support of £4.3 billion of decisions from the government through our transitional relief scheme. I'm not going to comment on speculation, Mr. Speaker, in this place and now, but what I will say, he refers to borrowing. Over the course of this Parliament, we're going to see the fastest reduction in borrowing of any G7 economy. Borrowing is set to fall in every single year of the forecast. Borrowing is set to fall in every single year of the forecast because of the decisions that the Chancellor made at the budget. We have doubled our headroom against our fiscal rules, and we're seeing a warm response from private sector investors and the markets as a result of the decisions that this government has taken.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many pubs in my constituency of Hackney South and Shoreditch are seeing eye-watering increases in business rates. And we know from the Valuation Office Agency, which gave evidence to the Select Committee last week, that the formula that was used is the same formula that's been used for 20 years. So it should have been no surprise that this was going to happen. Yet we learned in that meeting, as the Shadow Chancellor said, that there are over 2,000 pubs with a doubling of their business rates. This government came in with a mission to transform business rates. The government inherited a part-way through valuation cycle. But regardless of what may or may not happen to the hospitality sector, where are the plans for reform of business rates in the medium to long term?
I thank my honourable friend for her question and her leadership of the Treasury Select Committee. At the budget, we set out the first significant fundamental reform of the business rate system that we have ever seen. For the first time now, there is a very significant divergence in the tax rate paid by businesses on our high street and the very largest businesses, including those online giants. That means, Mr. Speaker, the tax rate is around 13 pence lower for those businesses than the largest ones. That's a 25% reduction. It cost around £1 billion, and that's a £1 billion reduction for those businesses on the high street, paid for by higher taxes on those who can most afford it.
Daisy Cooper, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These business rates changes are going to hammer high streets. And on top of the jobs tax, there are many businesses that have already decided to shut up shop. Getting data out of this government has been like getting blood from a stone. And every question that I'm about to ask, I have already asked before. But, Mr. Speaker, let me try again. Why did the government set an expectation that it was going to reduce the business rates multiplier by the full 20p discount for retail, hospitality and leisure, and then not use the maximum powers that it gave itself to do just that? Does the government accept that lots of small businesses have made investment decisions and hiring decisions based on the expectation that this government made? And will they apologise to those businesses for raising their expectations and dashing them? Can the government finally tell us how many business premises have been brought into paying business rates for the first time? Last Tuesday, we learnt that the Valuation Office had sent the Treasury data drops on a regular basis over the last 12 months. What did ministers know and when? The VOA also confirmed that it had told the Treasury that more than 5,000 pubs would see their business rates double. So how is it possible, Mr Speaker, that ministers didn't know? Can I ask, finally, Mr Speaker, whatever the government is considering, can they confirm it will apply to all hospitality and not just to pubs? And will the government consider our Liberal Democrat fully costed plan for an emergency VAT cut for hospitality?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On the point around 20p versus 5p, we did legislate for up to a 20p reduction in the multiplier for RHL businesses, but that did not set an expectation that we would go that far. That sets the bounds within which the government could choose to operate, and we chose, as our first step on our significant reform to the business rate system, to reduce that multiplier by 5p, which reduces the taxes paid in total by RHL businesses, retail, hospitality and leisure, by almost £1 billion, and increases the tax take from those largest businesses by an equivalent amount. When it comes to the data, many of the questions that honourable members ask, Mr Speaker, the answers to them are very easy to find in the published data by the VOA, which publishes very detailed breakdowns of the changes in the values to properties between the different revaluation periods. These are all published on the government's website. And, Mr Speaker, I won't take I don't want to say lectures, but suggestions from members opposite in the Liberal Democrats on the issue of VAT. When they were in power, they chose, along with the Conservatives, to whack up VAT, a decision that pushed up inflation and added to the cost of living for people up and down the country.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The £4 billion package announced in the budget is very welcome, but the manifesto commitment was to replace the business rate system, not tinker with it or subsidise it. Now, pubs alone are going to see bill increases of 4% this year, alongside VAT thresholds which are strangling hospitality businesses along the high street, on top of a tax compliance bill for small business of £25 billion, not least because HMRC doesn't answer 4 million phone calls a year. So can I repeat the question posed by the Chair of the Treasury Select Committee, which is, when is the government going to table comprehensive, radical reform that meets the test of the manifesto commitment?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and at the budget we also published further updates on our work to transform the business rate system more broadly. There are things that we want to look at, for example, a switch from a slab system to a slice system, which should support and encourage investment. We've already extended small business rates relief, which was confirmed at the budget by the Chancellor, so that businesses that expand from 1 to 2 premises cannot have that disincentive. But there are more things that we want to look at that are included in that consultation. And of course, we will continue to engage with businesses on our high streets up and down the country, and businesses large and small, to see what more we can do to continue our work of reforming and improving the business rate system.
Sir Gavin Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Some of my publicans are facing a threefold increase in rates. They've seen the speculation that's been briefed out by the Treasury into the newspapers, but they are still waiting. But they haven't got long to wait until they have to pay these increased bills. Can the Minister give some indication when there's going to be clarity, not just to publicans, but also to retailers?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think it's really important to be clear about the fact that there will be no pub that is seeing their business rates bill go up by 3 times this year. No, that's simply not the case, Mr Speaker. It is true that there are some businesses who have seen significant increases in their valuations, but this year the government is capping the increase in business rates bills at either £800, 5%, 15% or 30%, depending on the size of the property. So yes, it may be the case that it could be higher, it could be a large percentage if it's a move up to £800, but for the vast majority of businesses, Mr Speaker, the increases in their bills this year, because of the intervention that the government is taking, providing over £2 billion of support this year will limit the rise in bills for businesses in the coming year, Mr. Speaker.
Cartettles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome noises from the department that there may be additional support for pubs, but it's not just pubs, it is all hospitality businesses, including music venues like Claptrap the Venue, Katie Fitzgerald in my constituency, are being massively impacted by the perfect storm of new VOA, end of COVID-related reliefs and rising energy costs. And I also just want to mention service-based industries as well, hair salons, beauty, indoor play. They've got limited opportunities to claim back VAT as labour is the highest cost in those businesses. So please, when you're considering any additional support measures to hospitality, please can all businesses be included in that?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. Hospitality businesses are the cornerstone of our communities, Mr. Speaker, providing life and vibrancy to high streets up and down the country. And the government is committed to continuing to support their growth and their success. We really value both the work that employees in that sector do. I believe there are around 2 million people who work in hospitality across the country, Mr. Speaker, and the work of the business owners who are seeking to grow and expand their hospitality businesses. And precisely because we value their work and the work of businesses on the high street, we fundamentally redesign the transitional relief scheme so that it takes as its jumping off point the 40% reduction in bills as a result of this government's decision to extend the pandemic-related relief, something that the previous government hadn't costed and hadn't funded, and it would have ended overnight if they had won the general election in 2024.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The problem is that the November Red Book said that the High Street will benefit from permanently lower business rates for retail, hospitality and leisure. And yet the reality for businesses up and down the land is that this is something that they feel has been entirely misleading. We've now had briefing to the newspapers that there's going to be a change, but the Minister today is saying that that's not happening. He's saying that we need to be part of the normal processes, which I interpret as meaning next spring's statement. So can the Minister tell those businesses who are lying awake at night worried about these increases when some relief is actually on its way?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The changes at the budget did lead to a reduction in the tax rate paid by businesses on the high street as a result of the reforms that this government have brought in. We've been very clear about the need to start the work to rebalance the business rate system to support our high streets. And yes, it is the case that because the pandemic relief is being unwound over the course of the coming years, something that the previous government would have done overnight in 2025 if they'd have won the general election, and because of the increase in business rate values, because we're now coming out of the pandemic, there are some businesses seeing increases in their bills, and that's why we've capped those increases significantly this year and over the coming 3 years, providing £4 billion of support. And on the specific point in terms of updates in the usual way, it is of course possible, Mr. Speaker, for ministers to make statements in the House.
Toby Perkins.
Very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend's absolutely right to say that the party opposite has no credibility on this. Of course we know that if they had won the election, we either would have seen these increases quicker or the black hole would have been even bigger, would have been one or the other. But nonetheless, it is true that there are many pubs that are really concerned and are under the impression that further help is coming. So they are trying to make accounting decisions right now. Can he say any more about whether they are going to be seeing exactly the bills that they expect right now, or will further help be coming before April?
Minister.
I am grateful to my honourable friend for making the very important point that the previous government didn't have any plans to continue to extend the pandemic support. And on his other question, I'm not going to comment today, Mr. Speaker, on the speculation. He and others can see the words that the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have said about this at this dispatch box and in various media interviews. I don't have more to say on that.
Bobby Dean.
Mr Speaker, as already been mentioned, in the Labour manifesto they committed to reforming the business rate system, and in the Red Book for the budget they talked about permanently lower business rates for retail, hospitality and leisure. Now, if you're a business owner, that gives you the impression that your bills are going to be lower. And this get out about the rates being low when the government knew that the transitional reliefs were being phased out and that the rateable values were going up substantially is not cutting it for those businesses who made plans accordingly. Now, we heard on the Treasury Committee last week from the Valuation Office that the government knew for over a year about the size of the increase in rateable values. So why has this backlash taken the government by surprise?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I have set out already today, the government was aware that there was a revaluation taking place. It was a revaluation that was initiated by the previous government, took account of property values in 2024 and will come into place from April of this year. We were also aware that it was right, and I believe members on all sides of the House would probably agree that by the end of the decade it wouldn't be appropriate to have the full pandemic relief in place, almost 10 years on from the height of the pandemic. And in the round, as a result of those decisions, we came forward with a really significant package, Mr Speaker, of £4.3 billion of protection for businesses across the country, large and small, high street and non-high street, in order to help them adjust to the potential for higher bills that some are experiencing. I would say too, it is the case, as I said in my opening remarks, that around half of businesses are seeing their business rates bills either flat or falling, Mr Speaker.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. While pubs have a powerful lobby, the independents on our high street, whether cafes or retail outlets, don't. And I have been poring over the spreadsheets of the impact it's going to have on York. Some businesses seeing business rates rising by 93%, little retail outlets, and simply they don't have the resilience. So can the Minister set out what he's going to do for independents to ensure that they are going to survive past March this year?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, York High Street and my honourable friend's constituency is a beautiful and wonderful place with lots of fantastic businesses. I used to work there for a time, and I know that members on all sides of the House really do value the businesses that keep their high streets both vibrant and thriving. And Mr Speaker, we are taking steps, and we have taken steps at the budget to support high street businesses through our £4.3 billion of support, and we will continue to engage with members and with businesses on the steps we can take to continue to support our high street businesses.
Paul Holmes.
Mr Speaker, the Minister is talking in numbers, but actually out there on the doorsteps and on the streets and the high streets, I've met a cafe owner and a publican whose businesses are busier than ever. They are selling more drinks and more food, and yet their top line is shrinking because of the decisions being made by this government. And indeed, one of my landladies was in tears with me about whether she should carry on directly because of the policies of this government. What advice would the Minister give her?
Minister.
I hope, Mr Speaker, that the honourable member, and when he was in conversation with businesses in his constituency, would have explained that this year, for example, if a pub has a rateable value of less than £100,000, the policy, as was set out, the budget would have capped those increases at a 15% increase. I think it is really important that members in this place do all they can to help business owners pick through the complexities of the business rate system. It is a complicated system. It has many different reliefs, and there's a difference both between the tax rates that are paid, the relief that is applied, and the rateable value of the property. Of course, it is the case that some businesses are seeing their rateable values increase as we unwind from the pandemic, but that's precisely why the government came forward with the package of support that it did at the budget.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The hospitality and leisure sector in Liverpool is one of the largest employers and contributes quite significantly to the local economy. However, it is facing significant challenges at the moment, with the average hospitality business now facing an increase of over 48,000 in business rates over the next 3 years.
double the national average and a serious threat to sustainability. And this is compounded by 20% VAT rate, one of the highest in Europe, compared with Germany, which has reinstated 7% to support its sector. So can the Minister explain what targeted support will be provided to safeguard jobs, prevent closures and redundancies in the hospitality and leisure sector in Liverpool? And will he come to Liverpool to speak to the business owners, please? Thank you.
I like to make sure when I'm up for Labour Party conference, to enjoy the pubs and the hospitality that is available in Liverpool. It is a fantastic and a vibrant city, and I know that the constituencies and the areas in the middle of the city have some of the highest number of pubs and hospitality businesses in the country. And she, like I, will really value those businesses, the work that the business owners do, and of course the work that the employees do, working what can be quite tough and demanding jobs. And precisely because we want to support hospitality, that is why the government at the budget redesigned the transitional relief scheme so that it applies with the 40% reduction as the baseline, rather than unwinding the support in full as the previous government would have done overnight. We also said at the budget that we'll be appointing a retail, hospitality and leisure envoy, and I look forward to that announcement in due course.
Can I just help a little bit? We're going to run this for an hour from the start, so 4:40. The Minister can help members get in. That will be really useful. Monica Harding.
Mr Speaker, perhaps the Prime Minister on his much heralded cost of living tour might like to come and visit the pubs and cafes of my constituency in East and Walton if they let him in, who are being squeezed to breaking point by this government, while constituents watch their wallets because of tax rises. Hospitality venues are the lifeblood of my high street and create the jobs we need for young people. So will the government act now by fully using business rates relief and introducing an emergency VAT cut for hospitality to protect jobs, pubs, restaurants and the lifeblood of my
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One of the things that the government is doing to support businesses up and down the country is to bring back economic stability. We've had interest rates cut 6 times under this government, which will reduce borrowing costs for businesses small and large, and we're doing all we can to boost living standards, Mr Speaker, so that people have got more money in their pockets to spend in hospitality businesses. We've seen faster increases in wages in the first year of this government than we did in the whole first 10 years under the Conservatives.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I do find it a bit rich from the party opposite to be raising this issue after around 7,000 pubs and bars closed under their watch. So it's very rich, and that is felt in places like Blackpool and across the country. But will the Minister continue to engage with the hospitality sector, for UK hospitality and other small businesses, to ensure that we get this right? Because many are struggling after 14 years of the party opposite, but especially after COVID, and we need to support our high streets that have been forgotten about for far too long. Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question and for his engagement on this important issue and the work that he does on the APPG. And yes, the government will continue to engage with sector bodies like UK hospitality and on this and other important matters that are important for the hospitality industry.
Mark Pritchard.
The Minister doesn't have to defect to reform to get a pint. And I'm very happy to show him round Shropshire pubs and all the pubs that are in the villages and in the market towns. And I'll show him that pubs are not just about having non-alcoholic and alcoholic drinks. They lie at the very heart, often, of village communities, where local charities, the WI, pensioner groups, whatever it might be, meet there because the post office is closed or the shop is closed. So can I genuinely invite the Minister to get out of London, get out of the Beltway, out of the bubble, come to Shropshire? He won't be allowed in, of course, but I can bring him a pint outside when the warmer weather comes. But genuinely, I've appealed to the Minister, join me in Shropshire and hear firsthand what pub landlords and owners have to say.
Last orders. Come on, Minister.
I don't quite know what the current government position is on whether or not pubs are allowed to have takeaway pints, but I would hope that they would be allowed in Shropshire if I were to visit. But in my constituency, Mr Speaker, North London, I have around 30 pubs, and I have many conversations with publicans, both locally and in my role as Exchequer Secretary.
Thank
you, Mr Speaker. I refer to my register of interest and my chairship of the APPG for beer.
Will the Minister accept that pubs are anchor employers on our high streets? And will he please ask the Chancellor to expedite a package of rate relief and duty reduction aimed specifically at sustaining these really important jobs in hospitality?
Minister.
I would strongly agree with my honourable friend that pubs are important anchor institutions. I know that she cares deeply about the businesses in her constituency and is a strong representative for them. You know, under the previous government, we saw more than one pub closing every single day, 7,000 fewer pubs in our communities. This government will do all it can to continue to support publicans and those institutions that are a lifeblood of communities up and down the country.
Richard Tice.
Mr. Speaker, an absolute shambolic, chaotic furore around this business rates since the budget. When will the Minister do the right thing and confirm to the House exactly when we're going to get some clarity on these changes? And is he aware just how despairing businesses are in my constituency of Boston and Skegness and around the country because of the uncertainty, the increased costs? And is he aware that they're reducing opening hours, reducing employ hours, and will he do the decent thing and apologise?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't sure whether the what the honourable member was referring to when he said it was shambolic, chaotic, and there was a furore. It's probably his own party that wouldn't be able to run anything in any brewery, let alone a whole country, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I gently say to the Minister, when he says it's job of MPs to help publicans and hospitalities understand the system, they do understand. Their frustration doesn't come from not understanding the help but actually the system they're working in. And several things can be true at once. It is true that there is a permanently lower rate. It is true there is a £4 billion worth of package to soften the blow for those that have increased business rates. But it's also true that when that goes away, breweries like Titanic Brewery in Stoke-on-Trent will have an overall business rate increase of 130%, with some of their venues seeing 400% increases. So is the Minister able to set out what specific support they can look forward to in the next 3 years? Or can he give them clarity about what they need to budget for? Because as a result of these changes, some pubs will close around this country, and we need to avoid that.
Minister.
I would totally agree with my honourable friend that we do need to avoid the situation that we saw in the last 14 years, where we had 7,000 pubs closing under the Conservatives, around 4,000 closed in the first 5 years when the Lib Dems were in coalition with them. This government will do all we can to support pubs, hospitality and our high streets, Mr. Speaker. That is why we set out a really strong set of proposals at the budget, those that he mentions, including the £4.3 billion of support.
Sir Bernard.
Mr. Speaker, when is a U-turn not a U-turn? And I would suggest it is when the government realises it's made a terrible mistake, briefs that it's going to change the policy, and then sends a minister to this House to explain that nothing's changing at all. Does he realise how much despair people are feeling? And this isn't a problem of a transition. This is a fundamental flaw in the whole concept of business rates that hits the smallest businesses the hardest. And what there needs to be is our policy, which is to leave this transition permanently in place, this rates relief permanently in place, until there is a new system that exempts the smaller businesses from this punitive tax.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite had 14 years to implement significant reforms to the business rate system. They could have changed the system with significant underlying reforms to mean that the tax rate paid by high street businesses was lower than the tax rate paid by the largest businesses, but they didn't. So I don't think we can trust a word they say when it comes to reform to the business rate system. They didn't take the opportunity when they had their chance. It's easy to say things. Instead, on this side of the government, we are getting on with doing the job of reforming and improving our business rate system.
Emma Lewell. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank my honourable friend for his engagement so far on this issue. It will come as no surprise to him that a cut to VAT and the maximum 20p discount for business rates applied across hospitality, not just pubs, is what is needed. Because nobody wants to drink in a pub surrounded by boarded-up cafes, restaurants and B&Bs. Can I urge the government to act quickly and as a gesture of their intent, withdraw the statutory instrument that enforces the much lower 5p business rate discounts this April? Minister.
I want to thank my honourable friend for her sustained and important engagement and advocacy, Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the businesses in her constituency on the high streets, both hospitality, cafes, pubs and the independent shops. She has explained to me really clearly the impact of various changes that previous governments and this government have announced on the businesses in her constituency, and I will continue to engage with her and other strong advocates of the hospitality industry on this and other important issues that affect our high streets.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government has already imposed additional employment costs on our small and high street businesses, and they're still struggling with sky-high energy costs that the government have yet to alleviate. And now we have these massive increases in business rates. Is there anything at all that the Minister can say at the dispatch box today that will give hope to our small and medium businesses on our high streets that are wondering whether they can continue, or to our entrepreneurs who are wondering if they can get started?
Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government backs small businesses and backs our high streets. We want to do all we can to continue to support businesses up and down this country, Madam Deputy Speaker. That's why we announced significant reforms to business rates at the budget, making sure that we could have a permanently lower multiplier for high street businesses and providing significant support worth £4.3 billion over the coming 3 years.
Janet Derby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Libraries and community centres are central to communities like mine in Lewisham, and they make an excellent contribution to the local areas. I'm wondering if the Minister can say if there are any planned changes to their business rates and how else they can be supported in our local community.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. She is right to highlight the role that libraries and community centres in her constituency and across the country play in providing places for people to socialise, to learn new skills, to grow and develop. I think of the libraries that lots of parents in my constituency take their children to get their first books to read. The reforms to the business rate system that we set in place at the budget will protect any businesses or premises that are seeing large increases in their rateable values, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I'm always happy to have conversations with honourable friends on what other steps more broadly the government could take to support important institutions such as those that she raises.
Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all look forward to whatever it is the government has decided to change here. But can I ask the Minister to look at 2 points? Can he first of all look at when appeals can be made to valuations? At the moment, they have to wait till 1st of April, and that simply isn't giving any confidence to the sector. And can I also ask him to look at wedding venues in particular, who suffered enormously during COVID and are likely, as things stand at the moment, not to benefit from any relief that he's going to announce in the next few weeks?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for raising those points. Yet the process for businesses who are not satisfied with the valuation that was provided by the VO is to go through the check, challenge and appeal process. In my role as the Minister with responsibility for HMRC, I will of course be doing all I can to make sure that the performance of the VO is as good as it can be in terms of helping businesses get through that process. That is really very important, not least given we are seeing the rebound from the pandemic in terms of the values of many businesses across the country.
Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope the Minister will join me in congratulating East Bristol's Lost and Grounded, which has just appeared in the Times' list of the 8 best breweries in Britain. He may recall that just before the budget, I brought another East Bristol brewery, Left-Handed Giant, to meet him and other ministers at number 11, where they made very clear the pressures that were facing the hospitality sector. Can he give me assurances that, as a first step, we need to sort out the revaluation shambles, but can he also make sure that the consideration of a differential rate of VAT, as we see in so many other countries on the continent, is also on the Treasury's radar?
I would, of course, like to join with her in congratulating the brewery in her constituency. I know in Bristol there is a vibrant, small and independent brewery sector, and lots of fantastic places where people can choose to have a drink if they so wish. Just the same as her, I want to make sure that this government does what it can to continue to support businesses like the one that she mentions and those operating up and down the country. One of the things that this government is seeking to do is to make sure that people have got more money in their pocket so they can go out and spend it. That's why I'm really glad that under the first year of this Labour government we saw faster increases in wages than we did in the whole first 10 years under the Conservatives.
John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As well as pubs, hotels and restaurants, is the Minister aware that many grassroots music venues, some of which have never been liable for rates, now face demands for thousands of pounds? The Music Venues Trust has said that these are not bills, they are closure notices. Will he ensure that grassroots music venues are included in any relief that he provides and are recognised as critical creative infrastructure?
Minister.
On the issue of businesses being brought into business rates for the first time, that was something that we considered before the budget, and we have set out at the budget this supporting small businesses scheme. So those businesses that are paying no business rates at the moment but are coming into business rates for the first time will have their increases capped at £800.
Alex Serval.
Thank you. First of all, I want to refer to a register of interest as the co-chair of the Music APPG. Live performance venues, vast majority have got alcohol licences. Many are pubs, but the vast majority are not. In my constituency, Leeds Arena is being dragged into the highest rate of business rates alongside some large multiple retailers. Without live performance venues, we won't have any future Ed Sheerans, any future Darcy Bussells, any future Idris Elbas or Simon Armitages, bringing in the export income that the Treasury Minister desperately needs. Is he considering live performance venues when he's thinking about the changes and not just pubs?
Minister.
My honourable friend is right to raise the importance of live performance venues. They not only support our economy directly through having people visit the venues and enjoy a good night out and a good performance, but Madam Deputy Speaker, they also support the local economy more broadly with people travelling to and from, choosing to go out for a meal before. And I and he do value the contribution that they make to our national life and to our economy.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Business rates in Scotland are, of course, devolved, but businesses, particularly in the hospitality, leisure and retail sectors, are not immune to the impact of these measures as they spread across the United Kingdom and undermine the economy. So can the Minister tell me if there has been any effort to sit down with the Scottish Government ministers to discuss a national strategy and how we can help businesses throughout the United Kingdom?
The honourable member is right, of course, that business rates is a policy that has devolved, and I am in conversation with the governments in Scotland and Wales about a number of changes that were announced at the budget to taxation policy, and I would be happy, of course, to continue those conversations. We do need to make sure that we that we are continuing to support these vital businesses up and down the country, and that is why the Chancellor set out the package of support that she did at the budget.
Tulip Siddiq.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over 20,000 people have rallied round to try and save the local cafes on Hampstead Heath, including the likes of James McAvoy and Benedict Cumberbatch. And I recently spoke to one of the owners, Alfonso, who brought home to me the importance of having local cafes which are affordable and accessible. Could I ask the Minister, as a fellow North London MP, is he going to join the campaign to save the local cafes on Hampstead Heath? And is he going to reassure my constituents that protecting small businesses is at the heart of government policy?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. If I get time and the parking permits in Camden allow, I do like to drive down and have a walk in her constituency. I haven't yet been aware of this campaign, but I look forward to talking more with her about it. I'm sure on a personal level I will do all I can to get my tea and coffee from those relevant establishments.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am speaking to loads of businesses across South Shropshire in the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors, and what they're telling me is the polar opposite of what the Minister is saying from the dispatch box there. And it shows that the government is completely detached from reality. There is a U-turn coming on this, but there are many businesses that are lying awake at night worrying how they're going to get through this. Can the government do it quickly?
Minister.
It is just worth pausing on the fact that, yes, there are some businesses who are set to see increases in their bills, but over half of ratepayers will see their bills either flat or falling in the next year. In part, this is because of the support that the government has provided to businesses that was set out at the budget.
Mary Calify.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Hospitality and leisure businesses in the City of Durham are incredibly concerned about their future. So if we are truly to level the playing field between the high street and online giants, does the Minister agree with me that it's time we show our much loved pubs, cafes, restaurants and hotels the same level of support that distribution warehouses, office blocks and supermarkets are receiving?
We are seeking to give even more support to those businesses than the very largest ones. Under previous governments, it was the case that there would have been the same tax rate for those businesses, but because of the changes that we put forward at the budget, the multiplier within business rates for the smallest businesses on high streets in Durham and across the country is 25% lower than the tax rate that is paid for by the largest businesses. This is the first significant fundamental reform to the underlying tax rates in business rate system in a very long time, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Businesses right across the United Kingdom are failing, especially small businesses, whether it's in retail, hospitality or pubs. And that's in no small part to action of government, increased taxes, increased energy prices and increased regulation. And rates play a big part in that. Can the Minister assure us that if there is to be further additional money to give support, that will be ring-fenced and not given to the devolved administration in Northern Ireland, where the Sinn Féin Minister has simply taken the money but spent it on something else?
Minister.
The honourable member raised the issue of small businesses, and it is worth noting, Madam Deputy Speaker, that a third of properties pay no business rates at all, as they receive 100% small business rates relief, and a further 85,000 benefit from reduced bills as this support tapers away.
Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hospitality is the UK's third largest employer. When the sector is hit, jobs are affected at scale. Pubs sit at the heart of the hospitality industry. In Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr, we have 136 great pubs employing more than 1,100 people across the constituency, including the Eagles in Acrevaya, where my wife used to work behind the bar, and the Brilliant Hand in Llanarmon and Ceiriog. What steps is the Minister taking to support jobs in the hospitality sector?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I must say I'm very jealous that he has over 100 pubs in his constituency. I only have 27 in mine, and I haven't made it round all of them yet. He is right to highlight the importance of employment and job opportunities that can be provided by the hospitality sector, with around 2 million people working in it. We know that the sector can be the first job for many people and help them get their foot on the career ladder and progress in their careers too. That is why the government provided significant support for hospitality and for businesses at the budget, and it's why I will continue to engage with my honourable friend and members on the issue of business rates and on other matters where we can support our high streets.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Retail, hospitality and leisure businesses are at the heart of my constituency of Waveney Valley, and yet family-run village pubs such as the Blue Boar in Walsham Le Willows are facing significant increases in business rates from this April. So if the Minister does recognise that the current system is failing businesses, then when will he commit to meaningful reform and action, including giving local authorities greater powers to support socially and economically essential local businesses, as village pubs in rural areas undoubtedly are?
Minister.
I would be happy to talk further with the honourable member about any changes that we can make to give councils more powers in line with the issue that he raises. That isn't one that's crossed my desk before, but I would be happy to receive some correspondence on that topic.
Sarah Edwards.
2 weeks ago, I held a round table just for hospitality businesses in Tamworth to discuss the broken business rates system. And I wrote to the department with their preferences for support. The rates are crippling, and they have asked me to ask the Minister when reform is coming and how they will receive support in the interim of the reforms coming through, which is essential for my constituency and our businesses.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question and for the engagement that she has carried out with the businesses in her constituency as a strong representative of the businesses and the people in Tamworth. The government did set out some significant reforms at the budget in terms of lowering the tax rate that's paid by businesses on our high street. We lowered it by 5p compared to where it would have otherwise been. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, that means that the tax rate paid by businesses on our high street is a quarter lower than it is for the very largest businesses that can afford higher taxes. And that's why we rebalanced the system with £1 billion extra tax revenue from those largest businesses and transferred that to businesses on the high street in her constituency and across the country.
Mike Ward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the tables the Minister refers to shows that the median rateable value for pubs and wine bars is increasing by 1/3. Now, he visited the Prince of Wales to help them reopen last spring. Their rateable value is going up from £49,200 to £62,500, the pub in his constituency. So that's pushing them into the higher band and higher bills. So when we do have the inevitable U-turn, will the Minister make sure that it genuinely does deliver lower business rates, not just for the Prince of Wales in his constituency, but for all hospitality venues around the country?
I thank the honourable member for giving me a chance to talk about the Prince of Wales in my constituency. It is a fantastic pub, which I'm glad that me and colleagues in the local Barnet Council were able to save. I was there just a couple of weeks back after a canvassing session out on the doorsteps. He is right to point out that there are some pubs who are seeing increases in their rateable values as a result of the unwind from the pandemic, and that is precisely why we've come forward with the support that we have, capping the increases in business rates bills in this and in subsequent years. And in general, the point around pubs being at the heart of our communities is totally true. The Prince of Wales in East Barnet, the Griffin in Whetstone, I could go on, there's some fantastic pubs in Chipping Barnet, and I'm sure in his constituency too.
Simon Urfer.
Thank you. I'm just a little bit surprised by the mock rage coming from the benches opposite when actually over the last decade and a half absolutely thousands of pubs have closed. So can I also thank the Minister from the Stroud publicans to agree to review this system so that we can get a really practical solution for pubs? And can I confirm that all business rates, including those on the high streets, will be reviewed so we can have a proper level playing field with the out-of-town institutions? Thank you.
Minister.
It is really important that we level the playing field between the business rates paid by the high streets in Stroud and his constituency, which he is a strong and active representative of, and the business rates paid by the largest online retailers and those with warehouses and distribution centres. That's why at the budget we implemented those reforms to rebalance the system through a lower tax rate on those high street businesses and a higher one on those who can afford it. And I thank him for raising the point that members opposite want to keep dodging, which is that on their watch, 7,000 pubs closed, across the country, hollowing out our communities and making our high streets and our places where we live less vibrant and less sociable.
David Reed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've heard from many struggling businesses across my constituency of Exmouth and Exeter East about the increasing pressures that they're facing. Now, just to give one example, under the government's original plan, a small independent shop in Exmouth would have seen rateable values rise by about 50%, wiping out the benefits of the lower small business multiplier, stripping it of eligibility for relief and leaving it facing extra costs of around £600 a month. Now, does the Minister understand how damaging this is for business confidence and viability? And can you please set out a timeline for when these types of small businesses can expect to receive support?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think one of the challenges with the questions that I'm getting today from the members opposite is that they seem to be suggesting that the government shouldn't have gone ahead at all with the post-pandemic revaluations. They were revaluations that were set in train by the previous government, and I don't know about the honourable member, but I think that if there are businesses in his constituency or in my own that have seen a decrease in their rateable value since the pandemic for whatever reason, that it would be right for the system to be updated to reflect the post-pandemic values. That's what we've done, and he cites a particular example. Of course, there will be businesses that are seeing increases in their rateable values, and that's precisely why we have stepped in with the £4.3 billion of transitional support that the Chancellor announced at the budget last year.
Jonathan Davies.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the assurance that half of businesses will see their business rates flat or falling, and that's even after the end of the COVID-era support and the post-pandemic review initiated by the previous government. But I wonder if I could put on his radar research by the Music Venues Trust, which estimates 600 grassroots music venues may see quite significant rises, and that's probably because of the valuation. Significant areas are backstage, are dedicated to production or performance and can't be used by for revenue-raising purposes. So will you meet with me and representatives from the sector so that we can understand this better together?
Minister.
I thank him for raising this issue, and there's something else here too, which is that many grassroots music venues are valued as pubs. There are some intricacies and complexities within the business rate system that mean that it is important when we think of pubs to also think of the grassroots music venues up and down the country, and to provide support to them and to other businesses. That's why the government stepped in with the £4.3 billion of transitional protection, that over £2 billion of which will be in place this year, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker. About the budget and the impact on their business rates bills. Last week, the Business Secretary said there was no way the government could have known about the impact of their decisions, but the Valuation Office then confirmed that they had told the government and ministers about the impact of their decisions, which I think the Minister has confirmed. He's also confirmed that that data was easily accessible. So why did this happen? Was it willful ignorance, or was it incompetence, or did they just go ahead anyway?
Minister.
I'm glad that the honourable member was able to ask the exact same question that the Shadow Chancellor did. I am not going to comment on the policy-making process in the run-up to the budget.
Jessica Turl.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Most fair-minded businesses would recognise that COVID-era subsidies couldn't last forever, yet many in hospitality, including in my Bournemouth West constituency, are worried about what bill will come through for their rates in April. So can the Minister reassure these businesses and outline what transitional support we're putting in place in the short term and how we're reforming rates in the long term?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question and for her continued representation for the small businesses in her constituency in Bournemouth, where I know there is a vibrant and growing hospitality and leisure sector. We have implemented reforms to the system to rebalance business rates away from the high street and towards the online giants, and I look forward to continuing to engage with her and other members of Parliament on business rates and on other issues and other steps that this government can take to continue to support the high street and businesses in her constituency.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning I met with Rowley May, the landlord of the Russell Arms pub in Butler's Cross. Members of the government may recognise that it's the closest pub to Chequers, where they can drown their sorrows after an audience with the Prime Minister. That pub has seen a £17,500 business rates increase. I have heard similar horror stories from pubs like the Cock and Rabbit in the Lee and the Dinton Hermit in Ford and many others. Will the Minister at least accept that there is no more money to squeeze out of pubs that are absolutely on the brink of financial catastrophe under this government?
Minister.
This government does understand the pressures that hospitality businesses and pubs in particular are facing. One of those pressures that I've heard about very clearly is the fact that under the previous government, because they didn't invest in our energy security, because they didn't invest in making sure that businesses and families could have lower energy bills and certainty for their energy bills in the future, they saw their energy bills surge. In 2022, we saw inflation hit 11% under the previous government. And it's things like that that have made it difficult for small businesses up and down the country.
Aaron Paffey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we all know that we are where we are precisely because of the disastrous legacy that we were left by the party opposite, who made unfunded promise after unfunded promise. So I do welcome the Minister's reassurance around transitional relief and the caps on those increases, but cafes and small businesses and hospitality in Southampton are not just concerned still about the future, they are concerned about the now. So what is the message that the Minister would give for them that this government is pro-business and does have their back?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and when it comes to support for businesses, we are making sure that we bring back economic stability to this country with 6 interest rates cuts which reduce the cost of borrowing for businesses and for households. The economic stability that we provided have meant that wages have gone up faster in the first year of this government than they did in the whole first 10 years of the previous government. We are supporting people with the cost of living up and down the country, and we are providing stability in the corporation tax system for businesses, keeping it at the lowest rate in the G7 as a part of our commitment to our corporate tax roadmap, Madam Deputy Speaker.
With a final question, Shaka Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the worst things for business owners in my constituency of Leicester South is the unpredictability of running a business. They need to know, and it's simply killing them. They already have to deal with poor parking, a rise in antisocial behaviour, rise in national insurance contribution, rise in business wages costs, energy costs. Now they thought they were going to have a reduction in business rate, possibly they're going to have a rise in business rate. Can the Minister from the dispatch box alleviate their fears and put them out of their misery? What is it going to be? Is it going to rise or is it going to stay the same?
Minister.
We do want to provide stability in our taxation system, Madam Deputy Speaker, and one of the things that the government is seeking to do in the coming years is to continue to have economic stability, something which was lacking for so long under the previous government. That's why we're focusing on getting government borrowing down in every year of the forecast, and it will fall faster in this country than in any other G7 economy. And when it comes to business rates, the reforms that we set out the budget will rebalance the system to provide a permanently lower tax rate, the multiplier for those small businesses on the high street.
And that concludes the urgent question. We'll now give a few moments for the front benches to swap over before we start the next urgent question.
Thanks, Judith.
We'll now begin the urgent question. Shadow Foreign Secretary, Dame Priti Patel.
Deputy Speaker, to ask the Secretary of State for the FCDO if she'll make a statement on the British government's response to the brutal crackdown on the protests by the Iranian regime.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the United Kingdom condemns, in the strongest of terms, the horrendous killing of Iranian protesters and the most brutal and bloody repression against public protest in Iran for at least 13 years. The Iranian authorities must immediately end the abhorrent killings, and uphold the human rights and fundamental freedoms of Iran's citizens, including the rights to freedom of expression, to seek, receive and impart information, and the freedom of association and peaceful assembly, without fear of reprisal. The Iranian security forces must be held accountable for the deliberate use of violence that has claimed thousands of lives. On the 13th of January, the Foreign Secretary was clear in her statement to this House and delivered that message directly to the Iranian Foreign Minister. The Prime Minister has issued a joint statement alongside the Chancellor of Germany and the President of France. On the 15th of January, alongside our G7 partners, we strongly condemned Iran and announced our readiness to oppose additional restrictive measures if Iran continues to crack down on protests and dissent in violation of their international human rights obligations. We publicly called out Iran's crackdown at the UN Security Council meeting on the 15th of January, and we have now secured a special session of the Human Rights Council in Geneva, which will take place on the 23rd of January. On the 13th of January, I summoned the Iranian ambassador to underline the gravity of this moment and to call on Iran to answer for the horrific reports that we have heard. On the 1st of October, Madam Deputy Speaker, alongside our E3 partners, France and Germany, the UK implemented snapback in full by reinstating the 6 previously terminated United Nations sanctions resolutions on Iran. We're going further by bringing forward legislation to implement more sectoral measures. We have already designated key players in Iran's oil, energy, nuclear and financial systems, and further measures will target finance, energy, transport and other significant industries. We will continue to work with the European Union and our other partners to explore what additional measures might be needed in response to these most recent developments.
Shadow Foreign Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, since last week's statement, we're seeing more information about the horrific brutality the despotic regime in Tehran has inflicted and the bloodshed they are responsible for against their own citizens. Reports from medics in country are saying that the figure could be as high as 18,000 men, women and children dead, slaughtered in cold blood. Reports also suggest that up to 360,000 people could be injured, with those wounded left dying due to shortages of blood in hospital. This is an affront to humanity, and there must be accountability, including for the use of execution show trials. The regime is one of the most consistently vile and brutal in the world, and the government cannot stand by, and we need to understand what more they are doing in response to the latest barbaric revelations and actions. So what is the government's assessment of the numbers killed and injured and the brutal tactics used by the regime? What do they make of reports that the regime may have used chemical weapons in the recent attacks on its own civilians? What assessment has been undertaken of those imprisoned and being tortured? The principal victims of this vile regime are the Iranian people themselves. What did their ambassador say when he was summoned last week at the Foreign Office? And what did their foreign minister say when he was called by the Foreign Secretary? Once again, Madam Deputy Speaker, protesters in Iran seek freedom from tyranny, and the response from the West just has been shameful as Iranians have been slaughtered. Iran continues to pose a threat to us all and our interests with their sponsoring of terrorism and their nuclear program. The US State Department remarked on Saturday that it had heard reports that the Islamic Republic is preparing options to target American bases. Given that Britain has many joint military bases with the US in the region, what is being done to secure those assets? What is the latest assessment on Iran's nuclear enrichment program and ballistic missile capability? And what is being done to strip Iran of those weapons? And with phase 2 of the Gaza peace plan being implemented, what is being done to stop Iranians' sponsorship of Hamas and other terrorist groups undermining the efforts to secure peace in the region? This is not a time to be timid, as the response to these continued atrocities continues to be shamefully muted.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady asks important questions. Let me turn first off to the question of numbers. I do not want to give the House an artificial sense of precision when the internet remains restricted since the 8th of January. There clearly have been many deaths. We believe them to be in their thousands. We will not put a more precise figure on it at this time, because to do so would be at risk of misleading the House that we have a more precise picture than we do. That does not in any way take away from the strength of our condemnation. A variety of rationales have been provided by the Iranian regime, both in private and in public. They have claimed that they were responding to armed protesters. They have complained that others are seeking to interfere in their internal affairs. Let me be absolutely clear. There is no excuse for the scale of bloodshed that we have seen in relation to these protests. And it is not to seek to interfere in Iran's internal affairs to say that those protesters have rights, rights of assembly, rights to protest, and rights to have their internet turned back on.
Chair of the Select Committee, Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know that the Minister shares with me, and probably most of the House, a deep affection for the Iranian people, for their beautiful country and their extraordinary culture, which makes the killing that we have seen, the terrible violence that we have seen, even worse than we could possibly imagine. But the question I want to ask the Minister is this: can he give the House confidence that Britain and the international community will not now abandon the Iranian people out of geopolitical expediency?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we will not. The Iranian people, as I said in my answer to the Shadow Foreign Secretary, have rights. They are rights that we hold dear in this place. They are rights we hold dear in this country, and we will continue to press these points with the Iranian regime.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the Foreign Secretary's statement last week, Ayatollah Khamenei has confirmed the death of thousands of protesters. Yet he has again deflected responsibility for the brutal crackdown by his regime. The Foreign Secretary told the House last week that sanctions against the leaders of the regime and the prescription of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps relied upon new legislation or instruments. We have waited too long for this. Will the Minister today give the House a date by which this will be introduced? Can the Minister give an update on internet connectivity? What is the UK doing with our partners to help restore internet access so that people in Iran can communicate and so that evidence can be gathered to hold the regime to account? And finally, what dialogue have ministers or officials had since last week about the Liberal Democrat proposal to pursue through the United Nations an International Criminal Court investigation into crimes against humanity perpetrated by the regime?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure my Liberal Democrat colleague knows that the processes of the ICC are independent of the decisions of ministers here, and rightly so. Turning to his other questions, Madam Deputy Speaker, you will know better than anyone. I won't presume to dictate dates in which the House might pass legislation. I can confirm that we are progressing that legislation at pace. I'd just like to say a little bit about the impact of the sanctions that we have introduced, including most recently. I know the House is aware that we now have over 550 sanctions on Iran. Most recently, in October, we sanctioned the IRGC financier Ali Ansari. As an indication of the scale and the efficacy of our sanction regime, I'm pleased to confirm to the House that has led to the freezing of over £100 million worth in UK property. There is exposure from Iran to the UK, and we will take every step required.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We must not be indifferent to the pleas of the Iranian people. What we're seeing is absolutely horrific, and I welcome sanctions, but we have to be honest. Sanctions are unlikely to change the behaviour of this brutal, murderous regime. The people of Iran are fighting for their freedom. It's possible that the US may still intervene. And can he reassure me that the UK government is thinking about how it can offer meaningful support to the people in Iran who are fighting for their freedom?
Yeah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've set out the position that we are taking in relation to these issues. I would not wish to give the impression to the House that those protesters are not at risk. Clearly they are, and we've seen the devastating consequences of regime behaviour in the most recent days. We will do everything that we can to ensure that the rights of those protesters are protected, and we're discussing closely with our allies what steps we can take.
Sir David Davies.
This despicable regime that goes in for state terrorism both at home and abroad. Its principal instrument of its terrorism abroad is the IRGC, This is now the 6th time I've called on Prime Ministers and Ministers. When are we going to proscribe the IRGC? The excuse historically given is we want to keep our embassy open. It's now shut, demonstrating quite how futile this argument is. When are we going to proscribe this terrorist organisation?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to be clear about the status of our embassy in Tehran. While it is true that we have withdrawn our staff, we have not closed our embassy. I expect that the embassy will be fully functional again soon, I hope, with some of this behind us. The questions around the IRGC, which I know the Right Honourable Gentleman has raised on a number of occasions, as have others in the House. We conducted the Jonathan Hall review. Jonathan Hall found that it is important that we have a tool that is focused on the particularities of the threats from Iran and the IRGC. That is a different threat from that which emanates from a simple terrorist group, if I may use that language. We're committed to taking forward those recommendations through the creation of a straight threats prescription-like tool, and we'll be coming back for parliamentary time to do that.
Dame Annalise Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Chillingly, the head of the Iranian judiciary has publicly called for the acceleration of executions of protesters. The killing in Iran is not stopping. Last week, when the Foreign Secretary talked of further sanctions and sectoral measures, she linked those to the nuclear industry. Can I please ask the Minister now to confirm that the UK will be seeking to go further than sanctions applied in relation to nuclear issues, to also seek to impose them on human rights grounds for those who have been linked with this brutal Iranian regime? Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I pay tribute to my right honourable friend who's got considerable experience in these matters. She is right to differentiate between the snapback-related sanctions, which are in progress and which the Shadow Foreign Secretary and I have corresponded on recently. We are also, I can confirm, separately considering human rights sanctions in relation to the abuses that we've seen.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think many of us will have read the reports in the Sunday Times yesterday, which detailed about how IRGC forces burnt alive so many, machine gunned down so many, and this isn't happening in just one town or one city, but right across Iran. We have very few levers in this country to make a difference, but one of them is to prescribe the IRGC. Please, Minister, just do it and make some small difference to send a clear message and make the Iranian people understand that we stand with them.
Madam Deputy, I don't have a great deal to add to the answer I've already given to the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite, but I would say we are under no illusions about the threat that the IRGC pose. The Right Honourable Gentleman talks about what they are doing in Iran. Nobody on this side of the House has lost track of the fact that there have also been more than 20 plots linked to Iran, linked to the IRGC in this country as well. That is why it's so important to us that we have a tool focused on the particularities of a state-based threat rather than treating them just as terrorists.
James Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The world has been appalled by the scenes of bloodshed that we have seen. Can I ask the Minister to outline what discussions the government is having with our G7 colleagues and European colleagues to make sure that we send out a united message of condemnation and a common demand for the rights of the Iranian people to be respected?
Minister.
I can confirm to the House that both the Foreign Secretary and I have been in extensive discussions over the last few days, and I expect those to continue this week, including at Davos.
Monica Harding.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Iranian government is massacring civilians. Brave and young protesters are risking their lives for freedom and dignity against a violent and corrupt regime, and the Minister has spoken about the thousands that we fear have lost their lives, and the Times are reporting that up to 16,000 people may have died, and this in darkness, in an age when we can see news as it happens in the palm of our hands. We see nothing because of the internet crackdown. So what is the government doing to support internet access across Iran so that we can collect evidence to hold the perpetrators to account for this brutality? Mr.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady asks important questions. We are working with our allies and we continue to press the Iranians, both in public and in private. They must restore internet access.
Jim Chionwara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The brutal regime in Iran has destroyed so many lives, and as a woman and as a feminist, I want to pay particular tribute to the brave women of Iran fighting for their freedom against such odds. They were promised support by President Trump. Can the Minister say what form that support may take and what involvement the UK may or may not have, and whether it is dependent on executions taking place? And on the technical front, can he write to me in my role as the chair of the Technology Select Committee and explain exactly how the Iranian regime was able to turn off access to the internet? Do they have some switch somewhere? And what, with our unique technical expertise, the UK is doing to address that?
I just want to join with the Honourable Lady in her comments about the bravery of the protesters. I'm sure we've all seen pictures of incredibly courageous protesters, often young women, showing defiance against a regime clearly deeply intent on not only stopping the protests but silencing the voices and ensuring that nobody can see them. They are admirable people asserting their rights. It is clearly an inalienable right of the Iranian people to be able to protest, and that is what we want to see. I am happy to write to the Honourable Lady, though I will, for reasons she understands, not be able to delve too deeply into technical questions where they are sensitive.
David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the Minister's Department assess that the Iranian regime can come back from this and go into a position of strength? And if so, does he assess that the sanctions packages that are being put forward now are enough to limit that from happening?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to set out our position on the future of Iran. That is clearly a matter for the Iranian people. What we are pressing, what we are focused on, is the Iranian authorities ensuring their people can exercise their right to peaceful protest. What happens next is clearly a question for the Iranian people, not for London, not for Washington, but for the Iranian people themselves. That is a message we have delivered consistently to the Iranian regime. They are saying otherwise, publicly particularly, and I'm grateful for him giving me the opportunity to set that out from the dispatch box so clearly.
David Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Trump administration initially indicated that they would protect protesters when they came out, and came out they have done. Droves have come out, but of course, as many others have indicated, there are thousands upon thousands who are now being killed. I know we worry about outside interference, but if you listen to a lot of these protesters, they are of course actually demanding some help from outside. And I don't want to be standing, I'm sure the rest of us don't want to be standing here in a few years' time where we look back and we think, what if, given that we've just gone through the Syria civil war where 500,000 died when a simple, well not simple, but a straightforward no-fly zone could have protected them from being killed. So could I urge ministers to keep absolutely everything on the table and to talk to partners about what possible ways we might be able to degrade the IRGC's abilities to be killing thousands of protesters, because I don't think it's going to stop.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his continued commitment to these issues and indeed to those in Syria, which he's been engaged in for some time. As I said earlier, we are deeply concerned about the use of violence against protesters. We strongly condemn the killings of protesters, and they must be able to exercise their right to peaceful protest without fear of reprisal.
Alicia Kearns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are reports the US is planning airstrikes or action in Iran. Following the US's last airstrikes in Iran, in response they fired rockets at Al Udeid air base in Qatar. Now that is co-located, that base, which is recently partly evacuated, with the prison in Qatar, where Matthew Pascoe is being detained. So can the government please advise the House what they are doing to make sure that Matthew Pascoe will be safe and any British nationals who may be in the nearby area, but also what is being done to ensure the safety of the Foreman's who continue to be held in Evin prison. And we know in the past that Iranians often will seek to overthrow the prisons rightly because of all those who are being held unjustly there.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady asked a series of important questions. On our general posture in the region, I don't want to comment in great detail about force protection questions in relation to our bases, though I'm sure she'll be aware of reports. We're working closely with our American counterparts on those questions. In relation to those detained, both the Foreman's and others, I can confirm I've been in touch with the families. They're very much at the foremost of our minds and must, however, draw the House and the public's attention to our travel advice. With the embassy withdrawn, there is a limit to what can be done. We cannot offer a full consular package of assistance in Iran. This is a fast-moving situation. We try to keep our travel advice as up-to-date as possible to reflect the very latest developments.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For almost 50 years, Iranians have found refuge in the UK, and many have made their homes in West London. One wrote to me saying that even after 20 years, Iran still runs through his veins. So could the Minister outline how the government is working with the Iranian diaspora in the UK to provide support and reassurance to them and also to their families still in Iran? Thank you.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know how many families in the UK will feel very personally affected by developments in Iran. Of course, where there are consular-related questions, that is very much on our minds, both dual nationals and mono-nationals. In relation to wider community concerns, I'm afraid it's a question for MHCLG.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My British Iranian residents are deeply worried about their families, and the Minister has said that he hopes the embassy will reopen soon, but time isn't on the side of the Iranian people. So when is soon likely to be, and how quickly should we be expecting the prescription of the IRCG?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't want to sound evasive either about the delicate decisions that we need to make about posture across the region or indeed about parliamentary time, but I'm afraid I'm not able to be drawn any further on either.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The last few weeks I've been inundated with communication from constituents who are part of the Iranian diaspora. It is very difficult to convey the extent of their agony about the lack of contact with their family and the fear that they feel for their loved ones. They have said to me they really want to see the strongest possible action on sanctions, and they want to see the fastest possible progress on prescribing the IRGC. I've listened carefully to what the Minister had to say about the particularities of state-backed terror. I would ask him now to set out in some more detail about why he believes that that will take some further time in order that we can actually tackle this vile state-backed terror that is affecting us all so much.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend both for the question and I know the care she puts into these issues in her constituency. The Jonathan Hall review sets out some of the reasons why, in his view, a state-focused prescription-like tool is necessary. We accept those recommendations and we intend to legislate.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There appears, and in fact there is, a shared horror across the chamber at the killing of protesters in Iran, just as there is a shared condemnation of this brutal regime, just as it appears that there is a shared view that the IRGC should be prescribed. Now, I've listened carefully to the Minister's answers, but I would gently suggest to him that he has a consensus, and he should use that consensus to prescribe the IRGC as soon as possible to send that clear message to the Iranian people that we stand with them.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman's points are well noted. Just for the clarity of the House, the legislation will be Home Office rather than Foreign Office legislation, but I'll certainly pass on the strength of his feeling to the Security Minister.
Alex Serval.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard is undertaking and leading, actually, the brutal repression and murder of so many Iranians fighting for their freedom. But we know that the IRGC used 2 registered cryptocurrency exchanges to move approximately $1 billion since 2023, evading international sanctions. ZSX and ZCON routed funds between IRGC-controlled wallets, offshore intermediaries and Iranian crypto companies. What's the government doing to ensure that the IRGC cannot be funding this brutal crackdown through British-based companies?
Minister.
If my honourable friend writes to me, I'm happy to provide a more detailed answer in writing, but clearly our sanctions regime is wide-ranging and any British companies would need to be taking very careful attention to it. It sounds, on the face of it, like this would not be consistent with our arrangements, but please, if you write to me, then I'll respond.
Dr. Andrew Merriton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister and I share a dubious distinction, that is, having summoned Iranian ambassadors, but does not agree with me whether it's Ambassador Mousavi or Ahmadinejad or Abbas Araghchi. It doesn't really matter because they're not the problem. The problem is the IRGC and its constituent parts. And will he accept that Jonathan Hall KC's review is not particularly controversial? He makes recommendations that would effectively get around the problem he has around prescription of state actors. There's cross-party agreement, and agreement right across this House that would get this measure through in a day. And it's not as if we don't have enough time, as today's cancellation of business has shown.
Minister.
I'm wounded, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the comparison to be dubious. On time, I would gently say to my predecessor that there was rather a lot of time. Glad to see the Foreign Secretary in his place. There was rather a lot of time over the last 14 years to pass these things, but we've done the whole review and we're committed to implementing it.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the brutal regime in Iran is well known to be attacking its own people at home, but it also poses one of the largest credible threats to Jewish people here in the UK. And as the regime is currently blaming Israelis and Jews and Zionists for being responsible for the protests, can the Minister set out what discussions are happening across government to make sure that those proxies and agents that we know are in the UK are being monitored to make sure that the Jewish population in the UK don't feel the backlash as a result of the protests in Iran?
Minister.
I have said repeatedly in no uncertain terms, as has the Foreign Secretary, to our Iranian counterparts, that any threat in the UK to British people of any faith or denomination in any building, and indeed any other diplomatic premises in the UK, will be treated with the utmost seriousness. I've reiterated that strength of feeling to a range of representatives from the Jewish community in the UK, and I'm happy to reiterate it again from the dispatch box.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Yeah.
Last Tuesday afternoon, President Trump took a short break from attacking America's NATO allies to write on Truth Social the following: Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions, adding, help is on its way. Has the government the faintest idea of what he was talking about?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, US posture and policy towards Iran is, I'm afraid, a matter for the US government.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many in this House are concerned about the malign influence of the Ayatollahs in our own country. There has been dreadful slaughter on the streets of Iran, but curiously little protest on the streets of Britain. What a contrast to the regular protests, sometimes intimidatory to local Jewish people, about the terrible war in Israel and Palestine. Could the aforementioned malign influence explain this?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Home Secretary has said, we are aware of the very considerable concern that the ongoing protests have caused, particularly in places of real sensitivity outside synagogues, etc., and we're taking measures to address it.
Dr. Al Pinkerton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the weekend, I visited several Iranian-owned businesses in my community to show my support and solidarity. And what those business owners told me was that they have relatives inside Iran who are going to extreme and increasingly extreme lengths in order to pick up information from the outside world due to the internet shutdowns, travelling close to the border with Iraq to pick up a mobile phone signal, or travelling across towns in order to connect to the kind of community-owned Starlink network. They expressed their frustration at the lack of activity as they see it from the British government, but also fears that the US government have marched protesters up to the top of the hill and have left them abandoned there. So can I ask the Minister, what coordination has he had with our, if I can still call them this, American allies, about their approach, and are we aligned with them on what we are doing in Iran?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand the degree of anxiety within Iran. The restriction of the internet since the 8th of January is obviously a source of real concern, both to clearly Iranians in Iran to those with family links there, and of course to those few but nonetheless profoundly affected British families who have loved ones detained who are also suffering from these restrictions. As I said earlier, clearly US policy and posture towards Iran is a matter for them, but we are in close consultations and discussions with our American and indeed other counterparts.
David Pinter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I share the Minister's horror at the brutal repression we have seen in Iran. Hendon is home to a large and vibrant Iranian community, and we are all horrified beyond words to see the savage, murderous violence being meted out by the Iranian regime against protesters. But is not the reality that, even when there aren't protests in the street, the regime is engaged in industrial levels of violence against its own people, with executions in Iran more than doubling in the last year alone? Does the Minister agree with me that we must keep up the pressure on the Iranian regime to end this barbarity once and for all and let the Iranian people exercise their fundamental rights?
I do. We've spoken in some detail about the current events in relation to the protesters, but I can also confirm to the House that we oppose any and all executions in Iran, as we do across the world.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As thousands of brave Iranian protesters are slaughtered on the streets of Iran, I was humbled yesterday to speak in front of thousands of wonderful Iranians here in Whitehall. And they asked me to ask the government a simple question. How much more will it take this government to do the right thing and prescribe the terror group, the IRGC, and while they're at it, prescribe the Muslim Brotherhood?
Minister.
I'm grateful to my Lincolnshire colleague for the question. I don't have a great deal more to add on the IRGC discussions that we've already had this afternoon, where the Muslim Brotherhood is a term that covers a whole range of groups, including, of course, depending on how you want to consider it, Hamas itself. Where there is a violent threat to the UK, then we will, of course, take prescription action as necessary.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement, and I condemn the violent oppression of the Iranian people. Will the Minister join me in paying tribute to the work of the BBC World Service and the BBC Persian Service, both in getting free journalism and the truth into that country, and also getting their stories of bravery and courage and suffering out to the wider world?
Minister.
I will. BBC World Service and indeed BBC Persian are a lifeline, as so many other of the World Service channels are, and I pay tribute to the vital work that they do in reporting even amongst the most difficult circumstances.
Sven Opsejekti.
Madam Deputy Speaker. If I may, I just wanted to return to the topic of Craig and Lindsay Foreman. The Minister will obviously be aware that they've now been in prison for over a year and are currently in Evin prison, regarded as the harshest prison in Iran. Since the outbreak of violence in Iran in recent weeks, can he just give us an update in the House as to their medical condition, and can he give us any assurances in terms of the current medical condition and the last time he was informed of their medical condition, whether they are currently still safe?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the honourable gentleman will appreciate I don't want to provide too much personal information to the House, but I can confirm that we have had consular access relatively recently, and I've spoken to the families, I think, twice since the protests began. They're very much at the foremost of my mind.
Jonathan Davies.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. These scenes from Iran are absolutely barbaric, and those executions that we are aware of are an affront to human dignity. But often wherever you look around the world, you see the malign influence of Iran, including here. And our own national security strategy published in June last year highlighted that. So can the Minister assure me that our law enforcement is taking every step possible to manage that risk? And if I may, just following on from the question raised by my honourable friend, the member for Rugby, perhaps he would like to make a contribution to the BBC Charter Review consultation in respect of the very positive work that the BBC is doing in that troubled part of the world.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the question. The Foreign Office obviously has a special relationship with the BBC, given our role in the World Service, which we have talked about already in this session. And I can confirm to the House that law enforcement is making full use of the powers afforded them, including under the National Security Act of 2023, and it's under that Act that there has been recent arrests in May of last year of those associated with potential violence.
Manuela Pertigala.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents have contacted me sick with worry. They have not heard from their loved ones for over a week. And there are reports of tens of thousands of citizens being killed now, but the number could be higher because of the deliberate communication blackout. So this is now an international human rights emergency. Will the government now act faster on the proscription of the IRGC, and will the minister support stronger diplomatic consequences for this brutal regime? Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've discussed the IRGC prescription process, and I don't have very much further to add on the more detailed timing questions she's seeking to press me on. On diplomatic consequences, I've set out some of the actions we have taken in recent days, and I imagine we'll have more to tell the House shortly, including in FC orals tomorrow.
Chris Finns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The scenes that we see in Iran are obviously absolutely terrible. I'm also concerned about the impact that the ongoing situation in Iran is going to have on safety in this country as well. So can I ask the Minister to pass on my thanks to the Foreign Secretary for her decision in her previous role to list Iran under the enhanced tier of foreign influence registration scheme, but can I ask him to be specific as to what difference this will make?
Minister.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Putting Iran on the FIRS regime means that there is a new offence of seeking to act on behalf of the Iranian regime in the UK without properly so declaring. That means that it is harder for people to do this in this country without exposing them to the force of law enforcement. And as I said to my honourable friend from Derbyshire in the last answer, UK law enforcement has proven itself capable of finding these people and ensuring prosecutions.
Chris Coughlin.
There have been many calls across the chamber for sanctions and to prescribe the IRGC, which I fully support. But I think we need to be honest that those measures are unlikely to save the lives of protesters from a regime in fear of its survival. But I would point out, however, that the drone strikes against Soleimani, the head of the IRGC in 2020, did influence Iranian behaviour. And an aspect of these protests is that they follow Western military intervention. And as the honourable member pointed out, the US President has explicitly called for them to overthrow the regime. This reminds me of the 1991 Shia uprisings in Iraq, when President Bush did exactly the same in the aftermath of the Gulf War and left them aside to be massacred by Saddam Hussein's helicopter gunships. Is the Minister considering this legacy in his deliberations?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, across the Middle East, I'm reluctant to focus on a particular incident in the long and, I'm afraid, fraught history of both interventions and violence that follows, but of course we're considering the broader history of the wider region as we consider our response.
Dr. Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I share the horror expressed by colleagues from across the House at the brutal, repressive crackdown on protesters in Iran, and I'd like to pay tribute particularly to the bravery of women protesters, in particular, fighting for their rights. Among the many concerning stories now emerging is testimony of the use of sexual assault as a weapon of repression. Can I ask the Minister, is this something specifically that he and the Foreign Secretary raised in their interactions with representatives of the Iranian regime recently? And can he set out in more detail to the House the timetable for next steps, including implementation of the additional sanctions that the Foreign Secretary referred to last week?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can confirm to the House that the Iranian representatives were left in no doubt about the strength of our views. These were not terribly long conversations, so we weren't able to get into the full detail of our concerns, and I don't have very much more I can add on the timing of further sanctions.
Martin Wrigley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For me, this is personal. This reminds me of what I saw when I was in Tehran nearly 50 years ago at the beginning of the revolution. My father was appointed naval attaché to the British Embassy in Tehran before and during the revolution, and we saw some awful things. What kept us going when the nights were cold, the power was off, the phones were cut, the guns were going off outside, and people were demonstrating on rooftops nearby, was the British World Service broadcasting where we could rely on that information. What extra support is the Minister giving the BBC to make sure that the World Service and BBC Persian is boosted in that area to get the information through, to give them that lifeline that I had before I took the last flight out before Khomeini arrived back.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for the question, and I hope he won't mind if I also pay tribute to the fact he was I hope he doesn't mind me saying, a diplomat brat. And I know from my own service, as I know many in the House will be familiar with it, it's often families, particularly in circumstances like that, and it's families of the diplomatic service now who often face the same worries and the same hardships of diplomats in difficult positions. That was obviously very much on our mind as we considered the position of the embassy in Tehran last week, and it continues to be on our mind across the world where our brave diplomats face situations of peril. In relation to his generous words about the World Service, I echo them, and I can confirm that we are thinking about how the World Service can be ensured, its future can be ensured so that it can continue to provide the vital functions that it does.
Sarah Poetry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the horrific scenes we saw in London over the weekend of pro-democracy protesters being attacked by the police, what steps will the Minister take to ensure that peaceful protests can take place in this country?
Minister.
We completely support peaceful protest, but it is also true that diplomatic premises are subject to particular protections under the law. That applies in London as it does indeed in Tehran. There is a balance here, and I was in discussions with the Security Minister through the weekend to ensure that we get it right.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there were so many people killed, they were hosing the blood down the street using fire engines. It was the message coming out of my constituent's hometown. She has no idea if her mum and dad in Iran are safe during the communication blackout. When she asks me, as she no doubt will, why won't the government do everything they can to prescribe the IRGC, what would the Minister have me tell her?
Minister.
Firstly, the anguish that I'm sure her constituent is suffering, and so many constituents that will be in correspondence with MPs across the House, I cannot imagine how I would feel when my own loved ones in a situation where communications was not certain. I feel it in relation to our consular cases, and I know that it's felt by people right across the country. We will do everything that we can, both to try and ensure that the protesters are able to enjoy their rights, and indeed that the communications restrictions are lifted. Iran has plunged into darkness since the 8th of January, as Afghanistan plunged into darkness last year. This is a malign trend which we oppose completely, and we will do everything we can to see that it is as temporary in Iran as it proved to be in Afghanistan.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his answers? The Minister will be under no illusion as to the barbaric tactics that are currently being employed. Indeed, last week's statement made it very clear that the government is fully aware the strongly worded condemnation has not brought about any change. We have British citizens incarcerated and in danger. The IRGC have killed thousands. They've shot them in the head, the neck and the face. It's been a shoot-to-kill policy by the IRGC. So what discussions has the Minister had with the United States of America, who promised physical action to show Iran that the safety of our citizens in this nation and protect the Iranian citizens as well against the sustained terrorism and recent abhorrent actions will no longer be tolerated, and physical action against the IRGC on the ground is what is needed?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've discussed already our attitude towards the protests. We are not threatening physical action against the IRGC in Tehran. What we want to see them do, and indeed the whole of the Iranian regime, is respect the rights of their people in accordance with international norms, ensure that the protesters can exercise their rights, and lift these restrictions on the internet.
And that concludes the urgent question, and I'll give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Question, Sir James Cleverly, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If you'll make a statement on the cancellation of the scheduled local government elections in May 2026.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his question. We are undertaking a once-in-a-generation reorganisation of local government. We have now received proposals from all areas and from councils across the political spectrum. For decades, the two-tier council system, where it still exists, has made local government more complicated and more bureaucratic than it needs to be. This government is bold enough to change that. We will put in place single-tier councils everywhere by the end of this Parliament. That will mean faster local decisions to build homes and grow our towns and cities. It will bring services like housing and social care under one roof, making them more effective and responsive to what communities need. And it will end the duplication that sees two sets of chief executives, two sets of councillors, which creates confusion and waste for local taxpayers. This is a proven model, and when we change to unitaries, we never see calls for a return to two-tier local government. Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 18th of December, I updated the House on our plans to seek Council's views on their elections in May. There is clear precedent for postponing elections due to local government reorganisation, and the previous government postponed many elections between 2019 and 2022 to smooth the transition to new councils. I therefore wrote to 63 councils undergoing reorganisations with elections in May. We asked them if postponing their elections could release essential capacity to deliver reorganisation and to allow it to progress effectively. It's only right that we listen to councils when they're expressing concerns about their capacity. Local leaders know their areas best and are best placed to judge their own capacity. And as we've said, should a council say that it has no reason to delay, then we will listen. If a council voices genuine concerns, we will take these seriously. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're running a legally robust and fair process, and all representations are now being considered before decisions taken. The Secretary of State has also written to 4 councils asking for more clarity on their position by 10 a.m. tomorrow, and these councils are Essex County Council, Norfolk County Council, Oxford City Council and Southampton City Council. As I've said, no decisions have been made, but we want to make them as quickly as possible to give councils certainty, and we'll update Parliament on decisions in the usual way.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has moved seamlessly from arrogance to incompetence and now cowardice. 3.7 million people are being denied the right to vote. It was the government that rushed a huge programme of local government reorganisation, imposing new structures, imposing timetables, and it is the government that is failing to deliver them. And rather than take responsibility for its own failure, the Secretary of State has chosen to dump the consequences of their incompetence onto the laps of local councils. The government's own election strategy said, and I quote, "The right to participate in our democracy should not be taken for granted." Cancelling elections was not part of that strategy. The Electoral Commission has been clear that the scheduled elections should go ahead as planned, and that capacity constraints are not a legitimate reason for delay. So, why was the Electoral Commission not consulted on these cancellations? Why is this being done at the last possible moment? And does the government accept the Gould principle that at least 6 months' notice should be given for any changes to election administration? Ministers say they are following the wishes of local councils. And the Minister said at the dispatch box that the Secretary of State has written, amongst others, to Essex County Council. But the leader of Essex County Council has been clear that these elections should go ahead. And yet, the Secretary of State still cites Essex, amongst others, to justify the cancellations. And it's all well and good for the Secretary of State to write to the councils basically asking them the same question, but they have already given an answer. So, when does the Secretary of State intend to lay the SIs for these areas? Does he think that it is appropriate to use secondary legislation under the Local Government Act? Did Parliament really allow ministers to run scared and cancel elections at will. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've always said these elections should go ahead, but the Secretary of State was the one that called these elections pointless. So why does he not have the courage of his own convictions, take responsibility for his own ineptitude and stop laying the blame on local councils?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the right honourable gentleman for the points that he has made, and I will certainly relay them to the Secretary of State so that he can take them under advisement. On the Electoral Commission, we wrote to the Electoral Commission to notify them. We're grateful for their ongoing engagement, and we will certainly have regard to all views and representations made, including theirs. But this is fundamentally about local councils and their capacity, and that's why we've asked for representations from them. On the Gould principle, he asked about the Gould principle. The need for certainty underpins that principle to make sure that if there are technical changes, that those responsible for the delivery of elections could have time to adapt, but this is not about technical changes. We are listening to council's views about their capacity in the context of local government reorganisation. And finally, he asks when the Secretary of State will take decisions. We've moved quickly to get these representations from councils, and the Secretary of State will take a decision as soon as he possibly can.
Chair of the Select Committee, Florence Eshelirmi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for raising this issue. This is an important issue, and I think I accept the Minister highlighted that there are concerns from councils, but again, we find ourselves here in quite a disappointing area, and this is quite disappointing. The Minister highlighted just before Christmas the fact that councils were asked to delay this, and after the Secretary of State had repeatedly told our Select Committee that this would be going ahead. And as a former election organiser, there'll be key dates etched in a lot of our minds. It's 108 days till polling day. For a number of people who have to reapply for postal votes, 31st of January deadline, April deadline to register to vote. We want people to vote. So I am concerned that we are seeing a postponement yet again. Can the Minister outline when this government will make the final decisions, and do they plan to reject any of the requests for delays? The Minister also outlined the fact that they want councils to be up to date and not having to stress with the reorganisation. Reorganisation will take a lot of time, it will take a lot of resources, but we have a situation where we are effectively asking councils to choose between running day-to-day services or running an election. It shouldn't be either or. We should have councils in a state to be able to deliver those services. So can the Minister outline that she's confident that the reorganisation will not distract hard-working frontline staff and that residents across the country who rely on those council day-to-day services?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Chair of the Select Committee for her questions. She mentions how important it is for elections to take place, and as she knows, large numbers of people will be voting in May. We're talking about a relatively discrete number of local authorities undergoing reorganisation. She asked when the Secretary of State will take the decision. He will do that as soon as he possibly can, and we've set out the further information that we have asked for. And she asks about resources. This is really important because the whole point of reorganisation is to make sure that we use our resources in the best way possible. It bears repeating, as I've done on many occasions in this House, that local authorities bore the brunt of austerity. We've reconnected council funding with deprivation, and I am anxious to make sure that all local authorities move towards financial sustainability, and I look forward to discussing that with her committee further.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Zoe Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I find it really interesting that this urgent question comes from the Conservative Party, who themselves have sought to cancel local elections this year and last year in Surrey. Given the honourable member for Braintree's professed concern for democracy, I hope he will commit to supporting Lord Pack's amendment in the other place, removing the Secretary of State's power to change the timing of local elections. That said, it is the Labour Party who are the main offenders when it comes to cancelling elections and appear to be running scared.
Order. I do want to hear what the Liberal Democrat spokesperson has got to say, as do my constituents, as do all our constituents, Zoe Franklin.
That said, it is the Labour Party who are the main offenders when it comes to cancelling elections and appear to be running scared from the ballot box rather than trusting voters. So does the Minister accept that cancelling elections risks setting a dangerous precedent that elections become optional when they are inconvenient to those in power? And what message does this send to residents about the value of local government if their right to vote can be so easily set aside? Democracy is right, not a matter of convenience.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for powering through despite commentary from the opposition front bench. She asked about the importance of democracy. Of course, it's very important. The vast majority of elections are going ahead next year. A huge number of people will be voting, and it is important that that principle is stuck to, and we will take the decisions based on the evidence and the precedent that I've set out in response to other members.
Graham Stringer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as a former leader of a major council and a Labour MP, I find this completely embarrassing. A Labour government should not be taking the vote away from 3.7 million people. It is completely unprecedented for a Labour government to do that. And I'd like to ask my honourable friend on the front bench, there is clearly a vested interest from some councillors who may feel, looking at the opinion polls, that they will lose their seat. Some of those councillors will vote for delay. How will she distinguish between that motivation and whether or not there really is a lack of capacity to carry out the elections? Because I don't believe any of those councils are unable to hold those elections.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my friend for his question and the views that he expresses, which I'll be certain to pass on to the Secretary of State as he takes his decision. In the statement before Christmas, I set out the kind of evidence that we are looking for, and that's the kind of thing that we'll take into consideration.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A year ago, ministers told council leaders in Essex that it was necessary to postpone elections to facilitate reorganisation to, quote, the most ambitious timetable. A year later, there has been absolutely no progress, and we don't even know how many authorities are proposed. Was it not wrong to cancel elections last year and wrong to cancel them again this year?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have made progress on the reorganisation, and I anticipate us making strong progress this year. I hear the points that he makes about his own views, and those will be taken account of alongside the other views expressed.
Chris Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Local elections will be going forward in full in Milton Keynes this year, and I look forward to continuing working with my brilliant, hard-working Labour councillors. The ongoing process of reorganisation is delaying elections, but it's also delaying the creation of new combined authorities across many parts of the country. Given that, will the department look again at the fast-track process and whether places which have already gone through reorganisation are fully unitarised, like Bedfordshire and Milton Keynes, should be added to that programme, and the creation of new combined authorities should be sped up in those places, given it's taking some time in others?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my friend for his question. Coming myself from an area with a unitary council and a combined authority that is taking steps to improve public transport and other things, I appreciate fully the points that he makes, and I'll pass those on to the Minister for Devolution.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Only dictators cancel elections, as well as Labour, Conservative and Lib Dem councils that are terrified of facing the wrath of the voters. So we will be carrying out a judicial review of this decision, this appalling decision to cancel elections. Could the Minister confirm, if the noble judges rule in our favour that this is the wrong thing to do, will the government abide by the ruling of the judges?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. He mentions a legal process which I'm not at liberty to comment on in detail, but we want elections to go ahead unless there is a strong justification. That's what we've said, and that's what we'll stick to.
Helena Dollymore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Many people I represent in Hastings and Rye don't understand why we have this inefficient, duplicative, confusing system of two-tier councils at the moment. And they're looking forward to having one council and this process going ahead. But as we await that process, it's really important that the councils we have remain responsive to our constituents' needs. To give one example, next month I'm organising a meeting about local bus services in my constituency, and I've invited East Sussex County Council, run by the Conservatives, as the responsible transport authority. They are currently refusing to send anyone to that meeting about local bus services. Does the Minister agree with me that this is unacceptable, particularly because they've been given a record amount of money by this Labour government, over £10 million, to improve our bus services, and my constituents want to tell them their experiences of buses?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for that question. Given the amount of times that buses have been raised with me when I've been door-knocking in elections, I'm often surprised that buses don't lead the news more often. So I congratulate her on her efforts to get decent bus services for her constituents. I would say to any local authority that if they want to engage with residents on the things that they care about, buses should be top of their list.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Madam Deputy Speaker, is it just a coincidence that the only 3 councils in Essex that want to cancel the elections, Basildon, Harlow and Thurrock, are all run by the Labour Party, but all the others, Essex, Braintree, Chelmsford, Colchester, Brentwood, Epping Forest, Rochford and Southend, they want the elections to go ahead. Is she going to listen to the majority?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for his question and the, forgive me, the right honourable gentleman, do beg his pardon. I'd like to thank him for the points that he raises. I've set out the way in which we're consulting with local authorities, and the Secretary of State will take the decision accordingly.
Julie Minns.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Minister has already mentioned, the previous government postponed elections in 2021, including in my constituency of Carlisle. Does the Minister agree with the words of the Right Honourable Member for Newark, who was the Community Secretary at the time, who I note is not in either of his recent places in this chamber, that holding elections in such circumstances, those circumstances being local government reorganisation, risk confusing voters and would be hard to justify where members could be elected to serve shortened terms?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't know about agreeing with the member for Newark, but I certainly agree with her. She gets to the point that we're trying to make, and we're acting in accordance with precedent. She makes the point very well.
Josh Babarinde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Eastbourne, Conservative-run East Sussex County Council is one of the worst in the country for potholes, the second highest number of compensation payouts in total, and it has resurfaced 0 roads in the coming year, the top worst. Yet the people of East Sussex do not currently have a say. When can they expect to hear from the Minister or the Secretary of State about when they can kick out this Conservative council that is squatting in County Hall?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. Potholes is probably second only to buses in the important issues. We won't have any undue delay, and the Secretary of State will have more to say quite soon.
Phil Brickell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, does the Minister agree with me that the truth of the matter is there's actually a lot of false information flying around? Actually, in Bolton, we're very much looking forward to having local elections in May. Can the Minister confirm that has always been the case, as it has been in the other 9 boroughs in Greater Manchester, and that actually words to the opposite effect are simply false information?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for his question. He's right, of course. Elections are taking place up and down the country, and I'm sure there are lots of people who are looking forward to participating.
David Reeves.
Thank you, Speaker. The good people of Exeter want their elections to go ahead as planned in May. Yet the Labour supermajority in both Exeter City Council and the supermajority here in Westminster leaves no realistic prospect of fighting that decision. So does the Minister agree with me that Exeter City Council are quickly losing their democratic mandate and moving to some form of local tin pot autocracy?
Minister.
Let me thank the gentleman for his question. I don't agree with him, but on the substantive point that he makes, I've heard his views and I'll pass them on to the Secretary of State.
Mark Francois.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. No taxation without representation. Councillor Kevin Bentley, the dynamic Conservative leader of Essex County Council, has been adamant they should go ahead. On the 14th of January, he wrote to the Minister, "You may be aware that at our full council on the 9th of December, I stated that Essex County Council would not be calling for the postponement of elections in May 2026. This continues to be our position." What was ambiguous about that, or are Labour simply running scared?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for his question, for relaying the words of Councillor Kevin Bentley, who it's been a pleasure to meet on a number of occasions. I think getting a clear position is obviously important. We'll do that quickly, and the Secretary of State will. The Secretary. I don't know. There may have been more context than that one quote, but the Secretary of State. No, you're fine. The Secretary of State will take into account those representations and others and make a decision without any undue delay.
John Mill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Conservative-run West Sussex County Councillors applied for the second year running to council local elections, where they faced wipeout. Their excuse is that it would be too hard to organise. But it's the 7 district and borough councils who run the elections, not county. So will the Minister speak to the councils who have an actual democratic mandate, rather than the county administration trying to cling to power long past its sell-by date?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. We're in regular contact with local authorities. The department and myself and the Secretary of State will have heard what he said, and we'll make sure those views are fed in.
Gagan Mahindra.
Thank you. As the House may be aware, I was a councillor at 3 different local levels, both parish, district and county. I know several honourable and right honourable members have referred to the proposals as being either single tier or 2-tier. Can I gently remind them that parishes and towns will remain, so it's a 2-tier as a minimum. Can I just repeat the question that was asked earlier? When will all these councils know for definite if and when their elections are going to be held later this year?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just to respond again, we've moved quickly. We're getting the information that we need, and the Secretary of State will move as quickly as he can to take the decision. And it's good to know that we've got members with extensive experience in the House, and I thank him for all he's done down the years.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Conservative-run Broxbourne Council want their elections to go ahead, and the people of Broxbourne should be allowed their choice on the 7th of May. However, under the devolution plans, it could see us merge with Labour Stevenage and coalition Labour and Liberal Democrat Welwyn Hatfield, who both want their elections to be cancelled. So, Conservative-run Broxbourne Council want their elections to go ahead. I, as the Conservative Member of Parliament for Broxbourne, want the elections to go ahead. The people of Broxbourne want their elections to go ahead. Can the Minister categorically confirm to my constituents that local elections in Broxbourne will go ahead on the 7th of May?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I've said on a number of occasions we want the elections to go ahead unless there's a justified reason. He makes his point on behalf of his constituents in the context of reorganisation, and I will take that under advisement as we move forward.
Sir Julian Lewis.
If a future political researcher decides to write a thesis about the influence of adverse opinion polls on the cancellation of local elections in Britain, will the Minister, amiable as she always is, make herself available?
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for his kind question. And I would say that I hope at that point I might be doing something else other than politics, and perhaps I might not quite have time.
Sammy Wilson.
Speaker, people in Northern Ireland on a day-to-day basis know well how casually the democratic process can be set aside, not just by this government but by the previous government, when permission was given to the EU to impose its laws on the people of Northern Ireland without any say at all. Now the people of England are beginning to experience that. 3.7 million people who would want to vote against the £280 million of additional taxes imposed on them by Labour councils will now be denied the ability to have their say. Is it that the government is running scared of reform? Or is it that they simply don't want to be held to account and do not realise that behaving like this turns the United Kingdom into some kind of third world dictatorship?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, which I take in the serious tones in which it's meant. The vast majority of elections are going ahead. It's very important that people have their say. I hope he will appreciate the way I've set out previously the reason why we've taken these steps and the manner in which we'll take the decision. But he makes a very important point about the centrality of democracy, which I take seriously.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I refer to my register of interest in that I'm a serving Isle of Wight councillor. Local government reorganisation in Hampshire and the Isle of Wight is a mess. Meanwhile, the government is proposing to cut £13 million of funding from our Isle of Wight council. We're due to have elections in just 3.5 months' time. Our council wants those elections to go ahead and wants to prepare for them. Will the Minister confirm we can do that and those elections will go ahead on the Isle of Wight in May?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as I've said to other ministers, where councils want to go ahead and they've got the capacity and there's no issues, that's fine. Elections go ahead unless there's a strong justification. Why not? Which is what I would... Where councils want the elections to go ahead, that's fine, and we'll listen to what they've got to say. The issue that the member raises about funding and capacity is an important one, not least in a place as unique as the Isle of Wight. We're currently in a process considering the local government finance settlement, and he'll know that we're working very hard to try and get that right.
Sarah Perchin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, the Junior Housing Minister stood at that dispatch box and said, and I quote, "Local council elections are happening in 2026. We are cracking on with them." For some communities, this is the second year in a row that the elections have been cancelled. How does the Minister expect the British people to believe anything this government says or have any faith in their commitment to democracy?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. Elections will be happening up and down this country in May. We're committed to democracy, and it's very important that people have their say.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady is a very honourable lady in her response and the way that she does things in the House. But the fact is, whatever it be down to reorganisation, whether it be down to a new strategy, whatever the reasons that the government or the Minister puts forward, the fact is 3.7 million people will see a denial of their right to cast their vote. 3.7 million people will see it as a denial of their franchise. So it will mean that people reduce their confidence in government and indeed in the Minister and local government as well. So what will the Minister and government do to restore that confidence in light of the denial of their franchise and their right to express themselves democratically?
Where's the Secretary of State?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for his question and for the attention and care with which he gives these issues. And he gives me the opportunity to come back to the underlying reason for this whole process, which is reorganisation to get councils in a good position. Once those areas that are undergoing that reorganisation, once we've got those new institutions set up, which we're doing without delay, then people will be able to elect those new institutions. That's what's happened where we've had reorganisation previously, as has been mentioned, where this process has been gone through recently, and that will mean people can elect their councils and have their say about the kind of public services they want in their area.
And that concludes the urgent question. Point of order, Sir James Cleverly.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady, and again, just in the final comments she made, referred to the cancellation or the delay of the 2020 local government elections as being justified by the reorganisation of local government. That is a factual error. They were quite unambiguously delayed because we were in the middle of a global pandemic. How is it best to correct the record with regards to the reason those elections were delayed?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order. That is a continuation of debate, and I am not responsible for the Minister's comments. However, he has put his point of view on the record. That does conclude the urgent question. We now move on to the next urgent question. Point of order, Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Madam Speaker, I must correct the record. Harlow Council is a Conservative council, but that's the exception that then proves the rule, that they're otherwise all Labour councils.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order, and he's now corrected his record. We now move on to the next urgent question. I'll give a few moments for the front benches to reorganise. Urgent question, Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for FCDO what representations have been made to Five Eyes partners regarding the potential risk posed by the proximity of sensitive cabling infrastructure to the Royal Mint Court, the site of the proposed new Chinese embassy.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for her question and for the opportunity to respond to it today. She will know that discussions with Five Eyes partners relating to domestic security matters are primarily a responsibility for the Home Office. The decision on planning permission for the proposed Chinese embassy at Royal Mint Court rests solely with the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government in his quasi-judicial capacity. He has set the 20th of January as the target date for his decision, and I'm sure she will agree that it will not be appropriate for me to cut across that process. I appreciate there has been significant interest in our engagement with allies and partners on this matter. And I am sure, the Honourable Member, as the Honourable Member will know, we never comment on conversations with allies regarding intelligence matters. I can nevertheless reassure her, as well as the House, that we continue to work closely with our Five Eyes partners and other like-minded countries on a wide range of issues, including pertaining to domestic security. These partnerships are essential for our shared security. We've been consistently clear that national security is the first duty of government, and it has been our core priority throughout the embassy process, with the close involvement of the security and intelligence agencies. Our intelligence services have been involved throughout, and a range of measures have been developed and are being implemented to protect national security. The Home Secretary and Foreign Secretary also publicly identified two issues: consolidation of China's diplomatic estate in London and public access, which would require resolution before a decision could be made. In November, they wrote to confirm that appropriate resolutions to those issues had been reached. As the Director General of MI5 commented last month, our security services have over a century of experience in managing the risks that arise from foreign embassies on UK soil, and I have full confidence in their ability to do so effectively.
Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hear what the Minister has said, but I'm not reassured, and neither are our partners. We've now had interventions from the Dutch government, Swiss Parliament, Swedish Parliament and 2 interventions from the White House about the risks that pose to UK infrastructure by the cabling that runs along the Royal Mint Court. Last year, a minister said reports regarding the cables were inaccurate. So does the minister believe this to be the case still? I understand that we are now briefing Five Eye partners that, I quote, no sensitive government data is transmitted through these cables. Will the minister confirm this? And, Madam Deputy Speaker, surely that line is a tacit admission that financial services based in London could be affected by Chinese proximity. Minister, what were the mitigations MI5 and 6 suggested to avoid espionage risks, and will their implementation be conditional for planning approval? I remind the House that the US has confirmed 3 major infrastructure hacks in the past 18 months, while we have faced hacks on the Electoral Commission, Foreign Office and parliamentarians, to name just a few. A Chinese mega-embassy in the heart of London is an issue of national significance, not purely planning as the government tries to present it. Combined with the heightened risk to dissidents, campaigners and the wider public, is this really a risk we should be taking? Can the Minister offer reassurance to my British Hong Kong constituents that transnational repression will not increase if this mega-embassy is approved? Once planning is given, we cannot take it back. We will have lost control. I know I speak for colleagues across the House and the wider country because they've contacted me when I say this is not a risk we can afford to take, and the government should refuse this disastrous plan tomorrow.
Minister.
Let me thank my honourable friend for her remarks, and just to reiterate again that our intelligence services have been involved throughout, and a range of measures have been developed and are being implemented to protect national security. She also will know that the government is still to make a decision, and that planning decision will be made independently by MHCLG ministers on planning grounds. It is also important to recognise that we have set clear red lines as well through this process, and that has included, as I have referenced, for example, the consolidation of the diplomatic presence of China from 7 buildings to 1, which will also have security benefits. It is also important to say that we do routinely engage our allies, including with the US, our closest ally, liaising with them closely on a range of issues, including security and intelligence, and in relation to China. And it is important to recognise that we do that routinely, recognising also that it's important to discuss national security factors we may consider, and also to perhaps respond to my honourable friend's comments in relation to transnational repression. She will know that the UK government will not tolerate any attempts by foreign governments to coerce, to intimidate, to harass or to harm their critics overseas, especially in the UK. And we continually assess potential threats in the UK and take the protection of individuals' rights, freedoms and safety very seriously.
Shadow Minister Alicia Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate Member Rotherham on her question? One could be excused, Madam Deputy Speaker, for feeling this is Groundhog Day, because once again the House has gathered to share our collective concern about plans to approve the Chinese Communist Party's mega-embassy, and once again the Home Office has declined to answer. Now, I did consider rereading my speech from last week, but as I hope we'll get some answers, I've gone back to the drawing board. Now, the Chinese Communist Party plans are not normal diplomatic renovations, and it would be laughable to suggest they are when they are taking place at this location. Had the Minister seen these unredacted plans before their publication? And can she genuinely say she has no concerns if her government approves this shadowy network of 208 secret rooms? Now, given claims that the government and ministers had not seen these plans until last week, Surely the government needs time to review them. So can the Minister confirm there will be a delay to the decision due tomorrow? Because no one would seriously suggest that in the week that has passed, the government has identified all the mitigations needed to protect our cables and mitigate against these secret rooms. Now, the government has so far shielded itself behind the mundane language of planning policy, but this is not a normal application. So can the Minister confirm whether our allies have been consulted on the unredacted plans, and if so, who? And whether UK government officials have previously denied the existence of these cables to the United States in discussions? Now, last week I asked whether the Chinese Communist Party's ambassador had been demarched and forced to explain his party's duplicity in their application. The Minister declined to answer. It's now been a week. Has the Minister, not officials, finally found time to prioritise national security in hauling the Chinese ambassador? And if not, why not? And what message does that send to China? Now, not once has this Labour government demarched the Chinese ambassador since they came to power, despite cyber attacks, putting spies in this place and putting bounties on the heads of Hong Kongers. What does the Chinese Communist Party have to do for this government to defend us and act to deter future hostile acts? The government tells us security concerns have been addressed, including ones they only knew about a week ago. Tell us how. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has not yet publicly confirmed his vanity visit to Beijing. Has the Chinese Communist Party made approval of the new embassy contingent on the visit going ahead? The government has a duty to protect our country. Without national security, there is no economic security. This House clearly speaks with one voice on this issue, and that voice says no. So will the government join us, or will they choose a dereliction of their duties?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I also thank the Shadow Minister for her remarks. In relation, firstly, to the Prime Minister's visit, any Prime Ministerial or ministerial travel will be confirmed in the usual way. But it is right, and we are clear, that the planning decision is an independent one for the Secretary of State, for the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government to take independently, and that decision is made in a quasi-judicial capacity. It is also important to say that the decision on the embassy will be taken in the proper way, regardless of any attempts at pressure from anyone, and we have been clear throughout that it is a planning decision for MHCLG ministers. It is important also to recognise that national security is the first duty of government, and I know the Shadow Minister will understand that more than anyone with her own background, and we will always act to protect it. It is taken extremely seriously by the Home Office and the Foreign Office. And indeed, it will be important that we continue to make sure we have conversations, as we do routinely, with our allies, and to recognise that it's important to have those conversations, as we do regularly with the US, to take into account the security and intelligence that we also share on a routine basis, and that we do in relation to China. And that is important because, as I've already mentioned in this debate, where there are concerns about national security, it is important that our intelligence services are involved throughout, and there's a range of measures that have been developed and are being implemented. And I am sure that these are matters that will continue to be part of the debate, and also I'm sure that the Security Minister will address further. But I do want to mention that it is important that we continue to make sure that there is that focus on security, and in relation, as I've said as well, to concerns about those who may experience attempts under transnational repression, that we continue to make sure that we stand up for the safety and security of all of our people in the United Kingdom.
Rushanara Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend will be aware that the site of the proposed embassy is in my constituency. I have relayed the concerns of my constituents on a number of occasions to the government. They are concerned about, first of all, the security issues, the human rights record of the Chinese government, and also local disruption as a consequence of the development, which my honourable friend will be well aware of in terms of the concerns that have been highlighted on a number of occasions, including statements in the House. What assurances can the government provide my constituents and others with serious concerns about the proximity of the proposed embassy to critical and sensitive communication cables serving the City of London and the local area? I'd be grateful for her in taking that into account.
Minister.
Let me thank my honourable friend, and I know that she has raised her concerns on a number of occasions previously also. And to reiterate that national security considerations are always the first duty of any government, and security and intelligence agencies have been involved throughout this process. As I noted also in my opening statement, the two national security issues as well that the FCDO and the Home Office made public as part of the planning process have now been addressed. And if the planning application for a new embassy in Tower Hamlets is approved, China has committed to replace 7 different sites that make up its diplomatic footprint in London with the new embassy, which will also clearly bring security advantages. And I'm sure that she will continue to have conversations with her local council and with the government in due course.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Luke Taylor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrats have made very clear from the beginning of this saga the approval of China's super embassy would be a terrible betrayal of those Hong Kongers who moved to the UK to escape the very repression which the government is now inviting to their doorstep. The government must halt this application and summon the Chinese ambassador to make clear that we will not accept Beijing's efforts to spy on our parliament, nor to intimidate and harass Hong Kongers in our community. Now, on the specifics of the application, in 2018, in a letter, the then Foreign Secretary Boris Johnson granted diplomatic status to the Royal Mint Court. That letter made no mention of a condition surrounding planning permission. And under Section 1 of the Diplomatic and Consular Premises Act 1987, this represents a fulfilment of the condition to provide express consent. 8 years later, we're now being told that this consent was somehow conditional on planning permission, based on a secret note verbale from May 2018, which has not been published. So, will the government release that note verbale, which is the only evidence that diplomatic status was provided conditional on planning permission, and therefore that this application was not prejudged by the government?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and it is important to recognise and to also agree that the decision to provide China with the consent to use the Royal Mint as diplomatic premises was made in 2018 by the previous government under a former Foreign Secretary, Boris Johnson, and was subject to planning permission, and China purchased the site on that basis. And it is important to say as well that that is also what my colleague Baroness Chapman has also shared, and it is important to recognise that this will be an independent decision. It is an independent decision that will be made by MHCLG through a quasi-judicial process.
Graham Stringer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think I heard my honourable friend say clearly that the government wouldn't stand for coercion by the Chinese diplomatic service. Has the Foreign Office not been looking at what's been going on over the last 10 years? People in the consulate in Manchester were demonstrating against the Chinese government. They were dragged into the grounds and beaten up, and the diplomatic staff left with nothing happening to them. There are pop-up police stations all over the country that intimidate members of the Chinese community, whether they're British citizens or whether they're from Hong Kong or other parts of China. There should be a simple answer to this application, that there is no need for the size of the Chinese diplomatic community in this country. It is there to intimidate Chinese people and undermine the elected representatives in this chamber.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he is right that we must not tolerate any attempts by foreign governments to coerce or intimidate or harass, and he has highlighted some examples that we know have caused great concern and that we take extremely seriously. We continue to assess potential threats in the United Kingdom and take the protection of individual rights and freedoms a matter of great concern for the government. And indeed, freedom of speech and other fundamental rights of all people in the UK are protected under domestic law. The police and security services monitor these issues very closely. The UK has a broad suite of powers that are available to counter foreign interference, including acts which amount to transnational repression. And we continue to implement measures in the National Security Act 2023, which strengthens our legal powers makes the UK a harder target for those states which seek to conduct those hostile acts. And the Security Minister also announced last year that training and guidance on state threats activity is being offered by counter-terrorism policing to all 45 territorial police forces across the UK. This will enhance the ability of frontline police officers and staff in the identification of state-directed crimes and the actions that can be taken and must be taken to escalate and mitigate this activity.
Sir Julian Lewis.
The Intelligence and Security Committee was set up specifically to fill a gap in oversight whereby this House could not directly look at highly classified and sensitive information. Having chaired that committee throughout the last Parliament when we undertook our very detailed and very sensitive inquiry into China, the published version of which was quite well received, to put it mildly, I can assure the Minister that there is absolutely no aspect of this that could not be shared with the ISC. Can she tell the House whether or not the National Security Advisor has discussed with the ISC and briefed them the security aspects of this proposal, which enjoys such hostility to proceeding on both sides of the House?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question and indeed recognise and acknowledge his deep experience in the House and indeed on chairing the ISC. And what I can say is that we continue to keep our matters of security and intelligence as matters that are a first priority for this government. And indeed, in relation to national security, both with the National Security Advisor and indeed our partners abroad and Five Eyes that were also part of the question today, it's important to recognise that we continue to keep those conversations around security and intelligence around all areas of concern to the United Kingdom and indeed in relation to China.
Alex Serval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Speaker of the US Congress, Mike Johnson, was here today in Parliament. Last night he was asked about the Chinese embassy application, and he said that he's this is quoting him, I'm very concerned about it, but if it were me, I'd be very cautious about that. The Minister's heard the caution in this House from the US Speaker, from the White House, from many others about the proposed Chinese embassy, which give much greater ability for China to undertake transnational oppression, espionage and attack our national critical infrastructure. I want to ask the Minister again, is she listening to all the voices, and is the government listening to all the voices before it's making its decision? Because once Pandora's box is open, you cannot put it back.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he will know as well from his own discussions that we do continue to routinely engage and discuss with the US a wide range of national security issues. And indeed, the US has also had its own relatively recent experience of China's building of a new embassy in their capital. But I do recognise the importance of making sure that views across the House are heard, and indeed we've had a number of debates on this. But it is also important to recognise that we have made it clear throughout the process that this is a planning decision, that is a matter for MHCLG ministers to make in an independent, quasi-judicial capacity.
Dr Andrew Morrison.
Deputy Speaker, circumstances have changed dramatically since 2018, and the Minister can't simply dismiss this as a planning application, just like it was a conservatory. It's a matter of national security. So will the government at least concede that if this goes ahead, as a condition of any planning permission, all that cabling along Mansell Street at the Wapping Exchange should be relocated as a planning condition and at the applicant's expense?
Minister. I thank the honourable member for his question, and I will just mention that our intelligence services have been involved throughout the process, and indeed advising on a range of measures that are being implemented to protect national security. And it may be useful also to mention, and indeed for the right honourable gentleman, that we have engaged with the Intelligence and Security Committee as well on this matter, and most recently as part of a cross-HMG UKC appearance before the committee on the 26th of November.
James Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister whether she personally shares any of my concerns that the proposed so-called mega embassy risks becoming not only an excessively large diplomatic site, but a focal point for intimidation and surveillance of Hong Kongers and members of the Chinese, Uyghur and Tibetan diaspora, over 700,000 people in total, given we know China's track record of transnational repression, such as million-dollar bounties on UK Hong Kongers? If not, why not? And if so, how is this being prioritised in the decision-making process?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I will make two comments in response. I think firstly to mention that the UK does have a broad suite of powers, important powers, available to counter any foreign interference, and that it is extremely important that we see our security services and law enforcement agencies are armed with the tools that they need to deter, to detect and to disrupt modern-day security threats. And indeed, as the Security Minister announced in March last year, training and guidance on state threats activity is now being offered by counter-terrorism policing to all 45 frontline or territorial police forces. Just to finally make one comment, that in relation to the planning application, there is clearly in any replacing of 7 different sites a security advantage if we see that China's replacing of as its commitment to replace those 7 different sites will make up one diplomatic footprint in London with that new embassy.
Speaker, following on from my right honourable friend, the member for New Forest East, I too would be very surprised as a co-author of the Intelligence Committee's report into China if the National Security Advisor had not been seen by the committee on such an important issue. The Director General of the Security Service gave a speech some time ago when he spoke about China using a whole-of-system approach. Can I encourage the government to do the same when it comes to our own national security and to deliberately juxtapose planning with national security and ensure that our nation is kept safe? But one easy way for the government to act to ensure that we are safe from the malign influence of Chinese spies operating in this country is to ensure the number of diplomats at the new embassy, which is going to be the largest Chinese mission in Europe, is commensurate with the number of diplomats in China, UK diplomats in China.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and indeed it is right to say that national security is the first duty of government. We will always act to protect it, and it is a matter of great concern for the FCDO and also for the Home Office. And it is indeed also right to say that the UK does have control over the number of diplomats in the United Kingdom, as per the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. And we follow our legal obligations just on this matter, and indeed have robust systems in place to ensure that any diplomatic positions at the Chinese embassy must be approved on a case-by-case basis.
Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think this chamber has grown tired of the government's insistence of framing this as a mere planning application, a quasi-judicial process that national government can do nothing about. That is simply not the case. This is a test. It is a test of this government's resolve in standing up to the threat that China poses to the UK. Now, the Prime Minister clearly thinks that handing this gift over to the Chinese in Beijing will strengthen his hand in trade negotiations. I believe that China will just smell weakness. So I challenge the government, reject the mega embassy, cancel that visit, and don't go back there until they get Jimmy Lai back on these shores.
Let me thank the honourable member for his question, but also to challenge him, because what he will know is that it is important, and you can have national security and economic security as both upheld by the government in terms of its priorities, and he will know that national security must always be the first duty of any government. And in relation to our relationship with China, we have talked extensively about our serious, clear-eyed approach to having a relationship with China that is in our long-term interests, where we do cooperate, where we do challenge where we must, and where we also do compete. And it isn't about just balancing that. It is about, through engagement, being strong on security and strong on the economy. And he will also know that with China being the world's second largest economy and the UK's third largest trading partner, that not engaging is no choice at all.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the urgent question for the Honourable Member for Rotherham, which Mr Speaker granted, explicitly refers to our Five Eyes partners. The first thing that the Minister said when she got to her feet was that she could not answer any question of the Five Eyes partners because that was her Home Office responsibility. Why did she come? Did she argue with those who sent her? Did she say, "Baggy, not me, I can't answer that question"? The fact that she came, willingly or unwillingly, frankly, is an insult to this House.
Minister.
Let me thank the honourable member for his question and say that what is important is to acknowledge that we work with our Five Eyes partners on a range of security matters, that it is important that we have that trust. It is important we share security concerns and intelligence, and it is also important to recognise that some of those matters are primarily a responsibility for the Home Office, but also that whilst we engage with our partners, as I have described, including the US, on matters routinely in relation to security and intelligence, those aren't always things that can be shared in the Chamber, but they are matters that are important to the functioning of government.
Chris Law.
Mr. Speaker, the UK Government does not seem to recognise the message that was sent to Tibetan, Uyghur and other exiled communities in the UK who face intimidation, surveillance and abduction attempts almost on a daily basis if it disregards their safety and approves the new China mega embassy. Now, I've heard warm words about upholding the various measures for transnational repression, so I want to ask more specifically, can the Minister outline what assessment the Government's made of the risk that this proposed embassy could be used to facilitate transnational repression, bearing in mind there will be hundreds more diplomats? And secondly, what specific safeguards are being put in place to prevent this?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and indeed we continue to raise all concerns in relation to human rights at the highest level with the Chinese government. And it is important to also say, in reference to diplomats, that any new diplomatic position at the Chinese embassy must be approved on a case-by-case basis by the FCDO's protocol department. And the UK does have control over the number of diplomats in the UK as per the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. And we will always take security of all those in our country extremely seriously.
Sir Benedictine. Oh, he's left the chamber. Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister has said that the intelligence services are engaged, but she hasn't been able to give any information on whether or not they're happy or whether or not they're able to mitigate any of the risks. Why can she not give us this information? And on the timeline, as the Shadow Minister asked, the unredacted plans were seen a week ago, yet the first application was rejected in 2022, the revised plans went or the revised application went in 2024, it was called in then, and it's now 2026, but with a week they've now been able to decide based on plans they've seen. Why that quick turnaround?
Minister.
Let me just reiterate that in relation to the decision on the embassy, that must be taken in the proper way. It is a matter for MHCLG ministers, and it is an independent process. And it is a matter that we have been very clear on throughout the process.
Ochin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister has stated several times this afternoon that national security is a priority for this government. So why then is this government letting in a hostile state who wants to sabotage us, who wants to spy on us, letting them into the very heart of our government?
Minister.
I'm not sure whether the honourable lady was referring to Russia or a country, but in relation to China, perhaps I will just say again what I referenced in some earlier remarks, that China is also the world's second largest economy and the UK's third largest trading partner. Not engaging with China is no choice at all, and we can both, through engagement, be strong on security and strong on the economy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister not hear herself and how absurd it is that this government insists that they should treat this decision as to whether to allow this embassy in London, to treat it as this quasi-judicial, independent planning question? It's not a planning question, it's a question of national security. And if the Prime Minister had any backbone, he'd own it, decide it one way or the other and talk to the House about it. I don't know how up to speed the Minister is on her Greek mythology, but before the Trojan horse was pulled in, after 10 years of besieging it, there was one priest, Laocoon, and he said that you should not pull this into Troy because it will be the end of it. And that is what this role this House is playing today. Does the Minister think that the decision as to whether to pull the Trojan horse into Troy should have been treated as a veterinary issue?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his lesson in Greek mythology, most of which I am familiar with. But perhaps I will just say this to him, that it's important to have a serious debate in relation to our relationship with China. And it is also important to continue to have a consistent and pragmatic approach to our engagement. I've already referenced how China is also our third largest trading partner. But it is also the case that all G7 nations engage with China economically and diplomatically, and it is important that we continue to do so.
Mr. Speaker, foreign interference in British politics is of enormous concern to most of these benches following the conviction of Reform politician Nathan Gill, who betrayed our country for a genocidal Russian dictator. The government announced the Rycroft review to investigate foreign interference in response, including by China. So will the government delay the decision on the super embassy until the Rycroft review has reported?
Minister.
The honourable member won't be surprised to hear me say that the decision on the embassy is an independent process, but I will just emphasise to him that the UK has a broad range of powers to counter foreign interference, including acts which amount to transnational repression, and it is important that we take that extremely seriously, the government in terms of with the government, but also across the House. And it is also important that we see the announcement that the Security Minister made last year in relation to training and guidance on state threats being offered to by counter-terrorism policing to all 45 territorial police forces across the UK. That training is taken up, and that we are seeing the enhancement of the ability of frontline police officers and staff in the identification of state-directed crime and the actions that should be taken and must be taken to escalate and mitigate this activity.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for her answers? During last week's UQ on the topic of the Chinese embassy, I highlighted that whilst the consulate is entitled to facilities to enable their citizens to have consular help, they are not entitled to have this pose any type of threat to national security. The information provided this morning again demonstrates the potential that there is for risk for our national security. So will the Minister not take the steps well within government's power and grasp to act in the national interest and make clear that the consulate, as proposed, is not necessary to carry out consulate functions and will therefore not be acceptable? Thank you.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and it is important to emphasise again that national security is the first duty of government, and we will always act to protect it.
That is the end of the question on the proposed Chinese embassy. Point of order, Alicia Kearns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I asked an urgent question about this important issue last week, it was shunted to MHCOG. Today, when the honourable member for Rotherham asked the question, it was shunted to the Foreign Office. The Minister opened her answers by saying she could not answer on the fundamental question being asked in the chamber. When she was then put a direct question by me, has she demarched the Chinese ambassador because it is within her briefing, no answer was given. So the ministers will not answer on other people's briefs, despite collective responsibility. If they won't answer on their own briefs, how are we to get answers in this place?
Well, I thank the honourable lady for her notice of that point of order. As you may know, the Chair is not responsible for the content of ministers' answers, if only we were. But she has most definitely put her point on the record, unless the Minister wishes to respond right now. The Minister has declined to respond right now. No doubt the Treasury front bench will feed that back in to the Ministers responsible. Thank you so much. I'll give the front benches a moment or two to shuffle over. Come to the first statement from the Foreign Secretary on Arctic security. Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by expressing my deep condolences to all those affected by the terrible train crash near Córdoba last night. Thank you to the Spanish emergency services who responded overnight and throughout today, and I'm sure the House will join me in thinking of the people of Spain at this distressing time. With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll make a statement on Greenland and wider Arctic security. On the evening of Saturday, the 17th of January, President Trump announced the intention to impose 10% tariffs on goods from Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, and the UK over the future of Greenland. This is a serious moment for our transatlantic discussions and partnerships. So let me outline to the House the UK's response, which rests on three key principles. First, Greenland is part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Its future is a matter for Greenlanders and the Danes and them alone. This reflects the fundamental principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity to which this whole House is committed. Second, the use or the threat of tariffs against allies in this way is completely wrong, it is unwarranted, and it is counterproductive. Third, Arctic security is a shared concern and a shared responsibility for both sides of the Atlantic. It can only be effectively addressed and maintained through a cooperation between transatlantic allies and, crucially, through NATO. So instead of divisions that only aid our adversaries, we now need a serious and constructive dialogue about our Arctic security, which is built on respect for sovereignty and collective security and the rules which underpin our alliance. As the Prime Minister set out this morning, the North Star for the government's foreign policy is to stand up for the UK's national interest, to defend and advance Britain's security, Britain's prosperity and Britain's values. And we do so through the alliances and partnerships that we build abroad that make us stronger here at home, including alliances where that transatlantic cooperation between Europe and North America has long been vital. As the Prime Minister has made clear, our close and deep-rooted partnership with the United States is a hugely important part of our security and our prosperity. The depth of our cooperation on intelligence sharing and defence helps keep us safe, and our trading relationship and the new agreements we have reached in the last 12 months are driving billions of pounds of investment in the UK, supporting jobs across the country. But the Prime Minister has also made clear that we will be very direct about our differences, as he was in speaking to President Trump yesterday. Because standing up for the UK national interest means the defending the principles that underpin stable and enduring international cooperation. That means respect for sovereignty, and it means respect for long-standing allies. Denmark is a close ally of the United Kingdom and the United States. Indeed, Denmark has long been one of the US's closest allies, a proud NATO member that has stood shoulder to shoulder with the UK and with the US, including at real human cost in recent decades. Rooted in that partnership, the US already has in place a 1951 treaty with Denmark, which already provides for an extensive US security presence in Greenland. And alliances endure because they are built on respect and partnership, not pressure. And tariff threats like this are no way to treat allies. Madam Deputy Speaker, the tariff threat has come following the pre-coordinated preparations for the annual Danish programme of activities under the framework Arctic Endurance, which is focused on addressing Russian security threats in the Arctic. And last week, at the request of the Danish government, one UK military officer currently based in Denmark joined a planning group visit in an observational capacity. And these sorts of visits are a regular part of military planning ahead of exercises and operations. Work amongst allies to strengthen Greenland's security that should be recognised for its importance, not used as a reason to impose economic pressure. A trade war would hurt workers and businesses on both sides of the Atlantic. It would be in no one's interests. Both sides of the Atlantic should be working together on Arctic security, not moving apart. And that is why the Prime Minister and this government are working intensively in the UK national interest to prevent this happening and to reach a resolution. Yesterday, the Prime Minister spoke directly with President Trump with the Danish Prime Minister and other close allies and international leaders. Today, I welcomed the Danish Foreign Minister, Lars Rasmussen, here to London for valuable discussions earlier today, and the Europe Minister has been in touch with the Greenland Foreign Minister. I've also been in direct contact with the US, Canada, France, Germany, and other European colleagues, and on Wednesday, my Right Honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, will visit Denmark. We will continue with this urgent diplomacy in pursuit of the principles that I have set out. And we will also argue for the strengthening of our multilateral cooperation around Arctic security. Because the Arctic is the gateway for Russia's Northern Fleet to threaten Britain, Western Europe, and North America. Threats to undersea cables, threats to critical national infrastructure. We've seen greater presence of Russian ships and submarines making their way to the North Atlantic. We've seen Russian aircraft testing our air defence, as shadow fleet vessels pass through our waters, trying to evade our sanctions and continuing to fund the war in Ukraine. Northern Norway, Finland, sea routes through Greenland, Iceland, UK gaps have long been strategically significant when considering Russian threats. And we know that the strategic significance of the Arctic is likely to grow as the melting of Arctic ice stands to open new routes through the Arctic Ocean and with newfound geo-economic competition for critical minerals and rare earths. So Arctic security is crucial not just to the UK, but to the entire NATO alliance. Of the 8 countries north of the Arctic Circle, 7 are NATO allies. So across our alliance, working together, we can and should do more. So that is why last week I travelled to Finland and Norway to discuss the threats they currently face. My Right Honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, was also in Sweden. And in Helsinki, I met with the Finnish Foreign Minister and was briefed on their border force activities to tackle a Russian ship that had damaged undersea cables between Finland and Estonia. In northern Norway, I met with the Norwegian Foreign Minister. We signed a new agreement to strengthen our cooperation to tackle Russia's shadow fleet, and we travelled together to Camp Viking to see the work of the Royal Marines and their Norwegian partners. In the bitter cold of this unforgiving landscape, our commando forces are training and exercising, preparing for contingencies. For more than 50 years, the Royal Marines have trained in the Norwegian Arctic, but we are increasing that commitment, doubling the number of Marines there from 1,000 to 2,000 in the space of 3 years, and I pay tribute to the phenomenal work that they do. Alongside the landmark Lunar House Defence Agreement that will see the UK and Norway jointly operate a new fleet of Type 26 anti-submarine warfare frigates to hunt Russian submarines and protect our critical undersea infrastructure. And in the autumn, the UK-led Joint Expeditionary Force saw thousands of troops, including over 1,700 British personnel, dozens of ships, vehicles and aircraft deployed from the Baltics to Iceland. And the UK plans to contribute to a range of exercises in the North Atlantic and High North throughout 2026. Because this is how we believe we best strengthen our Arctic security for the sake of both Western Europe and North America, together through alliances and partnerships, not through threats on tariffs or sovereignty that simply undermine our collective security. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the messages of cross-party unity and the shared conviction that the future of Greenland must be determined by the Greenlanders and the Danes. And whether it be on Greenland, on tariffs or on wider Arctic security, we are clear in our views, firm in our principles and steadfast in our commitment to safeguarding UK interests. The UK will continue to pursue constructive ways forward, collaborating intensively with our partners and allies and pursuing our security, our prosperity and our values every step of the way. I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Priti Patel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me begin my remarks by expressing our condolences to the people of Spain following the devastating train crash yesterday. The Conservative Party is clear that the US administration's decision to announce tariffs on the UK over Greenland is completely wrong. Madam Deputy Speaker, people in both the United Kingdom and the United States will face higher costs because of this proposal of tariffs. There will be yet another burden for businesses across our country. And these tariffs also go against the United States' recent national security strategy, which says, and I quote, that it is natural and just that all nations put their interests first and guard their sovereignty. It goes on to say that we stand for sovereign rights of nations. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Greenland and Denmark. The future of Greenland must be for its people and Denmark to decide. It is theirs to decide alone. Denmark is a valued NATO ally and a leading contributor to Ukraine, indeed one of the highest per capita donors. We've also worked with Denmark on Arctic security, and it is an imperative that we and our European NATO allies now show a determination to go much further and back up our words with actions. The security challenges in the Arctic must be tackled head-on, particularly with the threat of Russia. Greenland is of geopolitical significance for every NATO member state, including the United Kingdom. And the best way to tackle threats is by working together in unison as NATO allies, because America's national security is indivisible from NATO's. They are one and the same. That is, collective security is the basis of our national defence architecture. Collective action in the immediate term is how we should work together to address these challenges. So will the Foreign Secretary say what resources the government will put in place to prioritise or repurpose its inventory to contribute to NATO's High North missions? What is the government doing to look at how, working with the US, we can build on existing joint defence agreements to broker a greater and consensual military presence on Greenland from both sides of the Atlantic? What is the government's plan to help lead international efforts to secure the safety of Arctic shipping routes as they become more open, and stave off exploitation of Greenland's critical minerals by malign actors, and also protect the region's fisheries, and boost digital connectivity and security, particularly at sea? Has the Foreign Secretary discussed this issue with Secretary Rubio? And if not, what will she propose to him when she does speak to him, including on the security issue in the High North? UK leadership does matter at this challenging moment for NATO, as we should advance a push from all NATO allies to thwart Putin's ambitions in the High North. It is incumbent on the United Kingdom to help to lead that charge, and our ability to convene outside the EU is a strength which we should play. Conservatives have also called on the Prime Minister to push for an urgent meeting of NATO, including and especially the United States. So will the government pursue this so that position can be reconciled behind closed doors so that we can present a united front to our adversaries? And on the issue of tariffs, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is important for our economy and for businesses that the government secures a reversal on this position. This is not a moment for megaphone diplomacy, but can she share the government's strategy for bringing the US round to revoking them before the kick-in date? And can she confirm the UK's position on countermeasures? Under the tariff deal agreed in the spring, the UK secured a 10% reduced tariff for 100,000 vehicles. So can she update the House on whether she expects this 10% tariff, Greenland tariff, to be added to the existing 10% tariff, effectively doubling the tax on British car exports to 20% from the 1st of February? Pharmaceuticals were also a cornerstone of the agreement on tariff-free exemptions. So does the Foreign Secretary expect life sciences to be protected from this new baseline tariff, or will the 100% tariff threat mentioned in late 2025 now be accelerated? And what specific support will her colleagues in DBT provide small and medium-sized business exporters who could face an overnight 10% increase in the cost for their largest export market? What assessment has been made in government about the potential economic impact of tariffs? What can be done to mitigate them? Madam Deputy Speaker, this is now time for cool but determined heads, because the stakes are significant and enormous for our country. It isn't just a big geopolitical moment. It's a moment of real concern for businesses in our country and exporters. And we're counting on British diplomacy to reverse the tariff situation, to bring swift end to this debacle over Greenland. The US is our closest ally. The way our security agencies operate together is unparalleled in modern history, and our bilateral trading relationship dwarfs every other relationship. This is a moment where we need to summon and leverage the strength and depth of that special relationship.
Foreign Secretary.
And I thank the Shadow Foreign Secretary for her response and also welcome her support for the sovereignty of Greenland and Denmark, and also for the strengthening of support for Arctic security against the Russian threat, which she is right to highlight. And she asked what work can be done to establish constructive discussions and talks. And indeed, this is an issue that I talked to the Danish Foreign Minister about today, because they have set out a process to have detailed talks with the US on how to strengthen security around Greenland, being very clear that the issue of sovereignty was non-negotiable, but there are many issues to be discussed around strengthening security. I have spoken to Secretary Rubio today, and we have agreed to take forward further discussions on this issue, and I can assure her as too, we will be pursuing every avenue for discussions directly with the US, but also with all of our close allies on this, the purpose being to prevent the tariffs, to prevent the trade escalation, the trade war that will be in no one's interest, and to replace the threats to sovereignty and tariffs with a constructive, shared approach to our security, including the issue of security in the Arctic. And I think it is a critical issue here that the Arctic is the gateway for the Russian Northern Fleet to be able to threaten the UK, to be able to threaten Western Europe, but also to be able to threaten the US, to be able to threaten Canada. And so that is why this is a shared threat and requires a shared response. And that is why I proposed, as part of the discussions in Norway and in Finland last week, that NATO should establish an Arctic sentry, similar to the approach that NATO has taken to the Baltic sentry and to the Eastern sentry. Coordination that brings together and looks in a strategic way at all of the issues around security across the Arctic. We believe it is through those partnerships and through those alliances that we can best strengthen our shared security against the threats that should concern us most.
Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The main purpose of the Prime Minister's speech today, his statement today, was of course to send out an international message, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for the skillful way in which she has amplified that message this evening. But there is another audience who deeply appreciate what the Prime Minister has had to say. Many ordinary people, many ordinary British people, are becoming increasingly anxious about the threats that are being made by one of our most important friends to one of our allies. They are frightened by the dark turn that international relations seem to have taken and the potential chaos that we may be heading for. In fact, I have to say, a friend of mine texted me today to tell me that as she was watching the Prime Minister live, she was weeping. She has found this very frightening. So could the Foreign Secretary please convey the thanks of so many of us for his clarity, for his calm and for his leadership?
I thank my right honourable friend for those remarks, and I will convey that message to the Prime Minister. I think what we have clearly seen is that our Prime Minister is standing up for the UK national interest, standing up for our security and prosperity, but also standing up for British values as well, because we know that our security and prosperity is strengthened by alliances and it's strengthened by partnerships, not strengthened by pulling apart.
Democrat Senator Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I associate myself and my party with the comments of the Foreign Secretary about the terrible rail crash in Spain? And can I thank her for her statement? Madam Deputy Speaker, President Trump is acting like an international gangster, threatening to trample over the sovereignty of an ally, threatening the end of NATO altogether, and now threatening to hit our country and 7 European allies with outrageous, damaging tariffs unless he gets his hands on Greenland. This is an incredibly grave moment for the United Kingdom, Europe and our world. Without provocation or justification, the President of the United States is attacking our economy, our livelihoods and our national security. Trump has put British businesses and jobs on the front line in his unprovoked aggression. The only people cheering him on are Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. Only a few months ago, Trump hailed the special relationship at Windsor Castle. Now, thanks to his actions, it is nearly in tatters. So how do we stop Trump's damaging trade war? For a year now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has tried a policy of appeasing Trump, flattering him, fawning over him, refusing to stand up to him, because, he argued, otherwise Trump would hit us with damaging tariffs. Well, the Prime Minister has tested his approach to destruction. It has failed. It is time for the government to change course. We have to finally be clear-eyed about the sort of man Trump is and treat him accordingly. He is a bully. He thinks he can grab whatever he wants, using force if necessary. And he is corrupt. The most corrupt president the United States has ever seen. So there are only two ways of getting him to back down: bribing him with a new jet perhaps, or a few billion in his crypto account, or standing up to him like we would with any other bully, standing together with our European allies to make him back down. That's the choice. Which one, Foreign Secretary?
Well, this is clearly a serious moment. I wonder if the honourable gentleman actually saw the Prime Minister's response this morning. And he should know that it is because this is a serious moment that we respond in a serious way. That this Prime Minister responds in a serious way, in a calm, robust and hard-headed way about what is in the UK's national interest, and also how we work together in the alliances that are crucial for our security, our prosperity, and also are underpinned by our values. That is why the Prime Minister has been so firm in the United Kingdom's response. It's why I welcomed the Danish Foreign Minister to London today. And I think that the honourable member's description of our Prime Minister's response and our UK government response is inappropriate. I would say I think this is a really important time for parties to come together on how we ensure that we can respond to the situation that we are in, that we can work closely with our allies, but that we can also create a constructive approach to our Arctic security, which ultimately will depend on transatlantic cooperation and ultimately will depend on ensuring that those alliances and that transatlantic alliance respects the principles of sovereignty and respects the principles of collective security. That is something we will do in a sober and serious way.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. What we're witnessing is a very rude awakening for European nations, including our own, that if you don't properly invest in sovereign capabilities for defence and security and rely instead on others, then sooner or later you will be bullied or blackmailed by larger nations. And the question for us is, are we just going to kick the can down the road and just trundle along with small, gradual increases in defence investment, or are we going to chart a path to 3% GDP defence spending in this Parliament? Now, in terms of Arctic security, the Foreign Secretary intimated that only one British officer was involved in the Danish-led Operation Arctic Endurance in Greenland. Could she please update the House as to our current and future planned participation, and are there any political or practical constraints in that future participation?
Secretary.
And the specific issue that he raised, it was not an operation, it was a planning process, as takes place very routinely, and that continues to be the case. What we are arguing for is a broader approach to Arctic security. In fact, the UK's strongest contribution is around the north of Norway. Our partnership with Norway is really now unrivalled. Both the commandos, the excellent work that I saw at Camp Viking and elsewhere, and also of the frigates, the joint frigates there. And that is our unrivalled. For a non-Arctic nation, our contribution to Arctic security is now unrivalled, and we see this as being part of Arctic Sentry, a wider approach to the collective Arctic security. But what I would also say is he raises the issue about investment. We are this is exactly why we are have put forward the biggest increase in defence spending for very many years.
Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Foreign Secretary, I'm afraid, is being rather mealy-mouthed about a situation that the President of the United States obviously sees as very simple. He believes that either through extortion, and he's not denying that he may use military force to acquire Greenland, whichever way you look at it. So 2 questions. First of all, as she will know, there are significant military assets owned by the United States based here in the United Kingdom. Could they be used as part of an invasion of Greenland against our will? And secondly, does she recognise that when tariffs were first wielded as a weapon against the Canadians, we should have stood with them rather than cutting a snivelling deal?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, all I would say to him, first of all, is clearly that is not the situation that we are talking about. We have been very clear about the importance of both sovereignty and collective security, that this is not just part of the NATO alliance, that these are fundamental principles that we stand for as well. And in terms of the work around tariffs, as we'll know, the work the Prime Minister led has been effective in addressing tariffs in the past. We will show the same determination and robust approach again. Similarly, we have done so on other issues as well. It is important that we focus around the results that we can get by taking a hard-headed approach. That is what we're continuing to do.
Dame Chianwara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Knocking on doors in Denton and Westerhope, Arthur's Hill and Wingrove, for the first time in my 15 years as an MP, the #1 issue was global insecurity. President Trump has succeeded in uniting the British people against his unwarranted attack on a close ally. Now, my right honourable friend is right to be calm and diplomatic, but will she reassure us that given the current President's volatility, she and her government will ensure that our sovereignty is not dependent on US capability, and specifically that our technology procurement, both civil and defence, will reflect this?
Well, my honourable friend is right to talk about the very strong feeling on this right across the UK, the very strong feeling for the sense of protecting sovereignty for the people of Greenland, for the people of Denmark more widely, and also the real deep sense that to have tariffs proposed in this way is just deeply wrong. It's also counterproductive to our collective security, but it is also deeply wrong. She also raises the issues about sort of UK resilience as well. She will know on things like the Five Eyes partnership, there is very deep, long-standing cooperation and shared technology, but there are also areas where we agree that Europe needs to do more for its own defence and its own investment as well, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I declare an interest as Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Greenland. President Trump's threat to annex Greenland, either the easy way or the hard way, is pushing Europe to the verge of one of the biggest political crises and security crises we've faced in decades. Now his threat to impose punitive tariffs on those opposing his illegal annexation means that the President of our closest ally is using economic and military threats against the UK and other European nations simply for defending sovereignty, self-determination and international law. So on what basis does this government view this particular president as being a trustworthy and reliable ally?
Secretary.
Well, we have made very clear that threats to Greenland's sovereignty are wrong. Threats on tariffs and on economic pressure are wrong, because allies should stand together and not face the kinds of threats that we have seen. Particularly, that is an issue for the UK, but also particularly for Denmark, that has been such a close ally to both the UK and the US as well. We are taking a very robust, hard-headed approach to this, to work through what is in the UK national interest and to get a resolution to this that can protect and defend and strengthen the Arctic security and also UK security more widely, and that is the right thing to do.
Colleagues need to shorten their questions. Many members want to get in, and that depends on the length of your questions. Alan Gemmell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for setting out the UK's position on the future of Greenland for the people of Greenland and for the Danes to decide. It's not right that one of our closest and oldest allies threatens us with economic sanctions, and I have two questions for the Foreign Secretary. How will she explain to the US administration our interests and actions at this time and stop the sanctions and resolve the situation? And might she take an interest in the Franco-British fast jet replacement programme and a company called Aralis, so that we don't have to rely on a British solution, building on the excellent question from the member for Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can say we have been very clear to the US and more widely about the importance of countries working together to strengthen security. That is exactly what Denmark has been seeking to do, to strengthen security of Greenland as part of strengthening Arctic security against the Russian threat. And that should be something which is recognised as important, recognised as valuable, where countries come together to do so, because Arctic security is a multilateral issue. It's not a unilateral issue, it's a multilateral issue. It will only be strengthened by countries working together. So this is about our interests on that shared collective security, but also our values in defending sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary, the Prime Minister, NATO, the Danes and others have been commended for responding to this through the usual channels and through the usual means. And that would be fine if we had an occupant of the White House who understood all of that and who respected all of that. But he laughs now, not just behind his hand, but blatantly in our faces as a result of that. So whilst all of that continues, we need to try and work out what makes this man tick. He is thin-skinned, he has an ego, and he doesn't like to be embarrassed. Should the state visit go ahead this year? Should football teams play in American stadia for the World Cup? These are things which would embarrass the President at home. We now need to fight fire with fire.
Well, I think we heard from the Prime Minister the approach that he was taking this morning, and what I would say is that the approach that our Prime Minister has taken, the approach that this government has taken, has already led to very big changes in the United States' initial proposals on tariffs that were, as a result, substantially reduced and changed as a result of that engagement. We've also seen, as a result of the engagement, big changes in the US approach to Ukraine, where considerable work has been done now to secure agreements around security guarantees that have been immensely important. And that is as a result of continued engagement, not just by the Prime Minister, but others more widely. So we're clear about the importance of working in the UK's national interests and pursuing different issues around this in order to make sure that we protect UK businesses, UK prosperity, and also our shared values, including around sovereignty as well.
Bill Brickell.
Deputy Speaker, and as a proud member of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly myself, can I thank the Foreign Secretary for her visit to our Marines at Camp Viking in Norway and her unequivocal stance on support for collective security with NATO at its heart. Now, I welcome the Rycroft review into foreign interference in our politics. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary, in the context of NATO and Arctic security, whether she agrees it's vitally important that we get to the bottom of the role that Russian money plays in trying to subvert our public discourse on these vitally important issues?
Ask Nigel.
Foreign Secretary.
I know that honourable friend and also others have been raising this issue, particularly about the hybrid threats from Russia. So there are the direct threats that we see in the Arctic, but also these broader hybrid threats, which range from sabotage, including on undersea cables, but through to the foreign interference and information interference as well. I know that the Select Committee is doing important inquiry into this issue as well and look forward to its conclusions, but we have substantially increased UK sanctions to address some of these interference threats.
Edward Morello.
The post-war world order was based on the premise that like-minded Western liberal democracies would stand up for each other, that we would expand democracy wherever we saw it, that we would lower the barriers to free trade, and that through NATO we would engage in collective responsibility. An attack against one was an attack against all. It is clear that the President of the United States does not share these values. Does she not agree that the UK should be closening our military and economic bonds with European allies who do share those values?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, what I would say is the transatlantic security relationship of North America, US and Canada and Western Europe and the whole of Europe working together around security has been immensely important for a long time, and we still continue to have the shared interests, shared threats. For example, Arctic security is very clearly a shared security interest, but we are also strengthening our direct security and defence cooperation with Europe. That was part of the EU reset, was strengthening defence cooperation with our European allies, where we are bound by our close geography as well as our shared values and interests, and we will continue to strengthen those relationships.
Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Donald Trump's appalling threats to seize Greenland, along with his disgusting bombing of Venezuela, are a new form of gangster politics that are set out in his new national security strategy, which also speaks of boosting support for the far right across Europe. We have to deal with that reality, and Trump's threats of tariffs this weekend show how little we can rely on the so-called special relationship. So I want to ask the Foreign Secretary, instead of blindly following US policy, as we have all too often done in the past with disastrous consequences, isn't it now time to stand up to Trump and forge a new independent foreign policy based upon international law, peace and cooperation, important values that are the very antithesis of what Donald Trump stands for?
Can I just caution the honourable member against somehow suggesting equivalence in a whole series of different areas, and I obviously am disappointed he doesn't, as part of his discussions, recognise the scale of the threat from Russia, which is the most serious threat the UK faces.
Andrew Morrison.
We have to ride the Trump tiger as best we can until November 2028. But the future of Greenland is for Greenlanders. However, when she's talking to her Danish interlocutors, could she ever so gently point out that small countries like Denmark have historically spent very little on their and on collective defence? And can she also perhaps equally gently admonish Denmark, since along with most member states of the European Union, it has administered something of a punishment beating to this country since 2016.
Well, I'm going to say to him that I was delighted to see the Danish Foreign Minister in London today. He is a friend, and Denmark is a close friend of the UK. Denmark also stood firm alongside the UK, alongside the US, and including putting their own armed forces' lives at risk in Afghanistan, in other conflicts, in order to support close allies. I think they have shown immense dedication to principles of collective security. They continue to show substantial support for Ukraine against Russia, and I would just strongly show Denmark the UK's support.
Calvin Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week's tensions highlight the strategic importance of the Greenland-Iceland-UK gap and the urgent need for Europeans to fill its gaps in being able to defend that space, which currently can only be done by the United States of America. So can she update us on the government's discussions with our European counterparts on strengthening our defence industries and any discussions on full access to SAFE?
My honourable friend has immense expertise in this area. He's right to highlight the Greenland-Iceland-UK gaps as being crucial to maintaining the security of the Atlantic, and as one which a lot of the Arctic security issues are based. But it's also exactly why the UK and Norway are now jointly building new frigates as part of a major investment programme, one of the biggest defence contracts we have ever had, but also not just investing in jobs in the UK, but crucially in an unrivalled partnership to strengthen our maritime security.
Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will happily accept tariffs to oppose Trump and his corrupt regime. Not my words, but a Bath constituent who emailed me today. Does the Foreign Secretary not recognise the strong feelings of so many of our constituents who are ready to stand up to the bully that Donald Trump is and want this government to do the same?
Foreign Secretary.
I think across the country there are strong feelings and about the tariff threats that we have seen. It's why we have been very clear that they are completely wrong. I would also say that I think the impact of tariffs is felt on businesses, on consumers, on ordinary families. In the US and in the UK, that is why, and in other European countries, that is why tariffs are completely counterproductive as well as being completely wrong.
Emma Lewell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's calm diplomacy this morning. It is right that only adversaries stand to gain from the fracturing of NATO. I know the government doesn't believe the US President is serious about using military force to seize Greenland, but even just in the last hour, he has refused to rule this out. And my right honourable friend will also know that the President spoke about wanting Greenland in his previous term in office. He has long been serious about this. As the UK is the lead nation in the Joint Expeditionary Force, can she assure me that alongside NATO-level discussions, we are also engaging fully with our JEF partners?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can tell her that we do regularly engage with the Joint Expeditionary Force partners. Indeed, there were meetings around the Joint Expeditionary Force last week, and I believe are further such meetings later this week as well, which of course the Ministry of Defence is heavily involved in supporting as well, exactly because we take these shared security issues so seriously. We know for a country like the UK, our security depends on the alliances that we build, including with close European allies through the JEF.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Greenland is being offered two options: to be sold or to be annexed. This is naked imperialism. The government of Greenland has made very clear that they will work with the US in any way that is necessary to protect our security and that of Europe's. But I'm afraid that beyond vague diplomatic assurances of diplomatic activity and claims of being hard-headed, as a result of today's statement, I am not any clearer on what the government is doing to keep us safe from these tariffs, but more importantly, to protect our security and the sovereignty of Greenland.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, what I would say to the honourable member, and I would be, actually, to be honest, I am surprised at that question from her, because she does have experience around foreign affairs, and she knows the way in which the diplomatic discussions take place and the urgency with which those discussions are taking place right now. She will understand the importance of those discussions. She will understand the importance of the collaboration with our allies and partners and the way in which those discussions take place. She will also have seen the results of taking a similar hard-headed and robust approach in previous issues and the previous discussions that we have taken and will continue to take forward. What I would also just say is that the people of Greenland, we have seen the protests on the streets in Greenland, we have seen the strong views expressed as well by the people of the Kingdom of Denmark more widely. We will continue to support them and their sovereignty.
Sonia Kamal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The 2009 Greenland Self-Government Act, Chapter 8, Section 21, states decisions regarding Greenland's independence shall be taken by the people of Greenland. Therefore, no external coercion should be applied to their people. What steps is my right honourable friend taking with our European allies to ensure that the Greenland's Self-Government Act is respected and that no major power can pressure the Greenlanders over their constitutional status?
Well, I welcome my honourable friend's point, and this is exactly why my colleague, the Europe Minister, has been in touch with the Greenland Foreign Minister, and why I had many discussions today with the Danish Foreign Minister about our support for the sovereignty of the people of Greenland. It is for them to decide their future as part of, and for them and the Danes side by side to decide their future, and not for anyone else.
Martin Wrigley.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Foreign Secretary's approach, saying we should be working with our allies. I fear that Donald Trump does not agree with her, however. What is the government doing to harden our infrastructure? We are heavily dependent on several American IT systems. For example, Palantir, which is controlled by Peter Thiel, who is well into the coterie of Donald Trump's administration. We've seen with a sanction that they could switch off Microsoft providing services to the International Criminal Court. Will the government look into making Palantir not a single point of failure in our critical systems, in the health service, the defence and cabinet office, and now police?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can tell him that we do take immensely seriously all issues around critical national infrastructure. We do have long-standing areas, for example, in our security and intelligence Five Eyes partnerships, which do involve technology partnerships which go back very many generations. And in fact, I remember some of my first meetings with Five Eyes meetings in the US on this in over 25 years ago, and that technology and partnerships have strengthened since. But he is also right to say that we should look at key areas where critical national infrastructure needs to be strengthened as well.
Alex Sobel.
I want to associate myself with the Foreign Secretary's statement that the future Greenland is a matter for the Greenlanders and the Danes and them alone. We all know that the geosecurity of the High North is because of Russia's threat to NATO. I'm really pleased you went to Norway last week, because in fact we have 2 Russian bases on NATO territory in Svalbard. What discussions did you have with her Norwegian counterparts about the possibility of ending the Russian presence on NATO territory in Svalbard?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, he's right to highlight the issues in the High North being about the Russian threats, and this has long been the case, but we have seen those threats grow. There was a time at the ending of the Cold War when I think everyone was optimistic that this might fundamentally change, and sadly, many years on, that has proven not to be the case, and it is why this partnership between the UK and Norway is crucial, and it's crucial for our security, but it's actually crucial for the security of the whole of NATO and of many of our allies as well. I can assure him we keep a range of issues under discussion.
Andy Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary is, of course, absolutely right to insist that the future of Greenland is a question only for the people of Greenland. Does she acknowledge, though, that this crisis is the consequence of our weakness, of decades of failure on the part of Europe and the UK to invest in defence, and indeed a historic failure of statecraft on the part of the United Kingdom that saw one naval officer attend Greenland and have the consequence of 10% tariffs imposed on us? So she mentions this conversation she had in Scandinavia last week. Did she offer to do more than simply cooperate with our partners and neighbours, but to actually lead in the defence of Greenland by committing a proper joint expeditionary force led by the UK with the proper commitments to ensure the safety of Greenland?
Secretary.
Can I just say to the honourable member that the biggest threat to Arctic security comes from Russia. Yeah. And he would have a lot more credibility in talking about any of these Arctic security issues if he and his new party would actually look inwards at themselves and do the long-needed investigation into Russian influence in their party.
Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's strong response and the assurances we've heard from the Foreign Secretary today. She quite rightly made clear that Donald Trump's claims to need to possess Greenland for security reasons are complete and utter nonsense. The US already has access, and she talked about a multilateral approach to Arctic security. There is also the critical minerals element, which I suspect is also a great deal to do with his interest in the country. Can she say what we're doing to have a similar multilateral approach to critical minerals as we seek to divest from Chinese reliance?
And Foreign Secretary.
My honourable friend is right to raise there's the broader issue around critical minerals. You know that many of the issues around Greenland are long-term issues as opposed to immediate critical mineral issues. But there is a wider thing about ensuring that we have security around our critical mineral supply chains and needing to work with other countries to prevent any country having a chokehold around the supply of critical minerals. That is crucial in some of our issues around new green technologies, but it's also crucial more widely on our economic prosperity and economic security for the future.
Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. All relationships, especially special relationships, need a foundation, must have a foundation of respect and mutual consent. What is the status within NATO of economic measures being used to force the annexation of a sovereign territory within NATO?
Well, NATO allies need to respect each other, and that is a core part of the NATO alliance. It is what makes the alliance effective, and to not do so simply aids our adversaries.
Joanna Baxter.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome both the Foreign Secretary's statement and the Prime Minister's remarks earlier this morning. It may be surprising that neither Greenland nor the Arctic were featured as a strategic priority in the United States' own national security strategy, which was published in November, but transatlantic trade did. So will the Secretary of State make clear to the United States administration that both its goals of prosperity and long-term security of the Arctic can only be achieved through close cooperation with allies rather than dangerous rhetoric and actions that risk weakening the collective strength on which we all rely?
I agree with my honourable friend because our economic prosperity for the UK, for Western Europe, for right across Europe, but also for North America, including the US, Canada as our other NATO allies, our prosperity is strengthened by trade rather than tariffs. Our security is strengthened by the cooperation through NATO and by respect for each other's sovereignty and collective security.
Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary is right to say that NATO allies should not threaten one another. She is also right to highlight the threat and potential harm caused by trade wars and tariffs imposed. But does she understand the bemusement on the Northern Ireland benches that while she talks strongly about sovereignty, it was this House that diminished the sovereignty of Northern Ireland and placed us into the European Union Customs Code? And I hope she recognises that there is a double-edged sword on tariffs for Northern Ireland. But Speaker Mike Johnson spoke at the weekend and he's addressing Parliament tomorrow. And he said very clearly that whilst he has heard what President Trump has said, he does not know what his aspirations are in relation to Greenland. Does she?
Secretary.
Well, what I hope that really everyone across, not just the US administration, across the US would agree is that we should have shared aspirations for our shared security in the Arctic and recognise that that includes respect for sovereignty, respect for that collective partnership, and also recognising that the nature of the Arctic security threat and how much of it is maritime as well depends on countries working together, because it depends on being able to address issues around the eastern end of the Arctic, around northern Norway, and around the western end of the Arctic and the Greenland-Iceland gap. It's only through having that cooperation that you can keep the Atlantic safe, you can keep all of our countries safe.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
As possibly the only MP with American grandchildren, would the Secretary of State agree with me that whatever disagreements may arise between the government and the government of the United States about Greenland, the bonds of friendship and kinship between the peoples of this island and the peoples of the United States are historic, vital and enduring?
Foreign Secretary.
My honourable friend is exactly right to highlight the strength of our bonds, the people-to-people bonds, but also the deep historic bonds and the continuing cooperation bonds. Even today, the US and UK have been discussing issues around terrorism threats in northern Syria and needing to tackle Daesh and continued threats there. So we have so many different areas of shared interests and also that shared history, and that is why it is so important that we pursue this disagreement in a robust and constructive way now.
David Mantell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in pushing back against the tariffs, can the Foreign Secretary and others make clear to the US that it's not just the potential imposition of these tariffs, but it is the bandying about of the threat of the tariffs which is so disruptive and difficult for major British businesses, such as the Scotch whisky industry, that export to the US. And therefore, if they're just game playing or tactics, they are causing real damage right now.
I agree with the honourable member about the impact that threats can have, the instability that it can cause, but also the importance of us having some stability, some respect in relationships is actually a crucial underpinning of the economy.
Clive Efford.
Deputy Speaker, if this were a debate truly about the security of the Arctic, we would be talking about more than the sovereignty of the land of Greenland, which is clearly a matter for the Danes and the people of Greenland. But does she agree that our collective interests and security are best served through us working together collectively through NATO, rather than creating division in that alliance, which will only help those who want to do us harm?
I agree with my honourable friend very strongly on this, and I saw myself in the north of Norway the immense cooperation between the Royal Marines, the Commandos, and our Norwegian colleagues, and also they briefed me on the nature of where the threat issues and concerns are, and the way in which we need to respond to them, and also the way in which that response there to the north of Norway also helps with the security right at the other side of the Atlantic in the US and in Canada as well.
Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Trump is certainly an unreliable, unpredictable ally, and his comments today or yesterday about the Norwegian leadership makes, I think, us all wonder whether he is of sound mind. What can you do? You have to deal with him. I'm sure it hasn't escaped the Foreign Secretary's notice that the messaging from Congress is quite different to the messaging from the White House, and some of those divisions were exposed, particularly before Christmas in the passing of the Defence Appropriations Act in America. Can she reassure me that conversations are being had, not just with the administration, but also right across Congress, where we have quite a lot of allies who are willing to support our position?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the honourable member is right that there are many different perspectives across the US system, both in terms of in the administration and in Congress as well. As he will also know, we have always had very close engagement with all aspects of the US system, and including the engagement with Congress. And indeed, the House Speaker is in Parliament today.
Sarah Smith. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to put on the record my gratitude for the leadership that the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary has shown on this issue as it is evolving. But does the Foreign Secretary share my confusion that any member of this House who claims to be a patriot would be off joining a party who blames NATO for starting the Ukraine war, whose leader admires Vladimir Putin, and whose leader in Wales is currently serving 10 years in prison for taking Russian bribes? Foreign Secretary.
Well, I do agree with my honourable friend. We need to be very clear where the threat to our security, to UK security, comes from, and the threat from Russia to our security, be that through the Arctic or be that through Ukraine, and the impact that it has on Europe. So I think, frankly, the idea that members of this House who call themselves patriots have been left to join a party that is so soft on Russia, I think is just astonishing.
Dr. Ellie Charles.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Donald Trump rides roughshod over international law and international alliances. Now, the PM said the trade war is in no one's interest. Of course, but we all know that if you give ground to a bully, you get bullied even more. Does the Foreign Secretary recognise that after a full year of attempting to appease Donald Trump, that strategy has comprehensively failed, that it is time to replace submission to the US with strength and solidarity with our European partners, and that the UK needs to make clear to Donald Trump that there are red lines, and that if he engages in hostile activity towards the UK, that will have practical consequences, not least in trade?
Yeah. Well, the UK security is strengthened by the NATO alliance, the transatlantic alliance. I know that there are some who want to reject Europe, there are some who want to reject the US and North America. We know that it is that transatlantic partnership that is what keeps us safe and is crucial. And that is why we believe in continuing with NATO. I know that there are some parties who want to ditch it.
Race.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to welcome the calm and robust approach to American allies on this issue from the Foreign Secretary and from the Prime Minister this morning. State sovereignty, respect for territorial integrity and the right of self-determination has been the bedrock of global affairs since the end of World War II. Indeed, it's why a Ukrainian victory against Russian aggression is so important for global stability. Can the Foreign Secretary set out how, in order to deter further Russian aggression on this continent as well, we are working with our high Arctic partners in Norway and in Finland, for example, to further protect our own continent? Thank you.
I welcome that from my honourable friend, because the work we are strengthening, we're increasing we're doubling the number of UK Marines who are based in the north of Norway in the space of 3 years. We're jointly building frigates in order to strengthen our Arctic security. And we are also working through NATO, but also beyond, through the coalition of the willing and with the US on security guarantees for Ukraine, because that is crucial to delivering a just and lasting peace.
Blake Stevenson.
The Western world must remain united to keep us all safe from both Russia and China. Regrettably, we're far from united right now, and many of our constituents will be concerned about the risk to our country and critical infrastructure. At the same time as trying to reinvigorate our relationships with our NATO partners, should our planning assumption, our worst case planning assumption now be that the USA may not be by our side if and when we need them in the future? And if it wasn't clear before this week, surely it's clear now that spending on defence must rise immediately to at least 3% of GDP. Does the Foreign Secretary agree?
Yeah. Well, this government is responsible for the biggest increase in defence spending for very many years, and he will know that under the previous Conservative government, the level of investment in defence did not reach 2.5% throughout their period. And I think that the defence infrastructure was hollowed out for too long. It's right that we invest in it for the future, but it's also right that we build our partnerships.
Dame Leah Griffith.
Thank you very much. As the Foreign Secretary has already alluded to, the 1951 agreement allows the US to construct and operate military bases across Greenland, house personnel and control the movement of ships and aircraft. So will she do all she can to urge US counterparts to use this agreement to provide enhanced protection for NATO's northern borders and drop the outrageous idea of the threat of tariffs, which is causing very damaging uncertainty for our industry, and if implemented would not only hit our industry but would further fuel inflation for the US consumer?
Foreign Secretary.
My honourable friend makes a really important point, because the 1951 agreement has huge flexibility and provides for actually considerable joint working between the US and Denmark and Greenland on strengthening security in that part of the Arctic, and I know many countries will be keen to work with them on exactly that. And that's why we think the talks that had begun last week between the Danish Foreign Minister and also the US Secretary of State and Vice President were an important opportunity to be able to explore the 1951 treaty.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Diplomacy relies on rational actors, yet even the last fortnight we have seen Donald Trump declare that he is not bound by international law, only his own morality. He's deployed paramilitary forces against his own people, and he speaks of cancelling elections. How apt. We also see the unilateral kidnapping of the president of an independent country. We are not dealing with a rational man. He responds only to shiny baubles, as we've seen with the incredible saga of the Nobel Peace Prize. So I want to agree with the Right Honourable Member for North Dorset and ask the government if they will consider removing the King's visit to the United States and also a boycott of the World Cup to show Donald Trump that the only thing he responds to is his own pride.
Secretary.
Well, what I would say to the honourable member is that we have long, deep interests and partnerships with the US that go back through many years. The engagement that the Prime Minister has led with the US administration and with the President has led to important results, including billions of pounds of tech investment in the UK and also crucial security cooperation, for example, on Ukraine, with the development of security guarantees in support of the work of a coalition of the willing. But this is an issue in which we strongly disagree. And that's why the Prime Minister has made that absolutely clear. We will be very direct about the areas in which we disagree, and we will set those out, and we will also work with our allies intensively to address those, because the sovereignty of Greenland is a vital, important principle we will defend.
Steve Witherden, after which I will call Steve Darling. Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. President Trump's threats to Greenland must be taken very seriously. Given Trump's banditry in Venezuela, I fear the Prime Minister's hopes of calm discussion may fall on deaf ears. Will the government stand firm with our European allies and the people of Greenland in opposing rampant American territorial expansionism?
Yes. Well, we work closely with our European allies. That's exactly why I have discussions with the Danish Foreign Minister today. It's also why I've had discussions with the US Secretary of State today, and why we will have further discussions, and why the Prime Minister has had discussions with both European leaders and also President Trump. But I would say to him that the role of the government is to pursue the UK's interests in a calm, robust and hard-headed way, which is about getting results and also ensuring that we build the partnerships, including with the US and including with Europe, that make all of us stronger together.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Trump and Putin both respect strength. Neither of them respect international law. In light of that, I'd like to welcome the work being undertaken by the Prime Minister and other leaders from Canada and Europe around the coalition of the willing. The Secretary of State has already outlined what we're doing around strengthening our and neighbours' capabilities, but can you explain how the coalition of the willing will become the coalition of the capable to make us stronger?
Well, I thank him for his support for the coalition of the willing. He will know that the UK and France set out a declaration of intent. There is further work still underway on the security guarantees. I would caution him against what I hope he did not mean as equivalence around the US and Russia, because obviously it is Russia that imposes the significant threat to Ukraine and to the whole of Europe, and the US is a long-standing and close ally defending security in Europe.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for the strong statement she's made today. I've been disappointed to hear so much politicisation of a national security issue in this House, but can the Secretary of State confirm to me that just as the future of Ukraine should be determined by Ukrainians, the future of Denmark should be determined, of Greenland should be determined by the Denmark and Greenlanders?
Well, my honourable friend is exactly right, that these principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, it's underpinning around the UN Charter, but also around the rules that really underpin so many of our alliances, including the NATO alliance. At its heart is the very simple principle that the future of Greenland is for the Greenlanders and the Danes alone.
Robert Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's statement, but can I ask her, with all sincerity, as per her statement, how she intends to have serious, constructive dialogue built on respect and rules with a man who wants to drop peace and go to war simply because he didn't win a prize?
Well, we have a long-standing NATO alliance, a long-standing partnership, not just with the US, but also with Western Europe. We continue to discuss with the US issues affecting peace around the world. For example, I would give him the example of Sudan, which I think has not had the level of international attention that it needs, but where the US are putting in considerable efforts to seek to get a ceasefire in Sudan, and the UK is working with not just the US but other members of the Quad in order to support a desperately needed ceasefire.
Annie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And last week I was delighted to lead a debate on the very topic of the High North and Arctic security, highlighting that the UK, because of our geography, should be considered a frontline nation in the ongoing war with Vladimir Putin, and that we cannot afford to sleepwalk unprepared into a geopolitical High North and Arctic. Does she agree with me that as a frontline nation we must urgently increase public awareness of the threat we face and the effect that will have on our constituents? And will she discuss with the Defence Secretary and our allies the possibility of urgently increasing the capability of the Joint Expeditionary Force to defend both the UK and our High North allies, something I know will be welcomed in countries like Estonia, whom I visited at the start of the year?
Foreign Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his question. One of the things that by increasing our presence in the north of Norway, increasing the number of Marines from 1,000 to 2,000 over the space of 3 years, that also helps support the Joint Expeditionary Force and is a crucial part of our cooperation across not just the Arctic but also the Baltic as well, and that work was welcomed both in Finland and Norway, where I was last week.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. President Trump has stated that he no longer feels an obligation to think purely of peace. He has threatened a trade war with the UK and Europe, and he has refused to roll out military force against Greenland. This shows that President Trump and his administration cannot be trusted. Will the government therefore consider a review into the UK's intelligence sharing with the US at this very dangerous and volatile time and until Trump is in power?
Let me just be really clear with the honourable member. Our Five Eyes intelligence and security partnership is vital and keeps us safe. It keeps us safe every single day of the week, every single day of the year. And that is vital. It's particularly close with the United States, but also with Canada, Australia and New Zealand as well. And our security depends on sustaining and continuing that Five Eyes partnership.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister for the clarity they've given today on the future of Greenland. Does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that while recent comments from the United States have generated understandable concern, the correct response is not panic or escalation, but calm diplomacy grounded in the clear, simple principle that Greenland's future is a matter for the Greenlandic people? And secondly, does she agree that the real strategic challenge in the High North remains Russia and its militarisation and aggression, which NATO must continue to confront together as partners of, and not opponents of, the United States?
I do agree with my honourable friend. We need to be purposeful in our response, and also that for all of us to recognise that the greatest threat to the UK's security and to the European security and also to North American security does come from Russia, and we have shared alliances. The US is a close partner in strengthening our security against Russia.
I absolutely agree with the sanctity of territorial integrity and how fundamental it is to sovereignty. And indeed, those are the principles which provide a powerful basis to challenge the US's posturing. I do not at all dissent from the Foreign Secretary's statement, but I am intrigued as to how this government is properly so exercised about America's disrespect for territorial integrity of Greenland, but is so disinterested in the disrespect of the territorial integrity of our own country, whereby the European Union imposes colony-like its laws in 300 areas of law on a part of this United Kingdom and insists on an international customs border to partition this United Kingdom. Now that the government has got hold of the importance of territorial integrity, can we look forward to them reasserting it in respect of our own country?
Well, I would just say, I know the honourable member's views, but the Windsor Framework was about sustaining the Good Friday Agreement. That was a shared agreement underpinned by principles and underpinned by peace.
Frank McNally.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Foreign Secretary for her statement, as well as the Government's commitment to Arctic security and the recognition of the threats that we face. Does my right honourable friend agree that the partnership with Norway, which includes the £10 billion contract for Type 26 frigates secured by this government and set to be delivered on the Clyde, including by some of my constituents, makes clear that beyond the rhetoric we are hearing at present, the government is absolutely committed to playing its part within NATO to uphold our collective global responsibilities.
My honourable friend is right to welcome the £10 billion contract that supports thousands of jobs, not just in his constituency and across the UK, but is also driven not just by the strengths of our defence industry, but crucially by the strengths of our joint cooperation with Norway and the shared operations we will be able to take forward in future.
Caroline Voda. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement and her commitment to Greenland, which is not for sale. President Trump's threat of tariffs is an alarming escalation and strange behaviour from someone who the Foreign Secretary describes as a close ally. Now, France and Germany have suggested imposing retaliatory tariffs, but our Prime Minister has dismissed this. He says he doesn't want to start a trade war with the US. So could the Foreign Secretary tell the House which side the UK will be on if our European friends and neighbours decide to pursue this retaliatory course of action?
Well, we've always been clear that to have a trade war between any nation, certainly between the US and European countries, but between any nations across the world is deeply damaging and is certainly not in anyone's interest. And that is why our first priority right now should be to prevent this happening and to prevent the tariffs going forward and to build a shared sense of security.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that we should send a message of reassurance to our children and young people who will undoubtedly be feeling concerned and scared about the developments in the Arctic and Greenland and more broadly regarding our international system? Does she agree that they know instinctively that international cooperation, standing up for our allies, international friendship and defending a rules-based system, they know instinctively that this is the right way for our world? And does she agree that they should take some reassurance from the fact that our government, this House and our allies agree with them?
And I welcome my honourable friends framing this about the interests of our young people and the values around shared cooperation. It is the cooperation with our allies that makes us stronger.
Ben Lake.
Speaker, can I commend the government for standing firm with our European allies in supporting the principle that the future of Greenland is a matter for her people and her people alone. And I know that the government will make every diplomatic effort to avoid the imposition of these punitive tariffs. However, if they were to be imposed upon us, will it be the policy of the government to pursue a coordinated approach with our European allies in any countermeasures that may prove necessary?
Well, at all stages, we have discussions, coordination with our allies, but the Prime Minister made clear this morning our focus has to be on preventing a trade war. It has to be on preventing additional tariffs being introduced and on building the constructive approach to our shared security.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. How many times my Lib Dem colleagues and I need to come to this place and tell the government that Trump cannot be trusted? His behaviour is that of a spoilt child, bullying his allies, all the while looking to swell the coffers of those closest to him. By working with our European partners in NATO, we must persuade Trump that his aggressive approach to Greenland and the threats of tariffs is not acceptable behaviour from our closest ally. Can I ask the Foreign Secretary to try to persuade the Prime Minister that we need to stand up to this bully in the White House before he causes untold damage to the UK and to Europe?
Well, I just say to the honourable member, the job of government is to pursue the new UK national interests, to build alliances, to work with our allies, both in the US and in Europe, in order to promote the UK's prosperity, our security and our values. We do that in a serious, hard-headed way and not in the way that, unfortunately, the Liberal Democrats have taken.
David Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To say the very least, Donald Trump's actions in Greenland and the related sanctions on the UK are not befitting of a trustworthy ally. So does the Foreign Secretary now accept that President Trump does not respond to weakness, and that, as Canada has shown, we must stand firm against this bullying behaviour, and that, as the Liberal Democrats have argued for months, we must work more closely with our EU allies.
Well, again, I would say that our strength, our security and our prosperity depends on things like the NATO alliance, in which we work closely with our North American allies, the US and Canada, and also with our European allies as well. So that strength of relationship and the fact that the UK works so strongly at the heart of that relationship, as opposed to rejecting one side or another, which is what makes us stronger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. President Trump questioned the Danish right of ownership of Greenland, saying there are no written agreements, it's only that a boat landed there hundreds of years ago. Whilst Trump may today be challenging Greenland, on that basis, what assurance can the Foreign Secretary give that our overseas territories and those of our other allies would not come under a similar challenge from President Trump?
Well, we have been very clear that the principle of sovereignty, of territorial integrity, is fundamental. That is why the Prime Minister has made clear our strong disagreement with President Trump on this issue, and not only that, the importance that we see of issues like Arctic security being collective ones, and that the threats is no way to treat allies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister insists a trade war is in no one's interest, yet we know the US has declared sanctions on our economy in spite of the so-called special relationship. If these sanctions come to pass, I ask the Secretary what concrete measures will be put in place to protect UK businesses from their detrimental effects.
Well, the Prime Minister has already discussed this issue with President Trump, made clear our position, and we are working through diplomacy, through continued different avenues to stress the importance of respecting sovereignty, the importance of collective security, and crucially the fact that tariffs benefit no one and are completely wrong in this situation.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State has rightly outlined the importance of cooperation with our allies over this serious issue. But as we've seen, there isn't a consistent approach on retaliatory tariffs. Can she describe to the House the discussions the UK government had with our European allies before ruling out retaliatory tariffs?
Well, the UK is continuing to hold discussions with European allies, exactly as I have been doing today with the Danish Foreign Minister, and as the Prime Minister has been doing throughout the weekend, just as he also made clear our strong view to President Trump and our strong view to the US that we need to prevent these tariffs in the first place. We need to take action together to make sure that that happens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Exactly 2 weeks ago, the Foreign Secretary told me that I was quite wrong to describe Donald Trump as a threat to liberal democracy. Since then, we've seen the horrifying shooting of Rennie Good, trumped-up charges against the chair of the Fed, and direct threats to Denmark and this country. Now, I understand that the Foreign Secretary cannot publicly agree with me, but if the government is serious, why aren't we seriously rearming, especially when that will help our economy anyway? And is the Foreign Secretary worried that the hour is getting too late to act?
Well, I think the question that the Honourable Member was raising was about the increase in defence spending. Well, that is exactly what we are doing. We are investing. We have introducing the most substantial increase in defence spending for many years. I do think that under previous governments, the defence infrastructure was hollowed out, but that's exactly why we're increasing investment now.
Dr. Elpingerton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A week or so ago, I asked the Foreign Secretary at the dispatch box, where was the red line? What was the Rubicon that would have to be crossed that would lead the UK to hang together with our values-based allies in opposition to the imperialist ambitions of Donald Trump? I have to confess I felt a brief moment of pride yesterday when I thought that Rubicon had been reached, but I've been filled with increasing fear today when I fear that we might again allow ourselves to be picked off. We might allow ourselves again to prostrate ourselves in front of the President as we beg not to be treaded upon. So I ask the Secretary of State again, the Foreign Secretary again, what is the Rubicon that would have to be crossed. And this is not just an academic question. We are, through our overseas territories in the Caribbean and in the South Atlantic, a Western Hemispheric nation. Is the red line the Falkland Islands?
Yes. Well, I really would just say to the honourable member, what we have seen from our Prime Minister is a serious level of international leadership that is immensely important, a robust and hard-headed approach to the UK's national interests and to the way in which we achieve results, that has achieved results in a series of different areas, and also the way he has set out this morning the principles that guide us, including the strong defence of the principle of sovereignty, and that Greenland is for the Greenlanders and for the Danes for its future to decide.
Ian Solemn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary has talked a lot about military cooperation today, less so about economic security cooperation. She'll remember that the Prime Minister abolished the subcommittee of the National Security Council on the Subcommittee for Economic Security. I was pleased that the Minister for Economic Security was here for some time, but he isn't part of that National Security Council. How are these economic security questions and coordination with partners being handled and managed in government?
So I can tell him that as Foreign Secretary, I take the economic security issues immensely seriously. It's why we are strengthening the work around critical minerals and the economic security that comes from international supply chains. And he will know that there are issues around critical national infrastructure that also underpin our economic security. So this is taken immensely seriously right across the government, including on the National Security Council.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you very much. Can I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for your patience in getting us all in, much appreciated. Can I also thank the Foreign Secretary for her statement. Whilst I agree that the sovereignty of Greenland is a matter for our own people, I do understand the dangers that are present with the Russian threat and aggression. Rather than making simply statements of support for Greenland's sovereignty, will the Foreign Secretary outline how we in this country, as close allies of the USFA, and as a nation which relies on the security of that area, will liaise with the USA and Greenland about enhancements of security and greater strategic facilitation, recognising that diplomacy is more than words, but it is actions, and to actively seek solutions that we can achieve? Thank you.
Well, this is an important question to finish on because the UK is proposing a new Arctic sentry as part of NATO. We already have a Baltic sentry and an Eastern sentry that pull together operations coordination in a strategic way to look at the defence of those regions and how all NATO allies can pull together to support that. We believe the same is now needed for the Arctic. The Arctic is the gateway for the Russian Northern Fleet to threaten the whole of the transatlantic alliance. And that is why an Arctic sentry, we believe, would be in everyone's interests.
That is end of the statement on Arctic security. I'll give the front benches a moment or two to shuffle over as we prepare for our second statement. The second statement is on Public Office Accountability Bill. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I will make a statement on the next steps for the Public Office Accountability Bill, also known as the Hillsborough Law. As members will be aware, the bill was due to return to the Chamber today for the Commons' remaining stages. From the very beginning, we have been clear. This is a bill for families, and it must have their voices and their views at its heart. We remain absolutely committed to making the meaningful changes for the families of Hillsborough, the Manchester terror attack, the Grenfell Tower fire, the sub-postmasters, and sadly, so many more. This bill is about something very simple: what people should be able to expect from the state when the worst sadly happens. Candour, transparency, frankness, and a system that stands with families, not against them. Not a battle against the full might of the state, and that is why this bill is so important and is so long overdue. And it is why we will always be open to listening. At second reading, the Prime Minister made a commitment that this bill would not be watered down, and that any changes made to the bill will only strengthen it. We have always been clear that the Hillsborough Law will apply to all public authorities, including the intelligence services. And at second reading, the Prime Minister was clear that the duty of candour would need to apply differently to the intelligence services in order to get the right balance between transparency and national security. Last week, the Government brought forward several amendments to strengthen the bill, including to extend the duty of candour directly to individuals working for the intelligence agencies as well as to the authorities themselves. This was a direct response to the concerns raised by MPs and the campaigners. There have been reports in the press that the Government wanted to water down aspects of the bill, and I want to take those claims head on, because with respect, that was never ever our intention. It is not what the amendments we proposed would have done. The amendments aim to strengthen the bill by extending the duty to individual employees of the intelligence services as well as to the services as organisations. However, it is clear from our conversations with the families directly and the stakeholders that there are concerns about how the accompanying safeguards we proposed will work in practice. There will be questions on why we could not find a solution and why we need to delay when families have been clear on their views. I want to be clear that this is an incredibly complex area of policy. Across government, we must think about all of the possible scenarios and unintended consequences for national security and then work together with Parliament, the Intelligence and Security Committee, the campaigners and most of all the families in order to find a way through. It is right to acknowledge that this is not a simple issue to resolve, but we are absolutely committed to the principles of this bill. Ensuring clear standards for all public servants and accountability for anyone who seeks to lie or cover up the truth. At the same time, our primary duty as the Government is to keep this country safe and secure. We must be able to assure our citizens and our allies that national security information will always be protected. The Government remains resolutely committed to finding a way forward on this issue, and that is why we have taken the decision to delay the remaining common stages of the bill so that we can find a solution that we bring forward in this House. This pause is not a step back from our principles. It is a commitment to getting this right. I know families have waited too long already, and this decision is not one we took lightly. But we believe it is better to take the time needed to resolve these complex issues rather than rush this bill through. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to place on record my deepest thanks to the families and the stakeholders for all of their continued work with us. It has been the biggest privilege for me personally to have had the opportunity to get to know them and to work alongside them over the past year. In particular, to Margaret Aspinall, to Charlotte Hennessy, to Sue Roberts, Steve Kelly, Jenny Hicks and Hilda Hammond, who I now personally count as my friends, and I hope that they feel the same. This bill is about restoring trust between the public and the state. That trust cannot be demanded, it must be earned. It must be earned by showing the families that this legislation is not about appearances, it is not about headlines, it is not about being seen to act, it is about making real and lasting change. By listening to the families and by taking the time to get this right, that is exactly what we are doing. Because when things go wrong, the truth must come out. Accountability must follow, and families must never, ever again be left to fight or walk alone. And that is what this bill will achieve, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State, Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What an absolute shambles. They've had long enough to work this out. The campaign for a Hillsborough law started 10 years ago in 2016, and Labour MPs started campaigning for it a year later in 2017. In 2022, the Prime Minister adopted it as a formal Labour policy. In 2024, he put it in his manifesto. He promised it would be one of his first acts as Prime Minister. And here we are today, after another set of rushed amendments, with yet another delay, another promise to get it right, and absolutely no idea about what they're going to do, or even when they're going to do it. This problem was not some bolt out of the blue, an unforeseeable surprise. How the bill applies to the intelligence agencies is an obvious question that has been known for years. But it's a question the Prime Minister, the man they used to call Mr. Forensic, never thought to answer. Instead, he did what he always does. He made the campaigners one promise, and he made the intelligence agencies another. That's why, when report stage was due last week, they pulled it. It's why, when it was due again today, late last night, they pulled it again. And it's why just now the Minister was unable to say when the government will bring forward its next attempt to get this right. In the bowels of Whitehall right now, they're trying to draft their way through the problem, trying to find a form of words that will satisfy the campaigners and the spooks. But I have news for the Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, you cannot draft your way out of this problem. It's a choice. If the Prime Minister believes it's dangerous to apply this law to the intelligence agencies in full, just the same as to other public bodies, then he simply shouldn't do it. He needs to make a decision. So I have 5 questions for the Minister. I'm not asking for classified information, so she needn't use that defence. But these are reasonable questions she can answer. 1. By what specific date will the government return to Parliament with a new amendment to address this question? 2. Does the government still believe it's appropriate for the heads of the intelligence agencies to determine what information is provided to an investigation? 3. If the government believes somebody else should decide, who do they think that should be? 4. If the government believes the decision rightly lies with the intelligence agencies, and this is necessary for national security, are ministers prepared to assert this difficult truth to the campaigners? And 5. What representations has the government received from the governments of other Five Eyes countries who do not have laws like this? 5 questions, 5 clear answers needed. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, after all this time, we deserve answers for the families who have suffered terrible tragedies, for the brave men and women who work every day to keep us safe, and for the country as a whole. This completely avoidable situation is the fault of a pointless Prime Minister who has no idea of what he wants to do and no idea of how to do it if he did. He made a promise, but he had no idea of how to keep it. And he didn't make it once, he made it 5 times in this House alone. But like on tax and spend, on jury trials, on ID cards and more, the contradictions are piling up. They talk about a duty of candour, Madam Deputy Speaker, but if the Minister shows some candour now, she will admit that this has been, from start to finish, an absolute mess.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know how they dare. It is utterly shameful. I know that the Shadow Secretary of State knows how complex this all is and how much this means to everyone involved. Yet his family did nothing about this, did nothing to solve this issue, nothing for the families or to bring forward a duty of candour. So he asks me to be candid. I will be candid. This is about righting an injustice, about preventing people wronged by injustice from going through this absolute hell. So to try and make political hay from this is disgraceful, and he should be called out for it. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know the honourable gentleman has only been in the job a few days, and I was sincerely going to welcome him to his position and hope that we could work collegiately on this for the families and for the victims of these horrendous state cover-ups. But I would advise the honourable member that, following in his predecessor's footsteps of attention-seeking at all costs, it doesn't end well. So to answer his questions, we will continue to work with the families, we will continue to listen, we will continue to work with the intelligence services and other partners to ensure that this bill is brought back to the House when it is fit and proper.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must say to the new incoming Justice Minister, Shadow Justice Minister, that we were trying to do this since I was elected in 2019 and couldn't even get a seat at the table with the then government. So to cast aspersions and...
I want to listen. I want to listen.
Not even listening.
I want to listen.
I'll move on. Disgusting. Minister, thank you for the statement. Thank you for the pause. what's happened over the weekend. A lot of people were extremely concerned about what was happening over the weekend, myself included. I think the pause is the correct thing to do, the right thing to do, because this isn't just a law, this isn't just a piece of legislation, this is a legacy for 97 men, women and children that died at Hillsborough, but also those who've been wronged at the hands of the state. So this is hugely important, and it's not party political. This is the whole House to make sure that it's done right. But I would like to ask the Minister why the amendment that I have put down, Amendment 23, with the full support of everybody connected to Hillsborough, has not been adopted by the government and is deemed not to be right and proper to be adopted by the government, because that would solve all our issues. So any clarification on that would be great. Also, Minister, a timeline. As you rightly stated, we waited a long time for this. There's a real concern now that this could be kicked into the long grass. I know you don't want that. You know I don't want that. And all the families and all the campaigners. So just like a little bit of clarity on those two questions. Thank you.
Minister.
Can I thank and pay tribute to my honourable friend for his diligent campaigning on this for his entire life as a parliamentarian, and for his commitment to ensuring that the voices of the families are always heard in this place and outside of this place. I make the commitment to him that this is a government that is listening to the campaigners, and we are committed to doing all we can to work on a way forward here with him, with other parliamentarians, with the Intelligence and Security Committee, to find that way forward on this complex and difficult issue, and I am committed to having a meeting with him to discuss that further. On a timeline, we know that families have waited too long. This is overdue. It is far too overdue, and it is needed more than ever, but it has to be right, and we have to get that balance right. We are not kicking this into the long grass. We are committed to doing this as soon as possible, but we have to get it right, and I am not setting an arbitrary deadline on this. The families have asked me not to. They want us to get it right, and we're committed to doing that and to getting this policy correct. And as soon as we have more information, I will bring that forward to the House. And on his specific amendment, again, I am happy to speak with him on this and to discuss this going forward. But what I will do again is to make that commitment that we will work together to get this right.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Jess Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of her statement. And I would like to put on record how it is recognised on this side of the chamber that the Minister has worked to move this bill forward and has given a lot of care and attention to trying to get it into this place. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the situation we are in is frustrating for all sides of the House. This landmark piece of legislation will transform the relationship between public bodies and victims of horrendous tragedies. It was this government, it was this Prime Minister who committed to its implementation in full in his government's manifesto. Yet we now find ourselves again in limbo. The carve-out for security services is completely unacceptable and has ground this process to a halt. That is why it is vital that this legislation includes clear, binding provisions to ensure the security services are subject to the duty of candour. Despite much of the rhetoric around this, there are clear ways to include the security services in this duty, while still protecting sensitive national security information. We already do it at the moment, and the Honourable Member for Liverpool West Derby alluded to it in his Amendment 23, which I'm pleased to have supported. Provisions already exist to allow evidence that is too sensitive for public disclosure to be heard in closed proceedings before a judge in inquiries, so there is no issue there. Heads of service must be held to account if they refuse to provide relevant information to inquiries and investigations. But it's not for them to decide what is relevant to an inquiry and investigation. It is up for the independent chair of that inquiry. Campaigners raised this issue as early as last September, and ministers were made fully aware that this was a red line for the victims and their families. Now, I trust that the minister has the families at the forefront of her mind in everything she has done. So I ask her, when the government presents its bill to the House of Commons, will the duty of candour apply to all in the intelligence services? Will the Minister commit to ensuring that report stage and third reading of the bill will take place as soon as possible, so that we have a chance that this legislation will pass prior to the end of this parliamentary session and the next King's speech? as promised? And will she make a cast iron guarantee that it will be in this place that we put the full Hillsborough law forward, not the other place, so elected representatives can fully scrutinise the finished legislation?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her questions and for the tone and the candour in which she conducts herself, and that is appreciated on this side of the House by the Government. I also recognise and share the frustration from the Honourable Lady and the House as to how this process has been conducted. This is no ordinary bill. This is something more than an ordinary bill, and it deserves proper scrutiny, and we will ensure that it has proper scrutiny in this place, and the bill will come back to this House, to the Commons, for adequate scrutiny before it goes to the Lords. We have made that commitment today. I also want to set on record, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there has never been a carve-out for the intelligence services. The duty of candour and assistance has always applied to them. The amendments that the Government had tabled applied directly to individual employees of the intelligence services. The difference had always been, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the procedures in place on how we handle that secure information. But we are committed to finding a way forward for the benefit of everyone. We are committed to doing that as soon as possible. I cannot give a definitive timeline on that, but we are committed to doing it as soon as possible and at pace with the families and the intelligence services, but we have to get it right. It will come to this House first, and I am committed that it will apply to all public servants.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by paying tribute to the families, some of whom are in the public gallery today, to Elkin Abrahamson and Pete Weatherby KC, who have done phenomenal work for the last 37 years, and of course my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool West Derby, and to the Minister for the work that she has done on this. Whilst I am pleased that the Government has paused proceeding on the Hillsborough law, I am increasingly concerned at the direction of travel. In March last year, the families of the 97 and Merseyside MPs made clear that we would not accept anything less than the Hillsborough law. We all understand the importance of national security, but this bill is not incompatible with national security, and as has already been said, provisions already exist. And nobody, Madam Deputy Speaker, quite frankly, is above the law. A carve-out for the security and intelligence services would only allow the very behaviour exposed by the Manchester Arena inquiry to happen again, where MI5 were able to withhold information and avoid accountability. The Minister has been very patient with her responses, but I would urge her to please continue to work with the families, continue to work with Elkin Abrahamson and Pete Weatherby, and please, Minister, bring the Hillsborough law back to this House so we can all pass it, because as a Liverpool MP, it would devastate me to vote against the Hillsborough law.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her questions, and I make that commitment to her here in this place. The Prime Minister was clear at second reading that the bill, as introduced, was one that was agreed with Hillsborough Law Now and families, and it would not be watered down. We will do all we can to strengthen this bill. We will continue to work with the families, and I also want to pay tribute to Elkin Abrahamson and to Pete Weatherby, who the Government met with this morning to discuss the next steps forward. We met with the families again today to discuss continuing collaboration, and that will continue. The families will be at the forefront of this going forward, because this is their bill, this is a legacy, and we want to ensure that we do right by them and we bring forward the Hillsborough law.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her statement and ask her for 2 points of clarification? Does she believe it's appropriate for the heads of the intelligence services to determine what information is provided to an investigation, or someone else? And does she accept that in the early stages of this bill, the Government was clear it would not be possible to make the bill applicable to individual agents? How can the House have confidence that it can now do that without creating unacceptable risks to national security?
Thank you. The primary objective of this Government, and I hope every Government, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to protect national security and to keep our citizens safe, and that is the utmost of importance to this Government and to this Prime Minister, and we will continue to apply that. We will continue to work with the intelligence services. We've had a very collaborative working relationship with them through the development of this piece of legislation, and we will continue to do that. We would never do anything that would jeopardise or undermine national security. We have been very, very clear, and the families have also also been very, very clear that that is not their intention, and they totally understand this. We do think there is a way forward. The government brought forward amendments to apply the bill to individual agents, and we did that by working with the heads of the intelligence services directly and working with the security services, and we will continue to work collaboratively with them and the families on finding a way forward.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by saying that that response from the Shadow Justice Secretary, while families are sitting with us here in this place today, was one that you should be ashamed of. And as the Minister knows, for me, this has always been about families first. And it was crystal clear that this government can now not progress the bill without the full confidence and support of the families who have fought decades for justice. And it is right that the government listen to the families and pause today, families who the Prime Minister made direct promises to that the Hillsborough Law would be delivered in full. But any amendment that fails to satisfy families on the duty of candour of individuals in the security services is a red line for me and for so many other colleagues in this place. So will the Minister promise me that she will work like the clappers with the families to bring forward an amendment that has their full support and deliver justice for all victims of state cover-ups, so we can finally say never again?
I thank my honourable friend and commend her for all of her tenacious campaigning on this. She has been a true champion for the Hillsborough families and for all of the families impacted by state failure and state cover-up, and she is a true friend to everyone, ensuring that their voices are heard in this place. I can make a commitment to her that we will continue to work with the families and the intelligence services and the Intelligence and Security Committee on finding a way forward, and I am committed to working with her and other parliamentarians on this as well. This has always been a collaborative process. I am always keen to work cross-party, despite what the official opposition have to say, because this is above party politics. It always has been, and it's about ensuring that we find a way forward that can benefit the families and be a true legacy whilst ensuring that we protect national security.
David Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my past life, I spent a good deal of time working on issues and matters affecting victims of child sex abuse and trafficking. So I have a lot of sympathy with the government's desire to ensure that the legislation in its final form is workable. But it seems there is already a serious risk of some ambiguity around that accountability at the heart of this legislation. So I'd just like to return to this question for the Minister, which is how she proposes to ensure that there is an effective oversight of the decision-making process on disclosure. And if it is her view that it is not the heads of intelligence services that should make that decision, can she share with the House a view about who it is that should make that decision, so that we can be confident that there will be an appropriate level of oversight around that disclosure process?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and I can assure him, and he knows that this is a very complex issue. He knows that this isn't an easy issue to solve, but we are committed to doing so, and we will continue to work with the heads of the intelligence services, with the oversight of the Intelligence and Security Committee, with parliamentarians, with the families, with the Foreign Office, with the Home Office, with all government departments to ensure that we get this right, and there is that protection and oversight and accountability, but also an amendment that the families can support. They do not want to see national security compromised. No one does. We are not prepared to go there, but we are prepared to do the right thing and to ensure that there is candour across all public authorities.
Justin Madders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister was right when she said that trust has to be earned, and I believe that she is really putting her heart and soul into earning that trust from the families, and I thank her for her work that she's doing in that respect. And I hope that that does lead us to a satisfactory conclusion. But what I would say is that not everyone who was affected by Hillsborough is as close to the Minister in terms of the very important considerations she's got to balance, and indeed the vagaries of parliamentary procedure and how bills are passing. So for our constituents who might only read the lurid headlines or the political point scoring, they see stories about it being watered down or it being delayed. It isn't great for people to read that. So can I urge for her to make sure that the next time that she gives a statement publicly, or anyone from the government gives a statement publicly on this bill is to say that agreement's been reached and it can go ahead.
Yeah.
Minister.
No, I welcome that question from my honourable friend, who again, as a Merseyside MP in Ellesmere Port, has been a vocal champion for the families at every stage of this process, and it has been a privilege to work with him and other colleagues on this directly. But he is right. This bill may colloquially be called the Hillsborough Law, and for many people outside of this place who are not aware of the issue, they may think it is about a football match, a tragic football match that happened 36 years ago. But this bill is about so much more than that. This bill will provide the biggest expansion of legal aid for a generation to anyone who has been affected by a state-related death, where the state has a role in that. Non-means tested legal aid for the first time ever. It will ensure that all public servants and authorities are bound by a legal and criminalised duty of candour. It will ensure that we bring in new criminal offences of misleading the public, of misconduct in public office. This will be a truly landmark bill that will change the culture for British life forever, for the better. That is what is at stake here. That is why this bill is so important, and we are committed to bringing this forward as soon as possible, but we need to get it right for everyone, and that is what the government is committed to doing.
Tessa Mont.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement. As I said, I know she's a woman on a mission, and let's hope we get to the end of this before terribly long. We know the government's struggling with accepting the family's wish that we should pick up Amendment 23 and its consequential amendments. I am mystified about the business of balance being struck between the intelligence services personnel being transparent and protection of national security, because my understanding was that we already have balance, where national security safeguards are protected via the release of sensitive information in any inquiry being in closed session via a High Court judge. So Schedule 1 includes a carve-out for the intelligence and security services, who were proven not to have told the truth, and I think that's a dreadful shame. But I'm told that we have to trust what is said, and it seems inappropriate entirely that the heads of the security services, unfortunately, they've shown themselves not to be trustworthy. And the people say about, our allies being able to trust us. If the heads of security services are lying, I don't know how our allies are meant to be able to trust us. But anyway, I wanted, please, just to ask the Minister, what is the problem with Clause 23? It's been put together by Pete Weatherby, Elkin and others, and the families support it. Why can we not just do it? Thank you.
Minister. I thank the Honourable Lady, and can I thank her for her service on the Public Bill Committee for this piece of legislation as well. Her contributions there have made the bill better and have been very thoughtful contributions, so I thank her for that. I am going to quote the great Pete Weatherby KC now at this dispatch box, and I hope I do him justice when I say that there is no balance here to be struck on national security, because national security should always come first. That is Pete Weatherby's position, that is the family's position, that is the government's position. The government always has to protect national security, and we will always do that. But the families have a right to truth here, and there is no carve-out in this bill for the intelligence services. Again, I want to restate that. The intelligence services will be bound by a legal duty of candour, and it will apply to individual agents. All we need to do here is around the mechanism for which that information is passed on to an investigation or an inquiry. We are working through that at pace with the intelligence services and with the families to find a way forward. This is very complex. It sounds simple. I assure the Honourable Lady it is not. We are working closely. I am a woman on a mission. I am determined to do this as soon as possible, but we need to get it right, and that is what this government will do.
Emma Lewell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his statement and my friend for Liverpool West Derby for the leadership he has shown over this. Whilst it's right that we have a pause, she will know how distressing it is and the emotional and physical toll it takes on families to come back and forth to Parliament for decades and to come so close to this bill being passed, only to encounter further disappointments and setbacks. This is the only experience my constituents, whose children were killed in the Manchester Arena attack, have of the meetings they have had overall in Parliament today. So can she assure us, when the bill comes back, every single part of it is absolutely done with the full involvement and support of campaigners and families involved, and that there will be no more short notice, unexpected amendments from the government?
thank my honourable friend for that question, and I want to place on record my sincere thanks to her for all of her tenacious campaigning on behalf of her constituents who have been through the unimaginable pain, trauma and grief of losing their children in the most horrific circumstances and then being denied the truth. It was a privilege to meet with her constituents, with the Prime Minister last week, and to hear their truth, and I thank them again from the dispatch box for sharing their pain with us and hearing directly from them about why this bill is so important and why we need to get it right. Hearing their truth and hearing from the families is exactly why the government has taken the decision to pause this legislation, so that we can get this right, and we are determined to do that by working with the families, hearing from them, working with the intelligence services on getting this right, and we are determined to do that.
Ben Obsejecti.
Looking at the wider implications of the bill, the Minister talks about the intelligence services. Could she confirm whether there's a carve-out for military intelligence services in any way? And also, looking at that more broadly still, will it also apply to special forces operations and personnel, and will it be applied retrospectively?
Minister.
Yeah, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and it's important to put on the record that there is absolutely no carve-out here. This bill will apply to all public authorities, including the armed forces, all intelligence services. There is no carve-out here. We have worked very collaboratively with our armed forces, with the Ministry of Defence, in the designing and the creation of this legislation, and we will continue to do so. As I've said, the first primary objective of this government is to protect national security, and we will do that at all costs. That is the primary objective, but we also need to make sure that the families' experiences are reflected in this bill, and we get the legislation right, and that is exactly what we will do.
Live effort.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the delay in this bill. I think too often governments soldier on even when they're not getting things right, and that leads to bad legislation, and this is something we should get right before we send it to the other place. And as my honourable friend, I've promoted him, my honourable friend for Derby West has said that this is not just about the Hillsborough families, and I pay tribute to them for what they have done on behalf of others who have been wronged by the state, but it's also, as chair of the all-party parliamentary group on contaminated blood, it's the people who were wronged in that scandal. It's also the nuclear test veterans and many, many others, the Horizon scandal in the post office. And what they've all shown us is that the state will lie to defend itself. And we do need this duty of candour for all, including the security services who can give evidence in camera, that they tell the truth to the public when they get things wrong, so that we can learn from it and move forwards.
Minister. No, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention and for his comments there. He is right. This is a bill for everyone who has been wronged and who has been lied to and has been subject to failures of the state when the state was meant to protect them. This is for much more than just the Hillsborough families. This is for those of contaminated blood, as he mentions, for the lab rats, for the sub-postmasters, for the victims of the Grenfell tragedy, and sadly many more, as I have stated, but also sadly for every citizen in this country who potentially could be caught up in as a result of this. This is looking forward to ensure that we get this right for decades to come, to ensure that when something goes wrong, the state that is meant to protect you and to tell you the truth, to be open with transparency, frankness and candour, does just that, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we will ensure that the bill does that before it leaves the Commons.
Showbiz Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to pay tribute to the Minister for the constructive and collaborative and collegiate way in which she has worked, and also endorse the remarks of the member for Liverpool West Derby. But that, I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, is in stark contrast with the disgraceful words from the Shadow Minister and his behaviour this evening in this debate. This whole process has been marked by parties of all shades and hues working together. And in that spirit, I want to reassure members of the Hillsborough families that that is the way in which we have proceeded on the work in association with this bill, and will continue to do so. Now, my question to the Minister is very simple. I endorsed Amendment 23. I think it's very sound. And Pete Weatherby has also endorsed my Amendment 20, which gives a very simple role for the Intelligence and Securities Committee. And so I'm asking the Minister, when we see the next draft, will there be a role for the ISC in this bill? Thank you.
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question and for his comments. And I want to pay tribute to him for all of his collaborative work, his collegiate tone, and for all of his constructive work on the Bill Committee. He served on the Public Bill Committee, and the bill is better for that, so I thank him. This bill is above party politics. This bill has always been above party politics, and anyone seeking to use this bill for political gain, it is truly shameful and disgraceful, because this bill is all about the victims and their families, and it always will be. I will ensure that we continue to work with him, the SNP, the Liberal Democrats, and any party that chooses to do so collaboratively as this bill goes forward. I can assure him that there will be a role for the ISC in this bill, and we will work with all partners, agencies, to ensure that we get this bill right.
Dame Neil Griffith.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I thank the Minister for her update and indeed her acknowledgement of the importance of the families who've suffered so much and campaigned so hard being satisfied with the final wording of the bill. But what assurances can she give us that the government will provide the leadership, the training and the resources to change the culture of cover-up and minimalist responses and make sure that people get the full truth first time round?
I welcome that really important question from my right honourable friend, because this goes to the heart of exactly what the bill is about. Because it's all right us writing, you know, fancy words on goatskin on ermine, but if we do not change that culture, which is exactly what is at the heart of this bill, then it will all be pointless, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have to change this culture, and the legislation is one step about that, but it is also about then ensuring that we get the implementation right. My right honourable friend, the Minister for the Cabinet Office, and I are heading to Liverpool next week to meet with the University of Liverpool to look at the world-leading work that they are doing on changing the culture on duty of candour with public authorities, how we can learn from them going forward, and we are continuing that work at pace. That work is not stopping. None of the work is stopping. We are continuing this jointly on the implementation of this bill, on how we get this bill right once it does become law, whilst also working on developing the policy simultaneously. And I look forward to updating the House on that work going forward.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I also thank the Minister very much for the statement, and can I also thank the Liverpool MPs collectively who worked very, very hard to try and achieve this goal. Getting the balance in the accountability bill with citizens to the fore, and that national security agencies are given their priority status. As the Minister says, time for government to get it right, and I think that's what we should be doing. My colleague Paul Frew, who's a member of the Legislative Assembly back home, is taking a candour bill through the Assembly. The obligation must be across all of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Can I ask the Minister a favour, please, if you don't mind? Will the Minister please work with the Northern Ireland Assembly and with my colleague to ensure that everyone will benefit wherever they are, whether it be England, Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland? Thank you.
Minister. I welcome the Honourable Member for Strangford's contribution there, and it gives me great pleasure to confirm that we have had fantastic collaboration from all governments of the United Kingdom on taking this forward, including the Northern Ireland Assembly, the Scottish Parliament, the Welsh Government. Everyone has been collective in the aims of this bill, and that has been a true joy for me as a Member of Parliament from a devolved government, from a devolved nation, to see. All nations have agreed, given legislative consent for the criminal offences to apply UK-wide, which is something positive. We will be bringing that amendment forward when the bill comes back to the Commons, and we are continuing to work collaboratively across the United Kingdom to ensure that a duty of candour applies to all public authorities in the United Kingdom.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The campaign for the Hillsborough Law, not a Hillsborough Law, has been the greatest and most defining campaign for justice led by ordinary people in the modern era in this country. And I'm very pleased that the government pulled back at the weekend from what would have been, regardless of any good intentions, a betrayal of that campaign. The choice that the government now makes, the choice that the Prime Minister makes, I think will come to define the Prime Minister's domestic legacy when all is done and dusted. And so can I just ask the Minister to put on record the understanding that for those of us with a closer proximity to power than maybe the people who've campaigned courageously for this law, there is a tendency to be too trusting of others in powerful institutions. The security services sometimes let people down. The security services sometimes don't effectively protect the lives of people in our country. So a duty of candour should apply to them too. And can I just finish by saying, can the Minister confirm that my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool West Derby's amendment is not off the table, but will now be fully and properly considered before it comes back to this House?
Minister. I thank my honourable friend for his questions and his comments there, and I want to reassure him and everyone again that the duty of candour will apply to all public servants, including the intelligence services, including individual agents. That is the intent, and that will be in this legislation. We will work with my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool West Derby, to ensure that we get this right. We will work with the families who have had that lived experience. The Prime Minister has heard from them directly about why it is so important that the intelligence services are captured, and they will be, by the duty of candour in this legislation, and we will work together to ensure that we get the legislation right.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister update the House with respect to progress made in her positive discussions with the Scottish Government relating to the provisions of non-means-tested legal aid? Will Scottish families enjoy the same access to justice as the rest of our United Kingdom, and at the same time?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and again I want to thank him for his service on the Public Bill Committee for this piece of legislation. It was fantastic to have another Member of Parliament from a devolved nation represented on the Bill Committee to discuss and talk about why it's so important that everyone in the United Kingdom should benefit from this legislation. I am pleased to confirm that the Scottish Government have indicated that they would like to be part of the mechanism for legal aid, and they've asked us to include them in this legislation, and those discussions are ongoing. It will, of course, be for the Scottish Government to determine their methodology of how they determine who gets legal aid for their fatal accident inquiries and inquests, and those discussions will be ongoing. But we have had very positive discussions with the Scottish Government.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I travelled through Manchester Victoria Station on the day of the arena bombing, and I saw the young people on their way into that concert. They were young, vibrant, excited, happy, all the things that they deserve to be, doing the most normal thing in the world, going to see a concert. And it was one of the most shocking moments of my life a few hours later to hear that they've been the victims of a terrorist attack. And it is painful to me that they were let down by the state, by false narratives. And a decade later, almost, I'm glad that the families are being listened to. So can I thank the Minister for her assurance that we're going to take the time to get this right? And can she please confirm that the voices of all the victims and all the families of state cover-ups and of these tragedies are at the centre of any legislation that comes forward from this point on?
I can indeed confirm that, Madam Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the Minister for her statement this afternoon. The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Public Office Accountability Bill as amended in the Public Bill Committee to be considered
tomorrow.
Bill to be considered tomorrow. Motion number 2 on local government. Minister. We now come to motion number 3 relating to the Finance Committee. Jen Kitchen to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to have secured this debate on the disclosure and barring service. It's my hope that I can shine a light on some of the shortcomings of the current system, and that the Minister will consider some of my proposed improvements so we can help families to protect their loved ones, reduce the burden on voluntary groups and speed up employment processes. Tonight I want to make the case that the DBS system as it currently operates is not fit for purpose. Its loopholes cost lives, undermine trust and leave families exposed. In its current form, The DBS introduced enhanced checks, which include not only a search of the individual's criminal record, but also checks against barred lists, providing a more comprehensive assessment of an individual's suitability for specific roles, especially those involving vulnerable groups. It's an integral part of employment in appropriate sectors and should offer assurance to families as well as employers and voluntary organisations. When a parent drives away from a dance class, a scout group or a swimming lesson, they assume that the organisation has established that the employee or volunteer has no criminal record and does not present a risk to their child. At the heart of the problem, though, is this. Thousands of roles involving unsupervised contact with children or vulnerable adults are eligible for DBS checks, but are not required to have them. Eligibility in itself is not protection, and families assume protections exist that simply do not. I want to start by sharing the tragic story of Lauren, a promising performer who lost her life in 2020 after an accidental drugs overdose. In November 2019, 2 separate safeguarding allegations were made about someone relating to the supply of Class A drugs to Lauren and her friend. That person was eligible for, and in my view should have been required to undergo, enhanced DBS clearance. But it seems the relevant information never made it to the Disclosure and Barring Service. The teacher continued to work with the children, and allegations of other inappropriate activities were later made. Sadly, Lauren had by now been exposed to drugs and become involved with someone who continued to supply her with them, and by August 2020 she had died. When I made inquiries, DBS could find no record of the organisation, so I could not establish if the teacher was registered or not, or even whether the organisation had obtained checks on any of their other staff. The Disclosure and Barring Service told me they have no jurisdiction over whether an employer or safeguarding lead should take action. Their role is only to record whether the legal duty to refer an incident has been met. They told me that any failure to investigate lay with the employer and whoever regulated the employer. But as there is no regulator for dance schools, I met another dead end. This raises 2 issues. Firstly, is it appropriate for someone who provides hands-on, unsupervised sport or dance activities without the expectation of an enhanced DBS check? Secondly, is there not a right for parents to know whether someone undertaking such work has clearance to work with children and vulnerable people?
Madam Ready, give away.
Of course.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I commend the Honourable Lady from Mid Dorset and North Pole for bringing this forward. I spoke to her beforehand, very important subject, and she raises incredible issues. Does the Honourable Lady not agree that child safety must be paramount, and government needs to clarify both paid and voluntary sector rules? For example, how often should screening be done? How often should mandatory child protection be carried out? Too much is left to best practice, which differs across all of the regions, and not enough is clear and unequivocal, and that the time has come to make obligations crystal clear. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member from Strangford for his intervention, and he's exactly right. There are assumptions being made around the country. I'm the mother of 4 children, and I assumed as I dropped my children off that everybody had to be DBS checked. The idea that that is not strictly the case fills me with dread. And having talked to the people from Gigi's campaign this afternoon about nursery safety, and I shared this with them, they were horrified. You know, clearly people working in an early years sector would have to have an enhanced DBS check, but they were concerned about other sectors too. I'm sure the Minister can understand that Lauren's grandfather Paul, who brought this case to my attention, and Lauren's parents remain concerned that if the coach had been reported to DBS at the time of the original allegations and potentially withdrawn from working with children, Lauren, who was described as a talented singer and dancer with the world at her feet, may not have been introduced to illegal drugs and could well have been continuing to enjoy a very bright future. Additionally, there seems to be no route for the public to report concerns. If the employer has not registered a member of staff, or an organisation has not been deemed to be undertaking regulated activities, which the council told me the dance school were not, there is no one to document the concerns and no register to check. Now, I welcome the DBS's new video launched before Christmas to support faith organisations with the legal duty to refer. The legal duty to refer requires organisations to notify the DBS when they remove a person from a regulated activity because they have harmed or may pose a risk of harm, but it doesn't protect those in the care of an individual that hasn't been registered by their employer in the first place. I also welcome the changes made in the Crime and Policing Bill, which will close the loophole for supervised staff, ensuring that they will be eligible for checks against the Children's Barred List. And I welcome the Minister's work to ensure that this happened earlier on last year. They are positive steps, but again, I would like to pose two questions. Firstly, would the government consider requiring employers and organisations to register their staff rather than just making them eligible, and require the police, local authority or regulator to record allegations made against the organisation where an individual is not registered? Secondly, has the government considered a simpler system? For example, where an individual applies for a card which can be searched by an employer, a parent or service user to confirm that an individual has been cleared to work with children or vulnerable people. The card could include a most recently updated date section on it. That way, details of past convictions do not necessarily need to be shared, but a timeline of when people have been deemed safe to be around vulnerable people could be.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. She raises very good points on this. There are two issues I've always seen with DBS. First one is, like an MOT, it's only as good as the date that it's issued, and people do not have to subscribe to the update service. Yeah. Would she agree with me that the updates should be mandatory? And secondly, that a DBS cannot be passed from one organisation to another. You have to have a fresh one every time, which seems an unnecessary waste of time. I think her card idea would probably solve this. Would she agree?
I thank my honourable friend for his suggestions. He's absolutely right. I mean, you have to pay extra to be part of the update system. Why would anyone pay extra to put themselves under additional scrutiny? Why is that not something that is automatically there? The other option, which has been suggested by some, is the government could consider a right to ask, right to know process for family members, which would ensure that the public couldn't have free and easy access to information that could be risky, but if they actually had a concern, there was a route for them finding out. Because we simply were stonewalled every time we tried to find out whether this teacher had been registered and whether those allegations had been made. I want to turn to another situation which has come up on a number of occasions relating to people who are caring for family members. Currently, DBS checks have to be undertaken by an employer, a registered organisation or an umbrella organisation. This increases costs, adds delays and makes it more complex for families using direct payments for the care of disabled children and for those starting the journey of caring for an elderly relative. Laura contacted me about the direct payment she receives to fund the care of her son, noting that she cannot directly access DBS checks. She said, "My very vulnerable son, quadriplegic with cerebral palsy and profound multiple learning disabilities, has a team of 15 carers, none of whom have DBS checks." She says, "Why does the law not allow parents to carry out DBS checks on carers who are often working alone in their home?" Another constituent, Sandra, is in a similar position, who said, "We did have a carer a few years ago who had been lone working with our daughter at night for over a year with a current DBS check. We had a call from Child Protection Services. The carer had tried to smother her own child. And they later discovered that the reason that the carer's other child lived with grandparents was because she tried to smother the older child, and they had been removed from her care. The man at the Child Protection Services said, well, it probably should have been on her DBS, but it wasn't. As a result, Sandra says, what's the point? There's no reason for me to get DBS. It would not have protected my child. I was also contacted by Louise from another part of Dorset who approached me due to my dementia champion work. After her husband Richard was diagnosed with dementia, she decided to try and care for him at home. Her job meant that she went away for a few days at a time, and she felt the best option was to find a carer to stay in her home with Richard. My colleagues in Somerset may remember this story as it was in the local paper. Her experience led to her starting a campaign for Richard's Law, which I said that I would take up. The law has three simple pillars. So simple, I was shocked that they were not already in place, Madam Deputy Speaker. The three pillars. 1, mandatory registration of all care workers. 2, mandatory enhanced DBS checks, with all carers required to join the update service. And 3, mandatory nationally recognised training for care staff in first aid, medication compliance, manual handling, dementia awareness and safeguarding. I find it hard to believe you could be a carer without all of those things in place.
Would the Honourable Lady give way?
Of course.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to, it puts me in mind of the fact that I recall another case in a village not far from where I live, where there was a cleaner who was systematically thieving from elderly and vulnerable residents. And this just went on for years, and that person, every time they got nearly caught or had been interviewed by the police, they just literally left their jobs and moved on. And this is exactly why we need to do something to make sure that the system is far better, because elderly and vulnerable people have absolutely no way of being absolutely certain that when they give somebody their card to go and get some money so that they can pay the carer, that something doesn't go desperately wrong and the rest of their money disappears.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. Today, a headline in the Bournemouth Echo is another case of a carer who stole £125,000 from an elderly person. This is not a one-off. So, going back to Louise and Richard, she told me about a carer who was coming into her home and who she had trusted. The basic DBS check was all that she had. But after the carer stole jewellery and cash from her home, it came to light that this woman had 3 previous convictions for theft and obtaining property by deception, including a suspended sentence for an almost identical offence. In her victim statement, Louise said, "I welcomed her into our home, believing she was there to help us through one of the hardest chapters of our lives. Instead, she exploited our vulnerability in the most callous way imaginable. The worst thing is that she stole was my trust. Her betrayal destroyed my ability to believe in the carers who are supposed to support us. I reached a breaking point where I could no longer allow outside help, and as a direct result, I had to make the heartbreaking decision to place my husband in residential care. This was never what I wanted for him. It has changed both of our lives immeasurably for the worst, and the weight of that decision forced upon me by her selfishness is something I carry every day." Sadly, Richard Woolham died on Boxing Day. Louise contacted me a few days later to tell me that I hadn't managed to get this debate out there while he was still with us. But it seems shocking to me that family carers who are already sacrificing so much are unable to access DBS checks on those coming into their homes, and that it is not an expectation that someone providing such personal care is not automatically required to have such checks and training. Provision of personal registration would allow those who are working directly for their employers, be they carers, cleaners, tutors, babysitters, drivers or personal trainers, particularly with families who are home educating their children, to provide security for families and to work across multiple employers with ease. Finally, over the last few months, we've spoken on numerous occasions in this place about improving the service provided by government agencies. From 2-year waits for shotgun licences to 9-month delays on responses to MP letters from the DWP. If the Minister is listening, I've been waiting since February on a simple request. And DVLA that doesn't bother to chase doctors' letters at all. I've been shocked by the poor service experienced by my residents in time of need. Where an enhanced DBS check is needed for an employee to take up their position, it is so important it's processed swiftly. And in theory, they should be completed within a fortnight. But in Dorset, the police are advising delays of up to 100 days. Daniel from Wareham explained that the problem is impacting his ability to move forward with professional opportunities. And he said that when he worked abroad, background checks often came back within a few hours. He said the current manual processes feel so outdated and inefficient, especially when so many people, students and employees, need these certificates to do their jobs and complete their studies. Will my honourable friend give way? Of course.
My honourable friend makes a really excellent point about the speed of these DBS checks coming back. My constituent, Marsha, had a DBS check. She needed an enhanced DBS check to move into a child's residential home for work. She was at risk of losing that job opportunity if the DBS check didn't come back. And when it taken 7 months to get the original DBS check, she had very little faith that it was going to arrive on time. Does my honourable friend agree with me that when you are looking for job opportunities, you need to be able to respond quickly?
My honourable friend makes a great point, and it's exactly the situation that Tabitha from Wimborne told me about. She said, I'm desperate to work. This is a huge problem, not only for my life and finances, but for others out there who, like me, are waiting for more than 3 months. She said, I've been a teaching assistant previously, and all my previous DBS came back within a month. She said, this is absolutely ridiculous. Dorset is not alone. Across the country, families, volunteers and employers face similar failures, delays, loopholes and an opaque system that simply doesn't keep pace with modern care and employment. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Disclosure and Borrowing Service exists to make recruitment safer and to protect vulnerable people from those who may present a risk. These are both worthy aims, but the system is not working. We need mandatory registration of anyone working with children and vulnerable adults, mandatory enhanced DBS checks and use of the update service, a central individual held clearance card, a public mechanism to report concerns, the ability for families directly employing people to access DBS checks themselves, faster processing times via a digital service, and a review of the regulated activity definition. These failures are not administrative inconveniences. They are risks to life and safety, and they reduce productivity too. The people I've spoken to tonight have paid the price for a system that is too complex, too slow, and too optional. We owe it to them and to every family needing someone to support to build a DBS system worthy of the trust that people place in it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And thank you very much to the Honourable Member for Mid Dorset and Northpool for securing this debate on an important issue. I am grateful to her and to all others who have contributed this evening. A good amount of ground has been covered, even in a relatively short time available, so I will answer various points that have been made. But I first ask the House's indulgence as to set out some factual background of the disclosure and barring system. The wider disclosure and barring regime is there to protect children and vulnerable adults through disclosure of relevant criminal records, helping employers to make informed recruitment decisions about the suitability of an individual for working with these groups. It does so through criminal record checks, basic standard enhanced and enhanced with check of the barred lists, with increasing criminal record information disclosed at each level. The roles and activities that are eligible for the higher level criminal records check are set out in legislation owned by the Home Office and the Ministry of Justice. And during the last reported year, the DBS issued a total of 7.2 million certificates. The regime also allows for barring by DBS of those who are considered to pose a risk, as has been covered. And if someone is barred, they cannot work in what is defined as regulated activity in our legislation. As has been identified, regulated activity and institutions that are regulated are two different things. And I want to make that completely clear. Examples of regulated activity include teaching, supervising children and providing health and personal care to children and adults. It doesn't matter whether it's voluntary or otherwise. Through these arrangements, DBS ensures that those it has barred cannot work in those roles and provide access to these vulnerable groups. DBS's most recent annual report states that there are 104,000 individuals on its children and adults barred lists. And I should note that the disclosure and barring regime is not, as the Honourable Gentleman pointing out, a vetting regime. It focuses on providing employers with information, whether around persons' criminal records, relevant police information or barred list status, which can support robust suitability decisions whilst allowing ex-offenders to get back into work and employment. As Parliament and the public would expect, the regime is kept under review to ensure it is effectively delivering on its key objectives. And I am always keen to hear around suggestions, especially those that the Honourable Lady has laid out that are based in, as my children would say, IRL, in real life, with regard to our constituents. We are, for instance, bringing in changes to respond to the DBS-related recommendations from the ICSA inquiry. First, we have a measure in the Crime and Policing Bill which will prevent those on the barred list from working closely with children, even if in supervised roles, so if they are working alongside somebody who has a DBS. Currently, if a role involving teaching, instructing or supervising children is supervised by another member of staff, it is not considered to be regulated activity. Under the legislation, this means that an employer can ask for an enhanced DBS check only, which does not include the check of the barred list. This creates a risk that a barred list individual could work as a volunteer in a school or as an employee in a youth club and other settings if they are supervised. We agree with the inquiry that the risk this poses is too high and we are changing the law accordingly. Secondly, we are enabling self-employed or personal employees to access higher level DBS checks if they work with children or vulnerable adults. And this will come into force this Wednesday. Completely coincidentally, but it is happening on Wednesday. Before we made this change, those such as private tutors or paid personal carers could only access a basic DBS check themselves, whilst their counterparts in settings such as schools or care homes would be expected to get the highest level of DBS check. I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for what she says. Can I just ask that DBS checks should have a start date and a finish date on them, so that people who are not particularly worldly are very clear about the fact that this is the beginning and this is the end, and that when the end date comes, a new one's needed.
I will come on to it, I suppose, when I pick up on some of the issues of portability from one person to another. But from Wednesday, those hiring personal carers for family, engaging private tutors, will have the same high level of check, with the same level of information, including whether a person is barred by the DBS. Third, we have enabled the disclosure of, of an individual's barred list status on the International Child Protection Certificate. Go for it.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I wonder if the Minister could clarify whether those individuals will have to go through some of these umbrella agencies who can charge a lot of money, so there's a cost differential for those individuals.
No, it's a very, very good question, and actually there seems to be a bit of a discrepancy. I know in the Honourable Lady's case, when looking through different regulated systems to get people checked in her own area, she was found wanting. No, an individual family will be able to, or somebody who wants to employ a tutor or a carer who is on a self-employed basis, whether that's through direct payments, will be able to see the enhanced check and do the enhanced check themselves. So, without knowing it, I have to say, paying tribute to Richard and the campaign of his brilliant wife, Louise. She's absolutely on the money. Also, the right to ask being a fundamental part of that, so that actually parents have the power now, if your child is going, will from Wednesday, not now, if you give me 48 hours, if I was sending my child to a tutor, which I have done, like many people across the country have done, I would be able to ask if they had had an enhanced check and be able to have access, not necessarily to all the information, but we will be able to ask the employer as well, putting scrutiny on the employers to ensure that they are doing it, and parents will have that power. As I said, we have also understanding that child protection is international. The ICPC issued by the ACRO Criminal Records Office is used for individuals looking for work with children overseas, and we have changed the relevant legislation on the 18th of December, reducing the risk that an overseas employer unknowingly hires a barred person to work with children, thereby meeting the third of the inquiry's recommendations relating to disclosure of criminal records. Overall, our approach is underpinned by an unwavering commitment to safeguarding through the proportionate disclosure of criminal record and relevant information. It is, of course, important that we listen to and, where necessary, act upon any concerns raised by individuals or individual members of Parliament and sectors that interact with the regime. The Honourable Lady asked really some specific questions with regard to requirements. I will quickly give way.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister was referring to the fact that they'd be able to check somebody who had a problem on their DBS clearance if they were going to work abroad. Will that work in the reverse? So if, for example, somebody's trying to employ an au pair from another country, I don't know whether you can even do that anymore, but whether they can be checked before they come in and work with one's children.
I will get back to the Honourable Lady on the specifics of that. This is really specifically about people who are barred from working with children and ensuring that we have enhanced international knowledge sharing. To the cases that were raised by the Honourable Lady, like not knowing that somebody had already got all of these is a real failure in the system. The Honourable Lady specifically, and I want to give some attention to the issue of requirements that she calls for. The disclosure and barring system is a system that does one thing. It is not the regulator. It does not regulate services. It gives information to employers to ensure that people have the right information. The regulation of individual activities sits with the departments and the institutions around this. So in healthcare, in residential settings, they would have certain rules. In the Department for Education, variously, they have different rules. It is we have to be very mindful, I think, that when we look at regulation, and certainly this has been the case in the work we are undertaking with the duty to report any cases of sexual abuse amongst children, is that making sure that you don't make a regulation so no one can ever start any sort of group, but that you have safeguards in place. But the regulation on requirements sits with the individual bodies within that, not with the DBS itself to say whether that should be. But I am absolutely open to those conversations about what should be and shouldn't be regulated in which way with regard to safeguarding. But I go back to the point where I started, is that regulated activity, and she asks for clarity to be written into guidance, and I will absolutely take that away, because regulated activity is activity where you are working with children and vulnerable adults. And frankly, I'd find it quite hard to imagine the vast majority of the cases that she has raised with me that would not fall under the issue of regulated activity. But I absolutely want to take that away. I also want to, before I finish, pay tribute to the case of Lauren that was raised, and the heartbreaking case, and I speak from experience of somebody who knows what drug addiction can do and what it costs families, to say that absolutely, in this circumstance now, I would consider that to have been, I don't know the full details, to have been regulated activity. If you are teaching children, then you are operating under regulated activity. And what I would say as well is that a parent will have the right to ask if those enhanced checks have been undertaken. What I would want to finish by saying, I don't think I have time to take any more interventions, because the time will fall down on me. But what I would say to the Honourable Lady in my closing remarks is I'm more than happy to meet with her and work with her to make sure that we get this to be the best it can be within all of the regulatory frameworks that is needed. I will give way very briefly.
I wondered, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you could confirm that in fact we can witter on until 10 o'clock, can we not? We are not limited, I believe, we're not limited.
Just to provide clarity, the Minister can indeed continue until 10. She doesn't have to.
Well, I thank the Deputy Speaker. When I woke up this morning, I didn't think this debate would start until 10, and so anything's a bonus. I apologise. The last time I did an adjournment debate, I wildly ran over and somebody had to shut me up, and I didn't want for anyone to have to be put in that position again. So I'm more than happy but I feel that with regard to the portability of cheques, I suppose I will say before, because this issue specifically has been raised, I think the volume of the amount of, I think people don't understand actually quite how many DBS checks are done a year, 7.3 million. And that, I have to say, that gives me some comfort that quite a lot of our workforce in our country are undertaking checks. Which, incidentally, we don't have to as members of Parliament do. Yeah.
Thank you. With there being 7.2 million checks being done a year, I'm sure that's multiple checks for individual people. I used to foster, and obviously I had very enhanced DBS checks for my fostering, but I then had to get a separate DBS check to undertake my work as a school governor, which really, frankly, as a foster carer, I was doing far more detailed stuff. And that does seem crazy. So we could potentially reduce the burden on DBS by actually having a single portable system whereby I don't think there's 7.2 million people who are having that.
I thank the Honourable Lady, and we recognise that people may want to use their existing DBS check when moving from one role to another, the point that was exactly raised by the Honourable Lady on the front bench there, where the new role requires it. It is possible for employers to accept an existing criminal record certificate, but it must be for the same type of check in the same workforce. I mean, in the instance that the Honourable Lady has given, I can see that that is essentially, it's working with children. For example, an enhanced with barred list check for the children's workforce. So this is to ensure that the appropriate level of information is available. What we don't want is for a random DBS to have been done and for, like, as has been raised, just say, well, look, I've got a DBS. I too have had, I mean, more than, and I can count over the years of DBS checks. And with regard to the delays, what I would say is that the DBS works on KPIs of an 80% turnaround within 14 days, and it currently reaches 75%, and it has been progressively getting working on that and ensuring that it is done quickly. The enhanced check relies on police forces undertaking that work. And there can be a variety of reasons why some, and 7 months seems like a very long time, there can be a variety of reasons why that may arise. However, the vast majority are done within 14 days, and my own sons did had an enhanced DBS the other day, and it came back in 3 days. I don't think they knew he was my son.
Well, I thank the Minister greatly for giving way. I just want to pick up again then on the previous point that I made and whether these will have a clear end date on them. I have a secondary question if I'm allowed to do that, otherwise I'll rise again and intervene again. But if I may, I'll throw it in now. And that is, bearing in mind that number of 7.2 million, I wondered whether, and I don't expect an answer now, but it would be nice if we could have an answer. One of the problems that one finds constantly with police forces is that they're required to do checks and there's no ability to recover the full costs of what they're doing through the charging system. And one wouldn't, at that number of checks, 7.2 million, that's going to be very expensive. Do we know the cost of a single DBS check?
Absolutely, we understand. And just to be clear, is that police forces are paid through the DBS system to undertake the checks. They are, the resources are given by the DBS system to police forces to undertake that specific piece of work. But I will ensure that the exact costs of that, and that comes under the cost of the DBS being undertaken. But police forces are provided with resource to undertake that. And with regard to I think that the issue over exactly how long a DBS lasts for. There's no one simple answer in this regard, but actually the system whereby, and we should encourage more people to be part of the updating system and the checking system. I have to say, this is a system that I think has been heavily scrutinised over the years and deserves that level of scrutiny. But I have seen real effort to make sure that it is the best that it can be and is the fairest that it can be. But always we are here to work for any improvements possible. Thank you.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.